how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
One, two, we are back. It's, no, don't mute me like that.
I unmuted you.
I was well loud there. 1, 2, we are back. It's your number one pundit of the apocalypse, double LMC, with my co-host Andy PG. Welcome.
What's up, Rise Above, yo?
Rise Above. I promised I was going to start with a new lyric, so let's just do it. It's this one's a beat from Rhyme Asylum. Let's play it. Yo. All right, welcome up. Welcome, Rise Above people. Welcome, family. Turn that down. Let's turn that up. Yo, listen. Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. If this is really... No. Hold on. That is distorting again. What is going on? Let me change that. What a false start. Microphone. Pod mic. 1, 2, dynamic mic. That's better. You can't do it like that. We see Boma Beach. You told me to switch the mic. I didn't change the settings, bro. Unlucky. Start again. I'll obviously cut that bit out for the edit, yeah? And this is what I've been working on this week. Let's start off like this. 1, 2. That's a bit better. Turn the beats up as well. Okay. Yo. Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. If this is the final days, bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love what? Because we rise above, extinguishing the fear because the parasite can't get enough. That hungry little worm convinced the world they spread a germ. We know it's total lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, or we will miss our turn. The harvest well overdue, the crops are going to churn. Reap what you sow, and keep what you know. Deep inside the mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Fear, the denying force until you choose to mount the horse. With the help of Master Lee, we see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and just step up to their tower. It's double LMC, I'm doing this for decades. The apocalyptic pundit, I speak you through the wreckage. Salute the general or soldiers in your berets, beating up the parasite with wicked blows and melees. Your fucking appetite, we empty belly. Creeping like an error fight, rise above is ready. Yeah, what are you saying? Is that worthy of the gosh? Gosh. Is that a good start to the show? Is that alright? Let me know what you're feeling. Thank you very much, Sage Horticulturalist. Right, let's bun that. Big up Rhyme Asylum. I thought I just wanted to share that with everybody. Oma Beats, welcome. You need to get that mic. Can you stretch that mic there? Mic number 3 to Oma Beats. We want to include him. So tonight is recording show. It's customer services. We've also got a special guest, JD Guerilla, coming up very, very soon. Andy, PD. Yeah, sort of. I'm going to share the screen. Pick up everyone in the comment section. John Smith, Rachel McCaskill, JT, Dan Fuentes, Simon Baker, Andy Pandy 33. Hello everybody, how you lot doing? Is it all good? Right, let me get rid of that. Leave. And I will stop sharing that screen. And I'll share a new screen because we've got to get down to business tonight. We've got a lot to get through.
Big up to anyone tuning in from Afghanistan.
Yeah, big up to anyone tuning in from Afghanistan. Right, I would like you just to do some salutations while I swap this mic over.
Yeah, good evening everyone. It's Friday, it's Rise Above. It's nice to start with you in here, Lance, rather than that crusty old general ass like last week. I mean, who was that covert enforcer coming in here with his little pad taking notes and distributing covert credit fines everywhere. What a disgrace.
He left it behind, mate.
Yeah, he left his covert enforcer pad behind. No, the General will be making an appearance, I'm sure, again soon. He's not going to be too elusive on the show.
I'm sure we haven't seen the last of the General.
I'm sure. What's going on here, Lars? You've got tech issues.
No, one thing. I'm just basically, me and Omar Beats have been trying to find out the best way to actually have MCing on the show without it overloading the system.
Right.
So we're just, mucking about with different mics. Right, let's get through to normal Rise Above business, right? Okay, because we've got a lot to get through this week. Big up everyone tuned in.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
So this week is it's the customer services special. We will be opening the phone lines a little bit later after we've got through some regular business, and we invite in just a moment our special guest, Mr. JD Guerilla.
We'll be taking complaints throughout the evening.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we've got a lot of complaints. This is Rise Above, obviously. So
we'll try to do our best to solve everyone's problems here.
Yeah. Well, we always do our best, mate. So here is the first piece of business. Right, everyone needs to subscribe to Rise Above, the other channel, because this is where I put the edited videos. We've only got 213 subscribers at the moment. The link to this is in the description of this stream. And I tell you what, guys, if you like Rise Above and Friday nights and Wednesday nights isn't enough, and you want to stay connected all week with the family, with the community, you want to share, your thoughts about what's going on in the mainstream media, you want to share your research, the place to do it is Rise Above Official on Telegram. And let me just make this a full page thing here so you can really see how to get down to business. Rise Above Official on Telegram. We've got 506 people in there. I think we could do with a few more. We have thousands of people watch the show every week. I think we could probably do with a few more people in the old Telegram chat. Why not? And it's
pretty good. There's some great comments in there when we post stuff.
It certainly is. So, right. Has anyone noticed something? No, we're jumping ahead there. Has anyone noticed anything about us two? About what I'm wearing?
Yeah, where's your Rise Above t-shirt, Lance?
Funny, you should say that. This is the first time ever I have not worn a Rise Above t-shirt on air. Do you know why? Because tonight I am wearing an Essential Sound System t-shirt.
Nice.
It's been sent to me by an avid viewer of the show, who is also a proper anti-COVID hero. He goes by a few different names: Kedawami Asini, Carol Devrolik, and Raw Dan Imperial. I'm sure he's watching at the moment, right? I'll just sorry, am I crushing you there? Let's just share this. He's quite an infamous character. This is from a Bristol newspaper. Police looking for this man in connection with unbelievably loud rave in Stokes Croft. So the Essential Sound...
Man makes some noise.
Yeah, he likes to make some noise. The Essential Sound System, I'm going to say, is one of the number one rogue sound systems in the UK. He takes his... So is
this dude built this himself?
It's basically like a one-man band sound system on a trolley,
right?
A fat amp, a speaker.
What, he's wheeling it around protests and stuff like that?
He's just wheeling it around, doing one-man vibe outs,
just having a rave,
playing uplifting, sort of Rastafari music, increasing the vibration, etc. Yeah.
So in what area?
He's from Bristol.
In Bristol.
Yep. We are going to be collaborating together in the future because he's making a documentary about anti-Covert freedom fighters.
Oh, really?
Yes, absolutely. So we're going to hopefully be involved in that.
Interesting guy.
Very interesting, yeah. So big up Raw Dan Imperial, Kedawami Asini, and Essential Sounds sound system, and their lovely clothing range. I've got to say, the quality of this t-shirt is amazing. It's like 100% cotton.
Yeah, it's genuine.
I've already washed it as well, and it hasn't, the colour's perfect.
There's no heavy metals, guys.
No heavy metals.
What are you drinking there, Lance? It looks tasty, mate. Fruity.
It's a cloudy lemon cider.
Oh, right.
It's I think it's a local South Coast brand.
Nice.
That's been bought up.
Let's keep it local, guys.
Try to do our best.
I'm drinking Italian beer.
Oh, is it of the beer Moretti?
Moretti, mate.
Over Beats, can we have a mic check from you, please? You need to click the button on the mic. Come on, I thought you were professional.
I thought you were decent.
Oh, it's 133 people watching.
Oh, we need more than that.
That was at 11 minutes, 11 seconds, I said.
How am I sounding then?
Well, apart from the fact that
Still
you're mucking around with that tripod there.
Big up Virus Man 2020 in the chat.
Oh, Virus Man.
He's there, he's active.
Virus Man has brought us some special gifts this week.
Yes, he has. You've been highly active on your social media this week. Jesus.
When the denying force is active, that's when I get active as well. Let's invite Inner Guardians into the chat. Inner Guardians, welcome.
Salutations.
Why is he muted? Inner Guardians, you appear to not have any sound.
Salutations.
Ah, there it is.
There we go.
Welcome, Inner Guardians. It's my fault, the Quizmaster Pro.
Yeah, no worries.
Good evening, Master Lee.
Good evening.
Salutations.
How are we?
Yeah, very well. I'm I've got my new mobile office. I think you saw a photograph of it earlier.
Yeah, I checked out your first podcast this morning as well.
It's not been published yet.
You put a taster up, no?
Yeah. Taste.
Yeah.
Actually, talking about tasters, I've got a little taster here. While we're on the subject of Master Lee's new personal protection podcast, check this out.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's pretty cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's dope.
Do you like the music?
Yeah, it's really good.
Is that from Magic's?
I'd say it's
Yeah.
got Magics, yeah.
Is that your editing as well, Lee, with the visuals?
No, I think it's all Magics.
That's all Magic.
That's the work of the Rise Above team, mate. That's Magic's.
Of course.
So
Looking good.
right, yeah. So tonight's show, as Master Lee knows, we've discussed this offset. He's very excited tonight to have some feedback in the customer services department. We're not going to open the customer services phone lines possibly till about 10 o'clock. So I'm not going to give any instructions now. You'll keep watching, and then you'll get your instructions of how to call in. But I think it's probably about time, if he's still watching, I know he is, he's in the green room, we invite along our special guest. Let me just get...
JD Guerilla.
JD Guerilla. Yeah, right. So this guy, we came across him through Terra Slim. Yeah, through Terra Slim. As soon as Terra Slim had come on the show, everyone really digged it. Oh, here he is. Hello, JD Guerilla. Is that music coming from you?
Hold on, it might be.
Smooth.
No, it's not. Where is that music coming from? Oh, right, okay, that was me. JD Guerilla, can you call back, please? I apologise.
A rocky start to the show this evening.
Mate, we've had a bit of a switch around, you know. Right, here he is. JD Guerilla, welcome to the show, mate. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. It worked this time.
It worked this time. I apologise for the shaky start there and the technical difficulties, mate. But you know that's the way it goes sometimes.
No worries, man.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
share a picture of you so everyone can see who they're dealing with here. This is a very powerful individual, Mr. JD Guerilla.
I wouldn't fuck with him.
I certainly wouldn't either. He's a badass musician. We've already played some of his music. We played some of his music last week, in fact. Yeah. You know we've been following the guy on Facebook. Where's
Some great slides.
Oh no, you're just getting a preview of the slot, mate. Honestly,
I'm looking at what Lance has got in store. This is really
Here he is. This is the dude we're talking to. So, JD Guerilla, let's formally introduce you. Let Rise Above crew know who you are and what you've been up to, please, bro.
Yeah, man. So JD, I represent Guerrilla Republic UK and official Truth Be Told on Telegram. So I've kind of been about this since everyone's been about this. I had my awakening 14 years ago, probably at the same time of most of the country when things like Loose Change and Zeitgeist came out and stuff like that.
Yep.
But I've been on it since then. I've been fighting the system however I can. I've been tackling all different kinds of oppression and from austerity to racism to all sorts of things, fully knowing in my mind who it is at the core of every single one of them things and trying to put right a few things in my path by dedicating my time and my efforts to creating a better future for young people. So I kind of pulled myself out of the street and dedicated my life to stopping young people making them same mistakes, if that makes sense.
And you're from Nottingham, right?
Originally, I'm from Derby, but I've been in Nottingham a couple of years now, so I'm active in both, really. But, yeah.
Okay. So, apart from your music, right, I've seen some of the stuff that you get up to on a day-to-day basis because you post quite avidly on Facebook, as I do, as everyone knows. I've seen some of the street work you've been doing, and it's very powerful, mate. So I watch a lot of these videos of people going out and trying to do this outreach work, especially with what's going on now with the Soviet Union and the mass experiment, right? And one thing I'm going to say is when I've seen you having these confrontations, so we say, with people on the street, whether they're wearing a yellow tabard or they're just regular people, you're a powerful individual, but you have a very good air about you because you always keep your cool. And
well, I try to.
Try your best anyway.
you've seen the good ones.
Oh right, so the ones where you lose your
I-
call don't get posted, right?
They're the outcuts.
Well, they're out there somewhere, but I think the best one was when we had the common law constable lying to us about common law. So I whacked up KRS-One sound of the police on the speakers and drowned him out. That was the best one. But yeah, when we've been going down to these buses, that basically Nottingham was the only originally, the only and the first city that they brought the COVID vaccination buses.
Oh mate, can I just say you've done a bit of a swear word there. We have a ban on the V word because it hits the algorithm. No problem. Call it the experiment or the procedure or something like that.
Or spearing.
Okay.
Or Britney Spears.
Yeah, it's the special sauce. I'll call it the special sauce.
We like that.
So they've got special sauce wagons turning up in all the different areas.
Special sauce wagons.
You've got mosque churches encouraging their flock to go on there and get the sauce, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know why Nottingham was the only place. They're now doing it in Brixton, I know. I've seen a video of it. But so the people have been turning up to these things and giving people the real information. Like the booklets full of the stuff. Most of it comes, funnily enough, from government-owned websites. So they even tell you what they're going to do to you, and people just don't look. So they don't do anything about it. I tried to stay away from most of them. Most of these bus situations, only for the reason of where I work, I would probably get sacked if I got seen there.
Okay.
But I've since put that place on notice to the lead of that council and heard nothing back after 6 weeks, and they've had plenty of information and evidence.
So let me give some perspective, because there's a video of you waiting at this bus stop, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
let me
so
get...
that was, this is the one that I thought, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going. Because they were turning up at the maternity ward.
Oh my God.
To encourage pregnant women about to give birth to go do the dirty with the dirty sauce.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I saw a video of a couple and they were, well, they left in the end. I'm quite pleased they did, but they were up against it. The nurse and she was going to phone the police, and there was threats of social services. It was crazy, but they stood their ground, and they were able to leave because ultimately that's their right, you know. But they were
it's the law.
it.
And
she's pregnant.
Yeah, man. This is getting really scary. Guys.
That's, for real, mate. To me, it's a Holocaust. It's a Holocaust. That's what they're doing, and to do it to pregnant women that are about to give birth, like whatever it is that is in the special sauce is going to be running through everybody's bloodstream, including the baby. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it feeds off the placenta for how long before it's severed from the umbilical. So that'll already be running around, and then everything will be boosters from then onwards if it lives. We've had lots of reports of menstrual cycles and things like that being mashed up since people have started shedding.
Well, the other question as well is, imagine you have like say 2 generations of, like, you know, the mums who have it now, the special sauce when they're pregnant now, and then those children, they obviously have to have their boosters, and then those children, maybe imagine the future where you wouldn't need to have it anymore because it's actually
Sons of Adrian,
because it becomes part of our DNA, and that, you know, throughout the genes.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they've got what they want. Do you know what? This brings me on to something that was shown in the London Evening Standard this week. They presented an article about Israel extending the COVID restrictions to 3-year-olds.
That's a C word.
Oh, sorry.
Gosh.
It's because I was reading. It's because I was reading off of the phone.
The C word and the V word are banned, Homer Beats. How many shows have you done that?
It's because I was reading. So I can't do 2 things at once, can I? Anyway, so Israel are basically giving children the special sauce now. You know, to 3 to 5-year-olds, according to the London Standard. It's crazy. This is my problem, because, like I said briefly, I was bad as a kid. I did some bad things. Life pushed me a bad way, so my karma was off one time when I nearly died, and I survived. So I decided I was going to make a change. Yeah. So I work with young people. I work with over 150 young people
every single week for the last 6-7 years, right?
Yeah, nice one.
Until a month before the first lockdown. A month before, because I work for local authority and they get the heads up on things.
For sure.
So I've been, since then, sat on my arse on a laptop talking to this teacher and helping this school do this, when I was making an influence on 150 kids positively on their mental well-being, identities and future prospects.
It's good. You can really make a change by doing that.
Gone. But I can't anymore because I refuse to take the up your nose jobby or anything else.
Right.
So I've been kept out of them places, and because I was honest with people and told them what I'd found, I'm now crazy right wing.
You've been ostracised, yeah.
Oh, you're right wing. They've actually
I can imagine it was
political now.
Has anyone called you a white supremacist yet?
Yeah, man.
You've been called. Oh, sweet. Mate, join the club,
probably know
man.
who, innit?
Oh yeah,
You
I can
probably
guess
know
who. Do you want to have a guess who?
Oh yeah, the man Nova Flip.
Interstellar Gimp. Jesus Christ, man.
The original Soviet Union general.
Yeah.
He's probably watching, you know, because
Social
we get
justice warrior, whatever that is.
Oh God.
I poked him earlier.
if you
I
wanna own
poked him earlier
something-
on social media, didn't I? I did poke him earlier a little bit.
Mate, I've simply had to block him because I was actually wasting too much time just trying to
for real.
firefight his
Listen,
lunacy, mate.
I had 4 bans and they all came from arguments with red flag waivers. So,
Watch out when he gets his little red flag out, his little red thong. It's like, oh dear.
He's blowing Mr. Zuckerberg.
Yeah, it's Anyway, we're not going to waste any time talking about him. So yeah, I mean, like I say, mate, I've seen what's going on with this. I've seen you doing powerful outreach work. You know, you're going right to the front line when a lot of other people are saying, "Yeah, I've been on the front line doing this." No, you haven't.
Yeah, man.
You know, being on the front line is standing outside an installation where people are being coerced into taking something they don't need to take. And when you're talking about pregnant women, that's a whole different story.
Well,
yeah, man, that's what I'm saying.
They're even looking at. They're even They're even looking at changing the rules now as well. So, because of all this stuff that's happening, there's now discussion that I've been watching on the TV and like these daytime chat shows and things like that, where they're talking about maybe these people with alternative views should be seen as like part of the terrorist. You know,
that's right.
This is the incel terrorism that Inner Guardians and I were talking about on Wednesday.
You go out and do your outreach work, and then you start maybe talking to young people about looking at alternative viewpoints. You could be in trouble.
You're an extremist.
I'm interested to see how creative they get when they try and link us to the Taliban or something.
Well, this is what I'm saying, because they're going to categorise people in the same box with that. With the same rule, the Anti-Terror Act, you know.
Again, it's not. They haven't got much creativity, so they just sort of swap and change with the same bullshit, and just move it on to the people. You know, different groups of people.
Well, they're trying to
It's the same tactics every time. It's the same tactics every time. I said earlier.
To read.
It's actually quite tiresome at this point.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the
methodology
they've got. It works for them.
Yeah.
On the whole, anyway.
Again, Inner Guardians, if you're still there, this is really mirroring what we were talking about on Wednesday night.
Sure.
About a lack of creativity. All the plan that MO ever is to take what is already created, to either flip it upside down, to occult it, to invert it, and to use it and weaponize it against us. They can't create anything.
Yeah, well,
they just have to play it enough times like a mantra.
Yeah, I did say that they're going to bring back the physical terrorism, then combine the two. So you got the health terrorism, then the physical terrorism. They're going to try and create a triad. So they'll combine the two, which will give them the complete spectrum. Yeah, the two gives them the third.
That's right. Yeah.
And if you look at the incel, which I'm trying to remember what it stands for now. Another second.
Involuntary celibate.
Yeah, so that's the narrative. That's how they're sliding it in. But if you look at the buzzwords that they're using to link to it, that has nothing to do with involuntary or whatever it's called, celibacy. So things like red pill, it's got nothing to do with that. So they're throwing in words into the pot to slowly broaden the scope for that group.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want to be thrown in a group that was basically named after losers that can't get laid. That does not. Listen, people can say a lot of things about me, but that's one thing you're not going to say about me. I'm not going to have that said about me. Come on. Right, okay. Hey, almost. It takes a lot to offend me. Right, so I think that actually leads on quite nicely to what I've got in my little presentation. So again, I can't stop farting around with the screen, but let me just get rid of this because we are going to start talking about Afghanistan. And we are going to do like a Taliban/Afghanistan special in a couple of weeks, right? But I have prepared a little slideshow that's got a few laughs in it. It's got some Virus Man memes in it as well. So hold your horses. And basically,
Can I just say something?
Oh, absolutely.
So it's apparently it's down to Rise Above to solve all of the world's problems.
Why do you say that?
No, I've just heard rumours that all the mistakes they've made, especially with Afghanistan, it's going to be down to Rise Above to fix the world's problems.
Well, I'm going to be honest, Inner Guardians. I'm probably going to
discuss it.
I'm going to save that, like fulfilling that prophecy, to when we actually do the Afghanistan special, which will be on September 10th, because that's a Friday, right? We can't do it on 11th. It's a Saturday. Tonight, this little thing I've prepared here, all this is going to do is actually break down or put on the table what we've been shown about what apparently happened this week. Because I don't know what's going on in Afghanistan. I'm not there with an omnipresent view. All I know is what they've showed me, right? So, so...
Let me just say one thing before we start this.
No problem.
Right. Now, from the occulted perspective, Afghanistan is actually one of the most important places in the crater.
That's where the mystery schools were.
Yeah.
Or are.
So all of this knowledge that has come to me and to many others apparently originates in places in Afghanistan. So there's obviously more to Afghanistan than
I think
than oil and opium.
Well, I think there's a lot more. I think there's a lot more.
Slash lithium.
There's some. I think there's some original source, like information from that area.
Do you think that's still there though, or do you think that was what the invasion of Afghanistan was about? They've destroyed all the artifacts and all the.
It might not be a physical thing. I think it's an energies.
I wonder what the Smithsonian is holding from Afghanistan.
Right, what it is, the secret mystery schools, they get targeted. So obviously that's why they're mysterious and secret and occulted. Now, they move around different locations through different eras and ages. Now, the last reported location for the mystery schools was Afghanistan. Okay. Now, whether they're still there is a mystery. But that's the last place that they were recorded.
Right.
Okay.
So these hold the knowledge, and basically, don't these people? This.
Right. So, Master Lee goes deep. Let's have a few laughs.
JD Guerilla, are you how familiar are you with the occult?
Relatively, bits and bobs.
Yeah.
I know who runs the world. I know a little bit about the Jesuits and Freemasonry, Illuminati, all of them.
Yeah. So you're on board.
Okay. All right. Let's start the meme show, the Swab show. The Soviet Union is replaced by Taliban this week, okay? Right, so this is Virus Man's first offering. When you defeat the greatest military force in the world and discover a cure for COVID 1984 in the very same week. Just by smashing a Western TV, capitalist pigs. It will start nice and easy. Up next. Oh. When you reincarnate and repay your heavy karmic debt to the Middle East. I'll just let everyone just ponder on this one.
Wow.
Forest Man's not fucking about.
No, he's not.
So we've got Obama here as a Bedouin goat herder, or sort of, an Afghan tribesman, and the old goat is Joe Biden. Yeah, am I president? For fuck's sake, Joe. Right, next. Terrorism in 2001 compared to terrorism in 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not even funny, is it? That's quite frightening. Yeah. Let me just get rid of the...
Oh, there's my friend in that picture,
Who's that?
May, Helen.
This lady at the front?
Yeah, man. West Papuan. She's a West Papuan revolutionary.
Is that a group of... That's a group of islands off...
West Papua, yeah, is a country that at the moment is getting slaughtered by, I think, the Indonesians, and colonized just like every other country has all through the years, but nobody even knows about it. happening in 2021.
I didn't know about that. You've just enlightened me there, mate. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Next up, Boris, Lord Potato Head. Passports for Afghani refugees. No. Passports for the sniffles. Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Now, we are going to be talking tonight, and I suppose grazing the subject of immigration, right? And I want everyone to take it with a bit of tongue in cheek, because a lot of the time we might be pondering what we're talking about here is not actually potentially refugees. So I just want to keep that in mind for anyone that's going to jump on, oh, God, anti-immigration.
Racists.
No. Racism. Listen, it gets much more complicated than that. Okay. Hillary kill list.
Oh, she's my favourite.
We saw a goat herder in Afghanistan. You lost, bitch. I like it. Okay, so yeah, right. The Taliban are back, and the Taliban. Hey, we've heard a lot of stuff this week. A lot of stuff. Many different things.
Oh yeah.
We've also seen some pretty funny pictures, right?
Yep.
We've seen some pictures of absolute buffoons going around in dodgem cars.
With their AK-47s.
Yeah. I mean, we don't like. Listen,
they were in the Palace gym working out.
everything I'm about to show you comes directly from the mainstream media. I'm not endorsing the authenticity of any of this footage, any of these images. In fact, I'm going to be ultimately questioning it before anyone pipes up. It's like, oh, that's photoshopped. That's the whole reason I'm showing it, because everything here has been shown by the mainstream media. So please remember that. So the COVID fear is fading. Please release the Taliban. Release the Taliban. And this one here, I don't know who made this. This is quite good. Kellogg's Tally Bran, you'll shit yourself. Actually, this came from Jim Hunt in Canada. Big up, Jim. It's a bit of fan work. Right, okay. Now we're going to get into the occulted stuff. I need to get rid of the graphics there so you can see the number, right? On the left, 20,000 Afghan refugees. Now, first of all, before we look at any of the numbers on the screen, the title says, the UK welcomed 20,000 Afghans amid Taliban takeover at BBC News. Now, I just read that totally straight. There's two ways you can read this. You could read it that 20 Afghans are coming as a Taliban takeover at BBC News, or you could say there's a Taliban takeover at BBC News.
Yeah.
Right? And then you look to the right, the moment the BBC journalist, Yalda Hakim, receives a call from the Taliban direct on air. What? So the Taliban have been given the number for the BBC to come through directly on air. Who organised this? Do you see what I'm saying? Right, JD Guerilla, how plausible is this, please?
Oh, mate, I can't. It just get out. You know. I don't even watch the news, bro.
Here,
I don't even watch it.
It's 9:35 p.m. Could somebody send us the number? We could catch the news at 10.
Yeah. Listen, if the Taliban can get a number directly through to the feed,
Right,
on
guys,
BBC.
there's 189 people currently watching this stream. If anyone can source us the number to call the BBC 10 o'clock news
Get
live.
some lumber at the same time, though.
Please send it to us, and we will do our best to get in contact. I don't know who's the news reporter.
All
at
right,
that
joking
time.
aside, let's take a look at the numbers. How many views has the YouTube thing got? 333. Well, okay, yeah, it could be a coincidence. How many Afghans are there?
There you go.
20,000 Afghans. What happens if you multiply 20,000 by 333? Any guesses? You get 666 million, Michael. Gosh. Anyway, we've got.
Yeah, if you look
Six zeros
next,
after that, then.
if you look next to the 1 day as well, put the 1 in front as the 1333.
Oh God, yeah. Okay. Right, so there's going to be more numbers coming up. Well spotted, JD. This is why we got you on the show, bruv. Okay, mate, I'm barely started. Right, okay, so here's our first one. I mean,
I saw this.
I mean, this has got to be photoshopped.
I didn't realise
the Taliban not photoshopped in there. Isn't this the White House?
But what's the red thing about the circle?
It's pointing out that there's a MAGA hat there, and the Taliban are sat in front of a MAGA hat. Right, which leads me on to the next thing. Oh no, it doesn't. That's coming up soon. Right, so this is an official photo of the Taliban taking over. Okay, we've obviously got some remixes.
Biden there licking ice cream there.
Right, look carefully because we're going to play a little spot the difference. Right, this is take number 1. So obviously we've got Biden, Clinton, Bush Jr. But we've got Barry Totero there. What's different? Right, look at the reflection of George Bush. He's got George Bush Sr. in the reflection, and look in the background. Look in the background. okay, right, you get me. Right. So, Vice magazine says the far right is celebrating the Taliban taking over in Afghanistan. This is a real screenshot. To be honest, the Taliban is epic. Said one night.
What does that mean?
Well,
What
they're
does
probably
that
talking
mean?
about us, aren't
come
they?
on, what are they actually insinuating? That people.
What you think
that
actual
aren't-
people?
the people
What
that
you think the
aren't
far right,
left.
real racists, actually like the Taliban?
This is just.
What you think they like?
complete
They think you think the
lunacy.
racist and far right people. What? Who's that? That's Tommy Robinson, isn't it? What do you think he likes the Taliban? I bet Tommy Robinson is well pleased the Taliban have taken
This
over.
is just absolute lunacy, which is being put out.
Right.
now.
Do you want to know something even funnier? Look
Yeah,
to the
keep
right.
going, keep going.
Look to the right of the screen. This is a real Taliban profile on Twitter, right? This is the
How
Taliban
is
militant.
that even allowed?
Right? Yeah, there are loads of Taliban. The official Taliban thing is on Twitter, and Twitter say it's okay because they haven't broken any of the community guidelines yet. Last time I checked, they were the Taliban. Anyway, right? Look what they're posting. That here on the right, you've got like a leftist SJW cuckmeister or whatever they're called, right? Your culture is racist, sexist, homophobic, anti-Semitic, and a threat to our liberal democratic society. You literally treat women like property. And the Taliban fighter's like, yes. We finished making dinner, Habibi, and all his harima behind him. This is an actual Taliban fighter sending a Chad Wojak meme on Twitter.
Wow.
That's crazy. If you think about it,
Right.
that's really crazy.
I mean,
Think about this. Think about this, right? The former president, like the former most powerful man in the world, is banned from Twitter.
Yeah.
while
Yeah,
he
the
was
Taliban.
president,
Yeah, while he was president.
Yeah.
And yet the Taliban.
Who are allegedly responsible for 9/11 are allowed to post. So, again,
allegedly.
This is just.
it's absolutely amazing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, jingle.
Nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
Wow. So yeah, okay.
I'm
Right.
hunting rabbits.
I'm hunting rabbits. Right, now time to get serious. Let's analyse some footage here because everyone's seen this footage.
Yeah.
Everyone's heard the stories about running on the runway, trying to get on this Air Force plane.
So all the numbers I pointed out earlier in our private chat, all the numbers at the front of that plane, they add up to 33.
Why did you have to do
Oh,
that?
sorry, Lance.
Right.
I got you now, you wabbit. I'm gonna blow you into a million wabbit cutlets.
Anyway, right. So thank you very much, Andy PJ, for ruining my story.
I'm sorry, mate.
This is the footage, right? I want everyone to watch very closely. I mean, to me, as someone that's into art, into photography, videography, and video editing, to me, although this is low resolution, it already looks quite off.
I've seen about 3 different versions of this.
Let's watch it. Can everyone hear that sound? Doesn't matter. You don't need to hear it. All right. So that, first of all, here's the first problem. If these are people that we've been told are trying to escape the Taliban, why is this guy smiling for the camera? Why is this guy laughing? Okay, here's a few problems which I spot. Everyone's spotted this already. Yeah, this guy's become famous. Whoever this guy is, he's famous now, right?
I know why.
Well, I want to hear your thoughts in a sec, Master Lee. Now, to me, I can't see any landing gear. I can't see any landing gear whatsoever. I see a lot of people obscuring the shot. I see so many people here obscuring the whole thing. To me, this looks very weird. The lighting looks a bit weird. It looks off to me. And when I saw this, I thought that this was fake. I couldn't believe that it was on the mainstream media. I checked; it's been shared by every mainstream media source.
This, just go back.
Right, we need to look very carefully. Go on. Yeah, in the Guardians, please interject.
Yeah, the gentleman waving his arms around. Apparently, he's the only gay in Afghanistan.
You saying he was doing that in a slightly effeminate camp manner? He was, what? This guy here
Yeah.
is the only guy in Afghanistan. Maybe in his tiny small village, yeah, and he's gone to Kabul to try and break out to the west, to the liberal west, where he's
See,
going to be
look,
accepted.
look
I
at
don't
this
know.
here, Lance. Like, look at the edge of the.
Everything to me,
Yeah.
this looks wrong. Right?
What I'm pointing at, guys, I'm
only a
pointing at the nose of the
semi-professional
plane.
Video editor.
Get a cursor, Lance, just because they can't do like. This is what this. It just
What, you
looks.
mean
They got.
Yeah,
Are
it
they
just looks
bin?
off.
Are they bin liners? Are they bin liner windows?
Yeah, that's the thing. Right, let's look at these windows very carefully because in a minute I'm going to show you a photo of the real plane with this marking on. Because, okay, let's ruin it. Look, first of all, what's the numbers here in reverse, right? It's 9/11, okay. And when you add up every single one of those numbers, guess what it adds up to?
It's 33. I'm
It's
sorry.
33.
I'm
It's
sorry.
33.
I'm
Yeah, yeah. Anyone that's been on the internet has already known,
Yeah.
seen the memes. It's true. It does add up to 33.
But the whole thing,
and we'll invite Professor Wolfie on soon because he's into aeronautics and he's actually going to come and talk about the real plane.
do you know what the other? Do you know what this
Wolfie.
reminds me of? The footage. It's nothing like the same footage, but the same obscurities when you look at the outline of the plane and stuff was when they were bored. Jeff Bezos and that were bored in their little spaceship. It just looked off all the outside of the equipment and the
everything looks superimposed
and the apparatus.
to me.
Yeah, everything just looks like fake, like in a studio.
Yeah. I mean, people in the comment section, what are you guys saying? Let me put you on the screen. Are we reaching here? Does this look fine to you? I mean, I'm only a semi-professional video editor. I don't do it full-time. But this, I mean, just from a light point of view, I think we've got Professor Wolfie down here. Where is he? Wolfie, can you hear us? You need to select your microphone, mate. Right, anyway, so it seems off to me. Let's go to the next slide. Right, so first of all, people have flagged the numbers. Wolfie, you need to hit the settings in the bottom right corner and click your microphone, or you need to call me on Skype, mate. Right, so add up to 33 and it's got 911 on it. Right, here come the memes. These are good. I'm going to blow these up because there's a shitload of these. So yeah, we've got Borat there. Then we've got the Mankini remix with Abu Hamza. Big up Kieran Ross. So yeah, people are circling these windows. They look completely matte, like they're covered over with like a black marker pen or something like that. They're really suspect.
It just doesn't look real.
Well, what's all this darkness here? We've got like maybe 6 men running here.
So if you look at the shadow here, underneath the nose of the plane, okay, that's there's a shadow being cast there, but there would be some shining on the front, the windows. There would be some, if it's glass.
Yeah.
Again, I'm no expert in,
What
are you saying, JD? I mean, does this look like?
Well,
it's from the sun. I'm quite
from
surprised.
from where I can
really.
see, from where I can see now, I can't tell. But when I've seen that exact same picture directly on my phone, it looked blatantly fake to me.
Yeah, it looks blatantly fake to me as well, mate. Call Wolfie back on Facebook Messenger.
There's another thing my missus showed me on Instagram where there's lots of blow up tanks and planes and stuff like that. It's mad.
Thank you for joining the Jumping the Gun on the Slideshow team with Andy PG, because I was about to show look at you guys. I spent ages on this slideshow, boys.
Sorry, Lance.
Listen, right.
Mate.
Okay, step by step. I'll take it's all right, mate. At the end of the day, it's better that you get it ahead of the game rather than we've got to explain to you, right? So, at the top, this is a picture of the real aircraft with these markings. This is at the top here. This is the real US Air Force plane. So look very, very
Air Force
carefully.
One.
It's not Air Force One.
It's not Air Force One.
No. This is a US Air Force plane with these real decals on it, and that is what it looks like in real life. That's real. Now here we've got the photo at the bottom, which looks, let's face it, quite different. Right, press answer on there.
Hello, mate. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Wolfie, welcome. Can everyone hear Professor
Hello.
Wolfie? Welcome to the chat, mate. We've got you.
See him, Lance.
Yeah, we can see you. You can see us, but they can just hear you on screen. Can everyone hear Wolfie? Say hello.
That's awesome.
Okay, right. So can you see the screen, mate?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I can.
Right. Give us your background and your expertise for you to chat on this subject, mate.
Okay. Way back in 1991, I joined Royal Naval Aircraft Yard as a Fleetlands in Gosport as an apprentice. So I was 16, 17 years of age at the time. I have been an aeronautical engineer. I studied a 5-year apprenticeship, a gilded apprenticeship, which is equivalent to a master's degree now in aeronautical engineering. I then worked on military aircraft, helicopters, Lynx helicopters, Chinooks, Sea Kings. All my life, I lectured at Arborfield, REME. I now work on top of the range business jets.
Okay.
I actually.
Right, mate. I think that's enough.
I mean, we can say he knows what he's talking about.
Right. Yeah, you work in the aviation industry, right, mate? Can you just give us some of your thoughts of what you're seeing right here?
Well, I tracked this airplane actually, and I looked very closely at these aeroplanes, and there were some real significant issues. This is a real aeroplane, and I have no issue with regard to saying that this aeroplane it is not a decoy. I do not believe it is a decoy at all. And you can search this on the internet right now, right here and now. The serial number of this aircraft is 021109.
I've got it. This is your post here. I've got it on Facebook. Right. So,
yeah.
So hold on. Can we go back? What? So this aircraft is a legitimate aircraft.
It does exist.
This
in real life.
aircraft is a legitimate aircraft.
The numbers are legitimate on it.
The numbers are legitimate on it. Yes.
So explain what your screenshot is here, please, Wolfie. Can you see this? This is from your Facebook post.
Can we
mate.
enlarge it a little bit, not?
I'm trying my best. 1 sec.
Yeah, Wolfie, just talk about your screenshot, please.
Okay, so what there's an internet site, and it's called Radar Box, or there's another one called Flight Radar 24, and these are public viewing, and you can track any aircraft in the world any way that you want, providing that you know the number and the prefix of it, and this is the registration number of that aircraft. Okay,
right.
so
yeah,
I track
this is like the
aircraft.
DVLA.
Well, no,
Yeah,
they
it's
do
like
it
the
for shipping
DVLA.
as well.
Okay,
They do it
yeah.
for all sorts of transport.
Yeah. And aircraft release what's called a squawk, and what squawk is a transponder message, and it tells who the aircraft belongs to and where it's going, kind of thing. Not all military aircraft release a squawk all the time.
But
However,
did you track this aircraft?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
However, even though it doesn't release a squawk, it's still visible, and you still know where it is and what it is. Yeah?
Okay.
If you look at live data. So this is a real aircraft, and I tracked this, and about 5 days ago now, this aircraft was actually in St. John's, Canada, and that was its last known location. And it has not made a squawk. It's not changed location since.
So what you're saying is this is like an imposter as such.
So Wolfie, if we wanted to now, could we look up the tracking of it and see that it's still stationed in Canada?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you could.
It's
You
literally
could get on
there now.
Google.
Yeah.
You could get on Google right now and put those prefix in. You don't even have to go onto Flight Radar. Put the prefix in.
It'll tell you where it
02
is. So
dash.
I mean, would they be this stupid to?
Well,
do
here's the
this
next
then?
question. If they have made a mock-up of this aircraft and chosen exactly the same decals, there is certainly must be a reason why they've chosen this aircraft, because we've just seen what the numbers are, right? Does this not add up?
Sure.
I think the detail on the photograph is too much for it to be a mock-up.
So what are you saying, that what in this footage it is the actual aircraft?
I believe that is the actual aircraft.
Okay. Right. Well, let's go on, because I want to. I may have found a couple of things that you haven't seen. I don't know. Right. So these are the two pictures comparing it. Right. And they're saying that they haven't got these two decals on here.
Unless it's not even in Afghanistan.
Right. Okay. So this is a picture showing that actually the first camera shot was rubbish. It does have the decals on it. Okay. Because this is from the same footage. It's a screenshot.
What's the decal?
These
stickers.
These graphics here.
Okay, yeah.
These are showing the regiments that are flying in the plane, I would assume.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's actually debunked. They're saying because the second photo here doesn't have
Right,
the decals.
and then the other photo showing them, you can clearly
I can see they're there. So we've debunked that, right? But there is this thing of decoy vehicles which have been used throughout military history in various different forms. Some of them are inflatable, some of them are rubber. So it's a thing.
It's possible. I think it's possible.
Yeah,
I think it's highly unlikely with this.
I'm putting everything on the table. This is a video of them doing it with inflatable tanks. So they litter the battlefield. So long-range scouts, when they look at the battlefield, they'll see extra vehicles and might make a different plan of attack or whatever, etc. You can get the gist of it. So yeah, subterfuge, bluff, ploy, device, hoax, trick. But let's come back to these numbers. And there's more numbers in here. This post I've had fact checked by Magix, and he says there are definitely, although this is 100% accurate, there are at least 3 33s in the story. Apart from the 33 on the side of the plane, this is what this guy says, Connor Paganini. The Taliban takes control of Afghanistan as Al-Qaeda and turns 33 years and 3 days old, and exactly 33 months and 3 weeks after the founder of the Taliban was released by request of US government. Also, the Taliban conveniently timed their capture of Kabul exactly 33 years and 3 months after the Soviet Union withdrawal from Afghanistan begun. And it happened in, this is week 33.
And that is literally fact checked this
That's not week
afternoon
33,
by
isn't it?
Magic.
Who said, no, that was from something else. Yeah, no.
This is all legit.
He basically checked this out. No, is this week 33? Yeah, this is week 33. This happened in week 33 of the year. What am I talking about? It's 52 weeks in a year. Yeah, Manic told me that. Big up MC Manic. So there's actually 4 33s in the story. So it says here, we're just going to ignore the blatant lie about 9/11 on the plane. A 9/11 plane pictured with Afghans and a story about the Taliban. I have a feeling there's some kind of ritual going on here. I'm not saying whether this plane is a decoy or not. I think there's something wrong with the footage. Let's talk about
something.
Yeah, please do.
Right, this might be this is very useful. Now, so we're all in the pursuit of truth, yeah, and reality, yeah. Now, according to the mystery schools or occultic groups, in order to experience or to find, is there some background noise?
One sec. I think Wolfie's having some conversation in the background. I'll turn him down. Carry on.
Right, yeah. So we're all here to discover reality, the truth. Now, according to occultic groups, mystery schools, so on and so forth, it's commonly known that in order to do that, you have to be put into a realm of pretense. So you can only find out what's real when you're surrounded by or you explore the pretense. So what we're actually witnessing is a pretense, like a show. Like yeah.
Absolutely, mate. You smashed it.
So it creates a contrast, because think about it, you can only know what the truth is if you experience the lie, or occultic groups will say the pretense. So it's the duality between the truth and pretense.
That's amazing.
So we're literally plunged.
Excellent.
Sorry, I had to do that.
I just think this is just so fucking blatant.
Yeah, but they have to do it. It has to be done.
I mean,
do you think this is part of the apocalypse in the Guardians? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, it's the best apocalypse ever.
Yes. Wait a minute. New jingle. Wait a minute.
Summon your inner Statham.
Statham.
Yeah, it is the best apocalypse ever. Look how much they're putting in our face. How can this possibly be? It just happens to be the plane that's got 9/11 on it that has 33.
So I was going to say on the intro, salutations and confirmations. Yeah. Now,
right. Okay.
I'm sure everybody that in the audience and everybody at Rise Above and everybody watching this right now, somewhere in their life, have thought something's not quite right. You've had a feeling that something is not quite right. Yeah. Well,
100.
This is it. They're showing us. Like, think about it. This is the revelation. They're proving. This is proof positive that things aren't right. They're showing it to us. Before, it was always kind of like maybe not. This is it. This is the revelation. Think of everything that's taken place in the last 18 months, including what took place in America with Trump, Biden, so on and so forth. It's like it's just blatant.
Yeah, it's so blatant now. It's like I can't believe that anyone is still sort of like questioning.
Yeah, I feel like what they're doing. I feel like what they're doing is they're showing off and laughing and just joking about how powerful their mind control is, that they can do shit like that and everybody still walks straight in the direction they fucking want them to.
Absolutely, but why, in your opinion, JD? Why would they be doing that? Why would they be so blatant? What would be the point in
I think they're signalling to others.
I'm not entirely sure, but I know in many occultist satanic kind of stuff, they have to inform people of what they're going to do to them, one way or another.
You know, but yeah, a sort of a tacit complicity, as someone said that on one of our very early shows in the comment section.
That's right.
Tacit complicity, where by hiding the truth in plain sight, whether it's predictive programming,
they believe that they get around the karmatic.
Trying to step around
the karma. Yeah.
I mean,
trying to escape the karma.
I think they could be signalling to other occultists. You know, whoever owns, you know, these occultists, they know who owns which media outlet and who's responsible for what. So like they could be easily signalling to each other in their little, and they know who's responsible for what. I don't know.
Do you think? Yeah.
Well,
I'm just purely off.
They all know. They all know. They all know though. It's like when Tom Hanks decided to take a little trip to Greece.
Oh yeah.
Because Greece see paedophiles as disabled in that country.
Yeah.
So you have rights, but now he's moved there, officially become a citizen with his wife. So that's another message that's sent out. Everything's messages.
Yeah. Oh no, mate, we're totally on board, and yeah, you've clearly been doing your homework, JD. Yeah,
So
I think it's for, mate.
Who are the messages for?
I think they could be for. He's saying, Master Lee says, who are the messages for? What was the purpose of putting out these messages? I think, well, in my opinion, it's mockery. It's yeah, a form of demoralization.
I think they're communicating amongst themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say.
I think
that they use it for a multitude of different
I think that's what
communications.
the 33s are like, and that's like Master Lee says. 33 is the symbol of total control. That's what it is. So the more 33s there are, significantly in the media, which means, you know, the more locked down and more indoctrinated and more just everything's just a show. Literally, everything's a show.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that it's actually for us as well? It's to help us in our experience.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because let's go to a law of one level, right? If we're talking about the catalyst providers, they, you know, from their point of view and the way that they follow the law of one, the reason that they're providing the catalyst for the sense
for us.
Let's not even consider this catalyst, because this is a different level of catalyst. This is catalytic converter. This is like GT4, like steroids catalyst. For centuries, regular catalyst was provided for spiritual progression, right? So they provide you with some hardship, so you can learn, so you can. This is what they believe,
you know.
right? Well, look at what it is now. It's like a pantomime Punch and Judy mockery show for anyone that hasn't had enough of, you know, the last cycle of Catalyst. That's the way that I look at it.
Yeah, for the most part, you got to change the way that you look at a lot of this stuff. So rather than looking at it as though it's something to be scared of, we should actually be celebrating.
Mate, I'm loving it. I'm really starting to enjoy this apocalypse. I'm really feeling it now.
You need to change the energy. I mean, of course, there's lots of bad things, but you need to change your energy towards it, because if you have a reaction, then you're playing into their hands. You need to use it as a response and direct you towards the truth and reality.
Yeah,
which makes a big difference.
I just need to welcome Word Nerd. He's joined the panel and we haven't said hello. Say hello, Word Nerd. Oh, shit! No, I muted him because he was plugging his mic in. Sorry. Now you're unmuted. Say hello.
Oh, good evening, everyone.
Mate, I love your new microphone, Word.
Thank you.
Can you do some more voiceovers for us?
We're all doing new
slow
mics, eh?
Alex Jones style. Just can talk freely now.
You can talk freely. No more problems. You're crystal clear.
Can you do a Klaus Schwab?
Klaus Schwab.
Oh, mate. Welcome back, Word Nerd. So let's just have some thoughts from you on what went down in the mainstream media this week regarding this this Kabul situation. Is it another 9/11?
Well, it's obviously not in that severity, but like this, it looks like every false flag I've seen. It doesn't mean there's not a real crisis going on, but this footage is kind of crazy, eh? So I'm still looking. I've been looking at everything you've talked about so far, about a decoy plane, potentially some people thought it was inflatable, but the running and the smiling doesn't seem in correlation with potentially some people genuinely trying to get out of the airport, which was happening as well, I think. So I'm trying to work out if it's a complete shit show or if there is a serious crisis that's being covered up now with, because it's normally multi-layered, isn't it? So I'm trying to work out.
Yeah, there's always multiple things happening at once, mate. Always. Right. You've hit the nail on the head there, and that's why I've presented this slideshow, because I want to put it all on the table. So right now that I've got everyone assembled, like we've got Wolfie.
Do you know what I'd love to hear from? I would love to hear from a military dude on the ground in Kabul. I would love to hear.
Well, listen, I've had people in my comment section that are Marines and para related, and they've questioned what I've been posting. There's like, I've got two paras.
Oh, really?
They said, I've got two paras at that airport. It is a shit show. I said, that's great. I'm not contesting that it's a shit show at that airport. All I'm contesting is the authenticity of what we're being showed in the mainstream media. I want to be very clear. Yeah, this is very important, actually, because what we're about to show you is actually quite disturbing, right? If you believe in what this is, I'm about to show you someone splattered on
Again,
on a runway.
we're not saying
right?
this isn't happening. We're just saying we're questioning.
I'm questioning because I edit videos. I look at video footage all day long. I study deep fakes. I study levels much deeper than deep fakes, thanks to people like Human Vibration who have shown us that technology. And I'm about to show you some videos that might be a bit iffy, well, they might be very upsetting to some people. But so there's a bit of a trigger warning there. But okay, let's start off. Now we've seen that plane. This isn't a trigger warning. This one. This is a real. This is a video of that same plane taking off. Let me go back. Right. Now, if you see the landing gear, watch the landing gear carefully. It goes in. How far did that go in above the runway? That was literally 10 or 20 or 30 meters above the runway. Wolfie, could you interject there? That wasn't far above the runway. The landing gear went in, right?
Have you muted him?
Oh, I have. Wolfie, sorry. Come back.
Yeah. It's not very far above the runway. It's got a takeoff speed of about 100 miles an hour, this aircraft. It obviously retracts the undercarriage. Now, what's going to be significant about this is actually you've got another clip, which I think you're about to play, of a ragdoll.
Well, this next one,
I think
this next one isn't a clip, it's a photo. This is what you posted. But what I want to say is... Oh, no, I've got that. I've got all those clips, don't worry. But what I'm trying to illustrate is here is if these guys were apparently sat on top of this robotic piece of fuselage which covers the landing gear. We've just seen...
Exactly, they're going to fall down straight away within minutes.
Within minutes. Now, here is the official footage of them falling down, and if anyone is offended by this...
I haven't seen this.
Gutted. There they are falling. Now, that is how many metres in the air would you say that is, Wolfie?
Probably about 9-10 metres.
No, in here.
Oh, sorry, at the end.
In the video, when they're falling out, with this plane above, how many metres in the sky is that plane? Let me just rewind.
I'd say about 500 feet.
500 feet. So would you say the landing gear would have been retracted way before this point of those two falling? Yeah. And apart from the fact that they disappear, right? Look very carefully.
Which is something I commented.
Yeah, this is from you.
Actually, but can you go back to the previous clip where you actually see the undercarriage retracting?
Absolutely. I'll go back. Now, you can just commentate here. Very carefully, look.
It's very technical.
Yeah, but this is why we've got to break it down. Look how high above the ground that was retracted.
Can you stop? Just stop.
Oh, shit. I'll just take it back a little bit, right?
Yeah, just take it back so you can see the front of the aircraft. Take that back so you can see the front of the aircraft.
There you go.
Yeah, what's the number on it?
That's a different number. This is
different numbers, different aircraft.
Yeah, this is a different.
That's not the aircraft that took off.
Yeah, I know. But the reason that I'm showing this is a regular takeoff of this aircraft. What they're doing is they're showing that this is what a normal takeoff would look like. They're not trying to say that this is Well, I hope they're not trying to say that's the same aircraft, because that'd be very sloppy. What they're actually illustrating...
It would be very sloppy.
Yeah, it'd be very sloppy. What it's actually illustrating is these...
How it works.
Is the mechanics of who would be sat there, right, and how high they would have fallen off.
And the thing is, as well, you've got to remember, there's nowhere to hold on to.
Yeah, they would have fallen off about 50 metres max. If this is about 30 metres off the ground, it starts to retract.
Are we trying to say that they deliberately didn't put the landing gear up because they were trying to save the refugees that they knew were hanging on at 400 feet? I mean, that's bullshit, mate. That's bullshit.
You can't fly the aircraft normally in that.
No, exactly. So
you're literally limited to about 160 miles an hour.
So these people are dropping off at 500 feet, and would you say it's absolutely impossible for them to have held on to 500 feet?
Totally impossible.
Totally impossible. Right, this is why I've had you on the show, mate. Right, up next. Now I'm going to show. This is a piece of footage which
That's
apparently, this is apparently out the window of the aircraft. No, stop that one. Right, so on the right hand side of the screen, that's apparently a person caught in the undercarriage. Look at the way the legs are flailing around. That's a doll.
That is a doll.
That's a rag doll, mate.
Or some clothes, like which are trapped on there.
Yeah.
The thing is, as well, you can't cling on there. Even if you got your hands stuck in there, the doors wouldn't close, and therefore warning lights would go off. The flight would be aborted. It would come back down and land.
Yeah.
If it did damage, it would slice like a pair of scissors.
Okay.
Yeah, man,
the next,
And chop a limb off or something like that, and then it would fall down anyway.
Sure.
The only place on that side of the aircraft, the starboard side of the aircraft, to hold on, is the APU exhaust, the auxiliary power unit exhaust, which is that silver area with a hole in it, just in front of the rear undercarriage on the right-hand side.
What would happen if you held on to that?
Well, if you're flapping around like a rag doll like that, I think you'll be pretty unconscious, really, and you wouldn't be able to hold on for very much longer.
Is there any output from that exhaust? Is there any fumes coming out of it or anything? Or is it it's an auxiliary, right?
Not once the engines start. It's only started up so you can start the main engines, and then it shuts down again.
And would it be hot?
Yeah, it would be hot, very hot.
Okay, the next video I'm going to play is also from you, Wolfie, I believe. Oh, no, actually, someone else sent me this. This is a footage of someone on the runway that runs up to one of the bodies that hits the deck. I don't know if anyone...
I haven't
seen
this,
no
mate.
one
I
has seen
haven't
this. They
seen
didn't
it.
tell you, right? So this carry... Now, if this is real, if this is a real person, this would carry a trigger warning. I don't think it's a real person. Here we go. So this is the person with their phone. I'll turn the sound off. All right, I'm just going to show you, yeah, this is real, but I'll skip forward because they're running along the runway. It takes a little while.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
Oh,
this.
okay, here we go. All right, I'd like everyone to look closely. So this is apparently a body that has fallen 500 metres. Now, I've showed this to my dad, who's an ex-Royal Marines commando that's actually been in a plane very similar to this, been alongside them. Okay, he served active service. And he said that if a body was to fall out of a plane from that height...
Which was demonstrated
by
their
video.
Yeah.
And to hit the deck, what you would be left with...
Which,
this is his own words, a massive pool of smashed up blood and shit.
So
right?
it wouldn't. I mean, there's not even any blood stains on the clothing.
It's not even the right race. Look at the colour of the skin of the dummy. This looks like a dummy filled with pig's blood or red ink.
Yeah, right. Yeah, look at that.
That's not real blood as well. You can see that.
That there would be a massive splatter mark going out from meters. That's just fallen from 500 feet.
It looks like a rubber mask if you look closely.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not real.
Comment section people, are we reaching here?
Real, I agree.
No, there's no way that's real.
I'm calling bullshit, yo.
Okay, so yeah, that's it, right? Well, it's not my. That's what we've been presented with, right? And here are some stills. Does that look like a real body to you? Look at the feet. The feet would be smashed to pieces. They're just like there. That could be a ballistic. That could be a ballistic training mannequin that they use to test out weaponry.
Right, so they're saying that these are the people who've fallen like hundreds of feet.
Yeah,
Right,
it's claimed that this is the person that fell out of the
Look at
plane.
what happens to someone when they fall from like a 3-story building. Right, it's worse than that. You know?
Yeah.
This is bullshit. Okay,
The head just wouldn't be intact. It would just be explode like a melon.
JD Guerilla, what are you saying? Are we reaching here, or does this look real to you?
Mate, I just know I'll never put anything past them. Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. I mean, look, I'm not disputing that people could hold onto a plane and try and do that. I'm not disputing that they would fall up. But to me, this is like, it's just too obviously fake. It's too obviously fake.
Well, there's something more along with this, because while I was tracking these aircraft, which we know 02119 is 1109 is that aircraft in the picture. We know that.
Sure.
But 010186 is the aircraft which had the record for 600 people on board. Never been done before on a C-17. 600 people before flown out of Kabul, and you can look at that on the internet. And the serial number of the aircraft is 010186. And if you then look at Radar Box, it gives you the actual flight route and where it's been, what it's been doing, and it tells you it was in Kabul. It went to Pakistan. It's now left Pakistan, and it's now in United Arab Emirates. So we know where that aircraft is, and that's the aircraft which flew out, which I would say dropped that dummy onto the ground.
With allegedly
this original aircraft,
600 people on it.
Yeah, this aircraft we see on the very left-hand side, 1109, it's not even filmed on the same day.
Say that again. It's not even filmed on the same day.
On the same day, I bet it was filmed months before, with the only gay in the village going, "Hi, Mum," to the camera crew.
Right. So this again. I did say earlier.
I don't even think.
I said earlier when you said that this was last seen in Canada, maybe this footage that we're seeing isn't even in Afghanistan.
Right. Here's a good point.
Like Wolfie's saying that this could have been footage could have been from months ago.
Well, to me, it looked like cut and pasted footage. Do you know what it looked like to me? Have you ever seen those videos of the Indian people on the really overcrowded trains, and they're running towards to get the train? Some of them are climbing on, some of them are waving to the camera. To me, it looked like a couple of different pieces of footage, actually cut and pasted together.
Mixed together.
Yeah. So this could be actually envelop everyone's theory. It could be that plane from another piece of footage that's old with something else cut and pasted on top. But it doesn't explain why the windows would look so matte. Wolfie, have you got any ideas? Let me just go back and find that.
Yes, they're ballistic covers.
Right. Okay. There you go. Because there were militants licking off shots not too far away from this.
Well, if there were militants knocking off shots, then why is there a camera crew there? And why is there the only gay in the village going, "Hi, Mum"?
That's very true.
Yeah.
We are led to believe this is filmed on a camera phone.
So maybe
Okay,
this,
I'm
maybe
playing
this
devil's
is
advocate
two bits
here.
of footage sliced together.
I think it's much more than one different thing. And as we find, right, in the apocalypse or the COVID Union or whatever going on Clan World, when we look at things and we try to analyse them, when we get caught up in the detail or the rabbit hole, what you actually find at the end of the day, it's more than one thing.
For
Usually
sure.
more than one thing is true. Tis the
You know
way
what
of the apocalypse.
You know what the real question should be?
Go on.
The real question should be, do people care? Think about it. Think of all the people that have watched this stuff on the news, and not necessarily. They probably don't have an opinion at all. That is concerning. Like, they don't have the capability of critical thinking.
Well, okay. Well, let's ask the
Yeah,
question.
right.
Let's ask the
Absolutely.
question. Why is this picture being painted? If it's false, right? Because in a minute I'm going to question who was on the plane. Okay, whether it was really refugees or translators or whatever. Oh, we've got one of the little boys escaped.
Yeah, she just took my mate away from me.
Oh, Hermes, take him
He-
back.
he was
You've appeared on-
chilling.
The Empress has been on camera for the first time ever.
He was chilling, wasn't he?
Right. Okay. So yeah, why were they painting this picture?
It's not his bedtime.
Now it's time to go a little bit occult. From 9/11 to 11/9. Remember the number on the start of the plane. When the planes hit the Twin Towers, what did we see? We saw Americans falling from the sky, plastered on the TV. That was when the Afghanistan war begins. And when the Afghanistan war ends, we see the US plane 11/9 leaving Afghanistan, causing panic, and we see Afghans falling from the sky. I mean, what can we say about this?
As above, so below.
Boom.
Broadcasting across the entire crater realm. #VagLife.
Yeah. So listen, I mean, listen. Well, on the right-hand side of the screen here, we have a similar occurrence with some numbers. When World War I started, it was when Archduke Franz Ferdinand was murdered in a car, and the number was quintuplet 18. Right. World War I begins. When World War I ends, the armistice begins on 11/11/18 at 11/11. Right? Can everyone see the as above, so below thing here? These people have been conducting this for every war.
It's literally
throughout history.
it's transgenerational. This is what we've been saying on the show right from the start.
Anyone can fact check this. It's real. It's true. We just counted 3 or 4 33s woven into the story already. If that, I've already said before, if you see 2 33s, if 1 33 ain't enough, when you see 2 in one story, you know that's the
It's
mark.
deep.
You know that's the mark.
It's all linked as well. It's like with someone might have to fact check me on this, but I believe I've checked before that Adolf Hitler supposedly died on such and such a date on a black moon. His body was never found, and then Osama bin Laden died on this exact date on a black moon, and his body was thrown out of a helicopter.
Never found. Dumped into the sea, which breaks Islamic law. JD, I don't doubt it for a second. You know what? throughout the first lockdown and throughout the first year of the Soviet Union, our team, we were pretty much able to accurately predict when lockdowns would happen and be released just by watching the lunar cycle. Watching when the Hunter's Harvest Moon, that when the lockdown came on October 31st, this is how I sort of went a bit viral last year. I was very vocal. I was like, I guarantee on October 31st, on All Hallows Eve, on the Blue Harvest Hunter's Moon, a very rare event, hundreds of years when that event happens, I guarantee that's when it will happen, and or when it will be announced. And yeah, lo and behold,
sure as night.
Yeah,
there it was.
No, we did it again this year, didn't we?
We did the.
It was the hunt. It was a flower moon.
That's
the
right.
The seed will be planted. For when they were saying, will Freedom Day happen on the summer solstice? Because again, it's summer solstice, Freedom Day, right? And I said, oh, I reckon it will be announced. The seed will be planted on this date, and it was under a flower moon.
Flower moon.
And it's when Boris said, "Looks like Freedom Day won't happen on the solstice," and it's just like, come on, it's too easy now.
The occulted symbology of this is the fall of man.
Can you elaborate on that?
Which aspect
Is
of
that
this?
what the hanged man symbolism is about?
Are you talking about what we're talking about the Kabul situation?
Well, 9/11 as well.
Okay.
If you did a bit of research, you could probably find similar images of people falling.
People falling, man falling, the fall of man, right?
Yeah, the falling man. Right, so let's go on to the next subject, because after I finish this slideshow, we are going to open up the phone lines. Sorry, Inner Guardians. Go on.
Yeah, so if you take it a step further, the fall of man. Fall as in FOOL.
Fall of man, yeah.
It's a mockery.
Okay. Yeah. I get it totally. I see the symbolism.
And we all know what's coming in the fall.
Yeah.
Locked down, motherfucker.
The Soviet Union, Season 3.
Yeah, that's
Check
it.
the
Yeah, it's
prequel.
Season 3. Don't forget, guys.
Featuring Lord
Don't
Schwab.
forget,
Your
your show is broadcasting until the 31st of March 2025, allegedly, from the World Bank's own documentation.
Can I just add something else before we move on?
Yeah, sure.
In occulted groups, there's actually a ritual which is actually called the toast of the fools, or toast to the fools, as in foolishness.
The toast to the fools. I wonder when they'll be making that toast to us.
So you do a drink, a particular drink, and everybody in the group will kind of celebrate or ritualize the foolishness of man or humanity. It's actually called the toast to the fools.
Yeah, is that a Freemasonic thing?
No, it's light occultists.
For light occultists.
Yeah.
When you toast, what's that, like the NPCs and the normies sort of thing?
Yeah, it's almost like you're trying to
give them energy, give them power.
Well, it's recognize them. That's the first thing. So you have to recognize that there's such foolishness in the psyche of humanity. Also, you're trying to help them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I like that.
Forgive them for they know not what they do.
Yeah.
Or...
Kind of, yeah.
So is that sort of like a way of alleviating like some of the frustration, some of the disdain, which all of us are probably starting to feel to people that are complying to this bullshit?
Well, you know that we have this thing about having a sense of humor. And even in the military, you have to have a sense of humor in conflict to maintain your morale.
Yeah.
Well, I would say it's the same as that. It's a way of dropping the importance of the pressure of the denying force.
Yeah. It's a way of actually demoralising the denying force.
Yeah.
Step up on the horse.
Okay.
See the triad from the fourth.
Yeah.
Did you check my lyric at the start, Inner Guardians?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Back to the subject in hand. So, here are some other pictures presented by the mainstream media. The left is one of apparently that plane. This is apparently the narrative we've been presented. Okay?
With the 600 people.
The plane that we just saw with the 33 and the 911 on it, which was super duper questionable. This is apparently a shot from inside. And the juicy bit is deliberately obscured. So just have a look at that shot. See what you think. On the right is a funny meme. Citizens from Australia and New Zealand trying to board planes to Afghanistan for more freedoms under the Taliban. Because as we know, big up all of our viewers down under in that part of the crater realm. New Zealand, Australia. We feel your pain because you guys are having it hard. New Zealand, they locked down the whole country over one, 2 or 3 cases.
Well, don't
A
forget,
few new cases.
it's as above, so below, isn't it? So in the northern hemisphere, it's nice and relaxed at the moment.
yeah,
The
that's
southern hemisphere, it's all fucked, and then
that's
it's
the
going to be
proper as
vice
above, so
versa.
below.
Yeah, I mean, I know where this is going.
Okay, here's the next one. Here's another shot that was this was. I don't know if this was shared by the mainstream media. I guess it was. Yes, it was. It was memed. O2 customer services lads going on holiday. Yeah, okay. They all look very clean shaven. They don't look like they've been. I guess they look like translators. Okay, that's plausible, right? But the only problem is that if you reverse search this image, it's actually from 2018.
Oh,
damn! Thank you very much, Master Lee, for this elucidation. Right, let's go deeper. So. Here's the picture inside. The is it a C-17 Wolfie? This plane.
Yeah.
And what's
C-17 Globemaster.
Isn't 17 sort of half of 33?
Oh, come on!
Oh, look at that! Damn, son. Yay. Right, so Wolfie, this is where you come into the picture again,
and,
right?
And C is the third letter of the alphabet.
Someone on Twitter has reverse searched the image of inside the C-17 with the 33 and the 911 on the side reversed, inverted 911. And apparently, this is an old image that's empty. And if you look at the lighting, now I don't know what to think about this. Holy fuck, I did it. I found the original image. My alignment is a little off. Can someone fix it that knows more? Now, how many photos from that point of view have been taken inside these aircraft? That's the first question to ask, okay? So there's a few questions on the table here with this. But all I'm going to say is, if I blow this up a little bit more, we could do with Magix. Magix, are you in the chat? No, Magix is producing from remotely.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, what happened to JD? You there, JD? What happened to you? Did you get knocked out there?
No, I'm still here.
Oh no, sorry. I've just put your screen. In there. I'm getting confused on the green room. Right.
There's a lot going on.
So there's a lot, mate. There's a lot going on the screen. If you could see what we could see when I'm cleaning windows. Right. So this is the image. It looks weird. If you zoom into the back of the image, apart from the fact that a lot of these people have different colour to them, I don't mean the colour of the person, I mean the colour of the shade and the tint on them. Some of them look in monochrome. Look at the back. What the fuck's going on here? Right? These people are sat on the ground. Who's this guy? Who's this guy here? He's a bit big. What's this?
The big black box.
A big black cube, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now let's go back, okay? Because in this image here, the big black cube is obviously not there, as the big dude isn't. Right? And big up Tayshawn Lawrence, who I hope is watching. He's been on the show a couple of times before, because he alerted me to this properly, really. This big dude here, how big is he? Could he be standing on something? I don't know. What is this? Is this the Kabar? Is it what's inside there? Osama bin Drakel Stan? Like who's in there? Right, okay. This is what evangelist Lawrence, as he calls himself now, red-haired Nephilim from Afghanistan many, many years ago took out an elite team of soldiers to execute it. I've seen the video of the interview of the soldiers. I believe this is real. Now, with Photoshop of the videos and photos emerging from Afghanistan lately, some pictures of 8 to 9 foot people within one of these photos. What if they were using this as a guise to transport the other existing Nephilim giants around the world under the cover of refugees for the correct time to release them? He tagged me in this for a reason. Now, I've got a little zoom in of this guy here. The people sat in front of him are blatantly not small children. They are fully grown adults. They look like Mujahideen fighters. If they're sat down, how tall is this guy? Is he 7 foot tall?
I'm just going to play devil's advocate for 1 second.
Yeah, but also we're trying to say that it's possibly photoshopped as well.
Yeah. So if you look at the size of his head, just look at his head. And if you look at the size of this dude's head, it's not really that much bigger than another dude's there.
I don't know. Look at the right.
Look at
this guy's head here.
Might be a little bit bigger.
This guy's head here is at least twice as long. Look how big his torso is.
Maybe
this
it's
is
I'm just looking at the heads.
Hey, I'm going to go back. Right, here's the original image. Here is the guy.
Yeah, the dude looks big.
He looks big, right? Now, if we're trying to say that this is a photoshopped image, why have they deliberately photoshopped in the Kabar or the Saturnic black cube and this Nephilim giant? What's going on? Why would you do that? Has anyone got any ideas here? Am I reaching? Are we crazy?
Yes, come on.
Someone else, please talk.
Master Lee, what do you think?
Symbolism again.
Is this part of the mockery, Master Lee?
My take on it would be that they're symbolizing etherical substances and things like that.
So this has been shared by the mainstream media. This is an official image.
Yeah.
Are you trying to elucidate that they have deliberately photoshopped in someone that is of an abnormal size, i.e., this might be a hybrid, half-breed Nephilim person or a giant or whatever, to actually as part of the show? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Well, they're trying to tell us stuff. So maybe they're shifting some kind of jinn or something. Maybe.
Yeah, right, okay, I'm glad you said that, because that's going to come up in the customer services section. I made a post about the gin this week.
Can I ask, what about right in front of the satanic box?
Right, what's this? And look at the side of the
Looks
box,
like the Grim Reaper, like on the slant.
These look like...
I thought, you know who I thought, you know who I thought that looked like?
Go on.
Remember the 2012 Olympic evil thing that was on top of the
Yeah, for sure.
Mate, you just smashed it.
Boris was there and
for sure.
Yeah, the Boris Reaper from the 2020 Olympic Games. Yeah, shit.
So what's the deal here? Like, what is that?
Well, look at the side of the box. Look at this casing. That is blatantly to slide big poles in to carry the box. Who the fuck's going to carry that box? If you slid a 100-meter pole... Yeah, thank you. Master Lee, you always make me look less crazy,
A few giants.
Well, this guy looks like a meager giant compared to someone that's going to carry that box. Who's
so I
in the
wonder
box?
what's inside the box, or who's inside the box.
I don't know.
I wonder
if anyone's
I'd
seen
like
the strain.
to pose an alternative viewpoint on the picture of how
I wonder if the people that carry the box are inside it in this picture.
So, I want to. Yeah, I like to see. So, I want to.
I'm a beats, please.
I wanted to suggest that maybe they're on a lower level platform, which is why they appear so small, and he's on a maybe a tiered staging, like, you know, if you look at it, and then that he would appear, especially if he's wearing the robes, you know, so he would appear to be a lot bigger than he is, giving him dominancy over the people he's supposed to be overpowering.
Or maybe he just had too many gin and tonics as Covey Union defenders.
The gin is probably in the box.
Yeah, this guy's just like a gin sort of like
keeper. To be fair, could you keep a gin in the
gin
box?
merchant?
Well, a gin is supposed to be a non-physical entity made of like smoke, a smokeless fire, right? That's what the Islamic faith believe, right?
Hang on. So maybe that could be contained within a soul.
Well, it has to.
I wonder who's in that box.
Maybe the box is a portal to bring forth jinn.
Ooh.
Right, okay, so...
Gins are way more powerful.
Okay, that's actually the end of my Afghanistan slideshow, right?
I bought my dad some Mulberry gin the other day.
Did you? Did it have a D in front of the J?
No.
Right, listen, so, so this is Rise Above... What number is this, 38? 38.
Yeah, we're 38.
38 special. We've got a special guest, JD Guerilla. We've got Wolfie Executioner, who's been basically looking at these images of the Kabul plane and giving us some professional insight into what the fuck this image is. Wolfie, I want to say thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much for calling up and giving us this professional insight, because, you know, we're not aviation specialists, mate.
All right, man.
Some music for the break, shall we?
Yeah, we're going to have a little break. So I want to say thank you very much to Wolfie, and we'll probably have you again on soon, mate, and Rise Above. We're going to have a little break, and after that, we're actually going to open up the customer services department, okay? JD, are you feeling like you want to... I think you should stay with us a little bit longer if you've got more time, mate.
Yeah, man, I've got a little while.
All right, well, we're going to have a 10-15 minute music break, and we'll be back very, very soon. So, Oma Beats, have you got something prepared?
Yeah, I've got a few tracks.
Yeah, you better have. Okay, all right.
Oma
Beats.
Mics as well, don't forget that.
Yeah, I'll mute everything. Don't worry, I'm not live on the Queefmaster Pro. Let me just say something like this. One sec.
Choose your destiny.
Yeah, we like that one. All right, Oma Beats, run it. Cheers, Wolfie. See you later, man. 1 2 1 2. Let me see if I can do it, Homer Beats. He always says I can't bust mic on this mic. Strong sides we're severing, weak links we're severing. There's never been a better time to unleash and get 'em in. It's Rise Above, sound of Homer Beats, double LMC. Let us know how we're sounding, people. If I cut my mic like this, yeah, Homer Beats. We're bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector. Word for word, letter for letter. Bigger, badder, better. Bass, bad boy sound of Homer Beats. He busting out the place. We're coming on bigger, badder, badder. Better with a double L, get ya. Coming down with a critical what? Coming down with a critical pressure. Bigger, badder, better. Bass, time for Rise Above, and yo, we're live inside the place. Listen up. Old school drum and bass bars. Alright, we'll roll out for another 5 or 6 minutes, yeah? Homer Beats, double L skin. Gosh. Standard, no misunderstanding. Homer Beats is here. Standard, no misunderstanding. Double L MC crystal clear. Standard, no misunderstanding. It's Rise Above, extinguishing fear when we generate love. Have I got the levels right, everyone? Let me know. Let me know, yeah? Big up JD. Hang tight, Wolfie. Thank you for your insight. Listen. Oh shit. Bad boy sound of Homer Beats. Listen up, listen in. You know we rise above. You know we rise above, we rise above. Twisted modulation, perfect technique, it's unpredictable. The way I spit these lyrical messages throughout your avenues. Listen. Sound of Homer Beats. My mic was in my holster when I stepped inside the rave. My mic was in my holster when I stepped inside the rave. Now it's time for Homer Beats and Rise Above with Blaze. We blaze, we blaze, we blaze. How are we sounding? We got the levels right, we got rid of the crackling. Big up Andy PG, my homie. Homer Beats live inside. Yo, never lonely. Double checking the measurement. Write that shit on testament. Laced with the untold relevance of my lyrical intelligence on new stage, a new development. In the everlasting race, I identified that fifth element, but its name is drum and bass. Check the pace. Tempo, never heard before. Flagship rapper, make me culture busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time. Until the end of time. Who is the architect? Many ask the question, but you have got the answers. Yeah, forget what your pastor said. The truth is so incredible, the truth is so incredible. Who is the architect? Many ask the question, but you have got the answers. Yeah, forget what your pastor said. The truth is so incredible, it might just bust your head. Another frequency, that is where the masters rest. Shit, it's been a while, Homer. Levels are good. Big up Andy Pandy, big up TC, big up Mateus. We're gonna open up the customer services department as soon as we come back. Featuring JD, featuring the whole Rise Above team. We want your complaints. Right, 5 more minutes and we open up customer services. And this is how you can get hold of us on customer services, yeah? Riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Skype. Storm clouds are gathering. Storm clouds are gathering. Darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? Storm clouds are gathering. Darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? Are you getting by? The day end is nigh. Yo, listen. And again. Storm clouds are gathering, darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? Are you getting by? The end is getting closer, the end is nigh. I see the path to Zion clearly through my third eye. No reply, but even worse, they ask no question. The secrets of creation, yo, they barely get a mention. I tear back the membrane, what lies beneath? I'm a third eye samurai, the sword is in the sheath. Me, that third eye samurai, the sword is in the sheath. We got to tear back the membrane and what lies beneath. Yeah, what lies beneath. Listen. Check the architecture of the
Check the architecture. Listen, who is the architect? Many ask that question, but few have got the answers. Yeah. Forget what your pastor said. Wicked sound on the beats. Big up Inner Guardians, big up Word Nerd, big up the whole family. The door's in the way of the shop. We're coming bigger, badder, better, rise above selector. Live inside, giving you the lecture, dropping down no pressure. Yo, flows of hip hop, the attitude's crime. Spill out the shit over some drum and bass beeline. We're moving stealthy like a feline. Right now we're rolling, so don't ask me for no. Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. You think it's final days, bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above, extinguishing the fear. You know that parasite can't get enough. That hungry little worm, convinced the world they spread a germ. We know it's total lies, some people never learn. That's why we choose to rise, we won't miss our turn. The harvest's overdue, the crops are gonna churn. Reap what you sow, you got to keep what you know. Yo, you got to reap what you sow. Rise above, you got to keep what you know. Yo, 2 more minutes till we open up customer services. Yo, Omar. Yo, I used to fear the denying force until I choose to mount the horse. With the help of Master Lee, I see the triad from the fourth. I never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour, step up to the tower. Tower, 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 tower. Is that a complaint because I'm not answering your question, or we did answer it? Sarah Schofield, if you got a question, you know what to do. You got to call us up. Come on. It's the call-in show. Customer services opens in 1.5 minutes.
Hey, Lars, put the link in put the link in.
confirm Omar Beast is single. He is a very eligible bachelor. So off with something I can really bust the lyrics to. Come on. This is lovely, it's very happy, but okay, right, we've got our first caller on the line. I'm just gonna bust one lyric, yo. Okay, it's something like this. Nothing less than savage, the damage that we're causing, the impact is tragic, the crowd is still applauding, the audio's marauding, soundboards we're affording, time for drastic measures, why Babylon is falling, 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 it's time to put your all in, write a new story, turn the page and put your all in, rise above, you know you found your calling, It's Rise Above, bruv, you know you found your calling. Customer service section we are opening. We want to hear your opinions. We want to hear your good times. We want to hear your bad times, your complaints, your gripes, and everything inside. Open up. I used to be able to freestyle quite effectively to drum and bass. Yo, Armageddon acolytes. The mic was in my holster when I stepped inside this rave. You're asking for more fire, time for double L's to blaze. I'm a beast. I think I'm a beast might have pulled. Listen, we've had a couple of comments about Oma Beats' sexy voice tonight, trust me. I finally sorted him out a good mic, and now everyone loves his voice.
He's got a very sensual voice.
He has got a very sensual voice. He can't hear us now, which is the funniest thing. You hear that on the playback. Big up Oma Beats, #1 selector, Rise Above. Big up Magix 2. I'm not saying Magix is number 2, I didn't mean it like that. Oma Beats, #1 drum and bass selector. Magix, 130 to 145 and everything else. Yo, double check the measurement, write that shit on testament. Lacement, untold relevance of my lyrical intelligence. A new stage, a new development in the everlasting race. I've identified that fifth element show, its name is drum and bass, so check the pace. The tempo, never heard before. Flagship of a baby culture, busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time, Oma Beats, spin the rhythm, double L was speaking right. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Right, last one from Oma Beats. We have got our first caller on the line for customer services this week.
Last one from Oma Beats.
And we actually mean the last one because we got a caller on the line, Oma Beats.
Falling down, they be falling down. Into the fire, under the water, they be drowned. Falling down, they be falling down. And a lonely tree in the forest still makes a sound. Falling down, they be falling down. Into the fire, under the water, they be drowned. Falling down, they be falling down. And the lonely tree in the forest still makes a sound. Know you need your man to sit down and listen, but you gotta understand this man's on a mission, trying to reach the stars, trying to land on Mars, trying to fix the whole world, making electric cars. Dancing with the devil, judge, I put them in the flames. He's hurting all humanity, got them locked up in the chains. Many fallen soldiers, they be dying with no names. Vanity, insanity with nothing to gain. Complicated, full of hatred when you're stuck in the matrix. Infiltrated, confiscated, falling down, complicated, causing havoc, causing traffic, switching lanes, doing magic. What you see, you gotta have it. It's so tragic, them bad habits. Slipping, falling, slipping down just to get them bloody crowns. Who you think you're fooling now? We're big ghosts, you be out. Standing strong, standing proud, speaking true, very loud in your speakers right now. In your speakers right now.
If you're having the mouse, I'm having the Queef Master Pro. You'd never defeat me. Right, last one, Oma Beats. We've got Mateus on the line. Word nerd, I want to see you dance, bro.
Word no, we've got a request, mate. We've got a request.
Down, they be falling down. Into the fire, under the water, they be drowned. Falling down, they be falling down. And a lonely tree in the forest still makes a sound.
Oma Beats, last one. It better be. No,
we've got a caller on the line.
Oma Beats, we're well over schedule. Don't make me cut you off. Did we just fuck up your mix? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Anyway, we've got a call up.
Me. I have the special skill of the liquid metal rabbit.
I told you we've got a caller. I told him we've
got a caller on the line. Right.
Right, okay.
Caller.
Mateus, is he still there? Mateus? No, he's muted. You've muted him. Right, okay. It's Rise Above Customer Services Department, okay? Well, Andy PG.
Mateus?
Why? Oh, he's... Okay, here we go. Mateus, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. I was muting you. It wasn't you, it was me. Welcome to the Rise Above Customer Services Department. Please don't say the C or the V word. You know what they are. You've been on this show before. What would you like to...
Of course.
Why have you called customer services today? How can we help?
Well, could you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great, mate. It's fine.
You're loud and clear, man.
Loud and clear.
All right.
All the problems are sorted.
Beautiful. All right, beautiful. So how you guys been?
Yeah, we're all good. Do you want to where are you calling from today?
Just remind anyone that's not familiar with the show.
Same tri-state area. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. It's actually the quad state area, I call it.
East Coast, US.
Throw Connecticut in there. Yeah. Northeast.
Okay, so it's the afternoon now where you are.
I don't really have much to contribute. So I won't take up too much time.
That's okay. You've opened up the call lines. Thank you for being our first caller today.
For sure.
The first ever caller to Rise Above Customer Services. Is it a positive interaction or a response for you, or have you got something negative to talk about?
Well, I don't really have anything specific to talk about. I didn't know if we were supposed to call in with a. I don't really take notes or anything. I'm pretty. It's
just
bad
your
at
thoughts,
this.
mate. I mean, what's on your mind? What can we help you with?
How's your experience with the New World Order? Been treating you for the last a year and a half.
Well, nobody wants to hear me bitch for for hours.
Mate,
so
that's what this show's for.
Actually, mate, this is the show where we want people to phone up and bitch. We actually wanted people to bitch about us. We wanted some complaints about the show.
Oh no, I couldn't do that. You guys.
Mate, I have
best
some.
fucking show there is. Oh, excuse me. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
I know you can swear.
Some people don't like our hair. Some people don't like our hair.
Criticise your hair and my hair.
I'm probably just being a little too polite. I usually,
No, the only swear words here are C and V. And actually,
of course.
You and Clint, I remember, you US callers, you actually swear with the V word really frequently. And if we
Clint isn't. He's a
no. I called in once. You guys got the video of me where
that's right.
Master Lee, the grounding technique with the feet.
That's it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's me. So I said it once.
I know.
Because I rewatched it a few times.
Anyway, I'm going to call you Matt. Is that cool? Can we call you Matt?
I won't. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Matt, so how was your experience with the New World Order and the Soviet Union over the pond treating you in this time?
Well, I'll be honest. I'm over here. I'm in the woods, kind of, and with my work, I don't really have to interact with too many people face to face, and I've kind of gone through the awakening process. Not to toot my horn, but I feel like I've done it pretty quick. I was definitely not even awake 2 years ago, and I've had to go through a lot of shit the past,
right.
This whole pandemic, like everyone else, as far as waking up. So, I forget what I'm even getting at, but
Have
you even asked me? I'm sorry.
Have you? I was just as a general question. How's your subscription for the last year and a half to the New World Order been? How's it been for you? Have you suffered because of restrictions and loss of earnings and things?
I think I'm one of the people that is kind of waiting for shit to pop off or whatever.
Okay.
Hit the fan. I kind of want it to happen. I feel like the whole waiting around in limbo and yeah, I did a little bit of stalking, a little bit of preparing. I'm a pretty obsessive compulsive person, so that's kind of naturally something I would do anyway.
Yeah.
Regardless of if there was, something on the horizon or not. But this whole game of just waiting around, waiting for something to happen. I guess some would say that you should just be enjoying yourself while you can, before we might not be able to enjoy ourselves even more than some of us are not even able to right now. But I feel like it's hard when you're just waiting for some disaster on the horizon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I want it to happen because, like I said, I feel like I'm sitting here waiting in limbo, waiting for this to happen. And at this point, I'd rather it just happen because You know what I mean? Instead of fussing over
Mate,
it,
I feel
I
exactly
deal
the
with things
same.
when they're just. I deal with things better when they're right in front of me.
Mate, I was ready for this to happen in like May time last year. That's when I think that I'd worked out what was happening.
You've probably been ready for this since I was since I was like before I was 10.
Yeah, but I never
You're a
actually
little-
wanted
you know,
it to
you're a
happen
little older
before.
than me.
Like now that it started happening, I want it to obviously finish. I mean, before this, I didn't even know if this stuff would have happened in my lifetime. I sort of thought it did, but I was like, maybe I've been reading too many David
You
Icke
studied
books.
the ideology, didn't you? You studied the ideology quite a lot, and you studied tactics and things like that. And but now it's actually come to fruition.
Yeah, now
because
I-
don't forget, there's always been the tactics and the use of them in individual sectors of the world, but they've just gone balls deep now globally. Like just release a pandemic.
And I think that's half of the problem, because for anyone that's been looking into it as long as we have, and especially like Master Lee, it's like you know what's going to happen. And like so, when this kicked off last year, when I worked out what was going on, the first thing I did was go and get weapons and like lock the house down, get loads of dried food, and I was ready for it to happen immediately. And obviously, that's why it seems like, you know, people that research this might seem ahead of the time, because this isn't going to happen really quickly. They're going to do it gradually because they're cowards.
Well, they can't do it.
Yeah.
Don't forget, they can't do it immediately because there's more of us than them. They can't.
Yeah.
They literally can't do it.
So I just realised I had JD on mute.
Well,
Welcome back.
I mean, I feel like that might be being positive. Who knows how many they have?
Well, yeah, it's
Well,
definitely,
We don't even know how
definitely
big, we don't even know how
positive that
big this
they're
thing we
cowards.
live on is.
Okay, well let's
Yeah,
think
good
about
point.
it. Let's think about it. They need the police and military to enforce what they want. That's the
Oh,
be
yeah,
all and
without
end
a
all.
doubt. They don't got the cojones
need
to do
be
it themselves.
Fed. They need to be fed, don't they? And if their families aren't being fed, then they're not going to be doing what they're doing. You know, everyone needs to be fed. So this whole thing about food shortages and things like that, is that going to come to fruition? I thought that would have happened already.
Well, I think you guys are in a little bit of a different situation over in the UK. I try to not really watch the mainstream news, although it's pretty much unavoidable. I'm not really seeing any food shortages here in the Northeast or any of that. I'm just a pretty negative person in the sense of like, I see everyone like, I woke up. How the F could you guys not have fucking woken up? I'm the biggest. I was gonna say retard. I don't even know if that's.
No, it's okay. No, it's all right. I say that. I know it's not good, but I say retard.
That's what I've
too.
always thought of myself as. It's like shit. If I can see what's going on, how the fuck can you guys not see what's going on? You know what I mean?
Well, I think
I don't know. That's just.
Well, we've talked about this
been my
before.
attitude the past like.
Maybe it's not down to intelligence, Mateus.
I'm
Maybe it's actually down to a fact of whether you've been hypnotized or not. Because there are people that are very intelligent that have totally fallen for this.
Oh, I've said this before. My dad is an
Yeah.
academic certified genius. He's double AstraZeneca by choice, and he's a certified genius on paper. But I mean, how stupid can you be?
Yeah. Sorry, I just invite back Master Lee.
He's,
We have
he's
so many things
he's
to
so
drink.
clever. He's stupid.
Certified R word on haters.
Yeah, some very smart. Master
Well,
Lee,
this,
you said
this is what I mean as well.
Go on.
It's like all the people that I've been involved in activism with, who I would have considered to be woke people, like people I've sat around tables and debated deep things with about the same kind of things that we're talking about now, but previous, have fallen for this. The biggest, most blatant lie out of all of it.
Yeah, the biggest whopper ever,
100%,
mate.
JD.
The biggest whopper
100%.
ever.
I don't understand how they can be woke to 9/11 was an inside job, and they can be woke to this and woke to that, but not this, not this.
This is
And
the
there's
most
more
blatant.
evidence in all of it. Like, we can get the evidence and the statistics, and we can show the footage, the eyewitnesses, the people who were on their deathbeds because of the source. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Like,
like in
and-
real time.
Pro-rights
in real
people
time.
gone. Where's
real.
everyone gone? And three
I mean,
companies.
Where are the real
These
social,
three companies
social justice warriors?
pushing a procedure.
Yep. The
Just
reality
think about
deniers.
any other circumstances that the left would stand down on this issue. Sorry, I really feel what you're saying, JD.
Say again, dude. Sorry.
I can really feel what you're saying. The left has basically stood down on this issue, and it's unthinkable with all those activists and all this energy, especially that's been around with everyone galvanized against Trump, which had unprecedented mainstream support,
Yeah.
whatever you want to think of it. That's just the reality. and they've stood down on this
Yeah.
issue completely. I've been on the left for 10 years, and I've never seen them all stand down on an issue. And it's 3 corporations pushing a dodgy procedure that's not needed for a questionable virus with a 99% survival rate. Where are they? Where is everyone?
Yeah, because
where's all the tough guys whose family members have died to this Inquisition? Where are they? You know what I mean? They're getting all huffy puffy over the football score, but they have. I guarantee if they open their eyes, they would realize that they know people who have been murdered by this Inquisition we live under, and they're I mean, I think I said it enough.
Where are the alpha males? Where are the protectors? Where are the guardians?
Yeah, exactly.
Hypnotized.
Well, I tell you what, at the protest over here, do you know what I'm seeing in many photos? Groups of women with printed T-shirts holding up banners like "My husband, my brother was murdered by the Pfizer Christmas gift," or "These gift from the stars."
Wow.
AZ.
The sad part is, how many people walk by them and laughing? Probably.
No, I've seen
Not
it.
even
I've seen it
probably
on the
realize
outreach videos.
why
Mate. It's
they're laughing,
disgusting. It's disgusting. It
Yeah,
really
it's.
is.
And those are the people that I don't know. Maybe I'm a little negative, but those are the people I fear that one day we'll have, if we're not moving in a good direction, we'll have potentially say over someone who doesn't acquiesce to what's going on.
Yeah, it's scary.
Over there, dead bodies, mate.
Yeah.
I'm over here. I already said I'm over here in the Northeast. I mean, it doesn't matter, the United States, but I mean, I come from. I have multiple retired police officers in my family, and I have no problem saying to them, I am absolutely terrified. When I say terrified, I'm not talking about one-on-one, man to man. I'm fucking terrified of police because they're not trained to deal with people like me. They'll just fucking shoot me because I'm not going to sit there and play the game of maybe that's my fault, but I'm not going to sit there and play this game with them. They're tennis games. I'll just drive off or fuck you, and they'll kill me over that. They'll follow me to my house and kill me.
Yeah, you're dealing with a slightly different.
Maybe
kettle
I'm
of fish.
extreme, but I just feel like that's the world I feel I live in now.
Is that like a reality across most of the states, or is that? Do you think that's in your areas?
Well, that's coming from me. Like I said, I'm not a liberal. I've never bothered with
I
politics.
bet that shit's
I mean,
not happening in Texas.
Yeah, I'm not a horizontalist. Like I said, I come from. I know how these people think. These police officers. I have family members who are. I know exactly how the fuck they think, and I'm willing to put up with that. When it's my family members, as far as they're retired. As far as talking to them and understanding that they've been through mental trauma, brainwash. I just completely scrambled that phrase, but you guys know what I said.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what's going on in their heads, and I don't want to interact with any of these people. They're bullies, and they're all the only. I mean, I sound like a liberal now, like a horizontalist. It's not even my intention whatsoever. I just want to be left alone. Just don't tread on me. It's basically my.
People are clinging on to this this coming power infrastructure as a crutch to sort of justify the bad choices they've made. I feel that's the territory we're going into now. Because I think there are a lot of people that have taken 2 doses of the fluid that aren't dumb, that are seeing the effects of people around them. Maybe they don't feel good themselves. Maybe they're seeing things online. And they're probably starting to have buyer's remorse, like Inner Guardians has talked about before. Buyer's remorse, right?
Yeah.
Well, too late.
I have a friend actually. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my bad.
Were you saying too late for them, JD?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, once they've taken them 2 things, it's not coming out of your body.
Yeah, we've
not
heard
coming
this.
out. Like we do my missus does a lot of detoxing, like with herbs and stuff, like healing. Like she cured her son of cancer. You know what I'm saying? So she knows what she's talking about, and she's looked into the things that are in the special sauce, let's say, and when you research them different elements of it, once it's attached, it's attached.
The David Icke protein, as we call it.
Yeah.
Can I just elucidate a little bit?
Yeah, please do, Inner Guardians.
Yeah, well, I get updates from some of the esoteric groups and some of the people involved with them still. And what they're generally saying at the moment is it's to do with, and I did put this in the group for everybody to have a look at. It's a little bit complex. It's to do with the CRISPR-Cas9, which is therapeutics. It's the genetic modification process. Now, Whether what they're giving out right now is that or it's leading to that remains to be seen. But in a nutshell, you understand the DNA, and you've got the two strands. Well, what they're trying to do, well, if you understand epigenetics, it basically means that it's your DNA is hereditary and you can't change it. Well, there's different schools that say that consciousness can affect the DNA. Now, what you're potentially seeing taking place is that the DNA strands are being broken, or one of them's being broken, and a third link or hookup is being installed. So basically, it means that your DNA can be altered from a third party.
Transhumanism.
Yeah. So the body, what we're going through, what we're witnessing now is the biomechanical adaptation or alteration, ready to install the third part of the DNA, where it can be controlled from an external force or source, which doesn't involve the individual's consciousness.
Did you say external source?
Yeah.
Like, instead of force, because we've been saying, but it works as well. An external source, both of them work. Sorry, I always do that. I always pick out little funny. Go on.
Yeah. So what we're potentially looking at is a triad being created in the DNA, where there's a third party that can operate and control your DNA. So, as an example, in the future, the doctor or medical professional will contact you to tell you when you're ill or about to be ill, as opposed to at the moment, if you don't feel well, you go to the doctors.
You'll probably get pinged, won't you? You just get a notification like your levels of ease are going down into dis-ease zone.
Oh, they'll just talk to you through the parasite, right?
Yeah,
I'm not being sarcastic.
Everything's on the table, man.
It's probably a bit further down the line, but
or they'll simply just turn off your chip.
Yeah, but the implant will be a parasite itself. It will be constantly harvesting your biometric data, constantly, probably monetizing it, probably turning it into some sort of Bill Gates cryptocurrency. Oh shit, yeah, that's true. They've already got the patent on that, but I'd love to share it, but we'd probably get banned.
Yeah, I recommend that everybody look into CRISPR-Cas9. Do you want me to spell that?
Cas, is it CAS-9?
One sec.
Yeah, so it's CRISPR, so it's CRISPR.
I'd imagine somebody's going to be typing this out in the comments, only because I'm not near my computer.
Comment section, go.
Back for this.
Go on, Lee.
Yeah, then it's hyphen Cas9, which is a form of therapeutics. It's something that they're doing already with various other ailments, which basically means that they can alter your genome. And they're artificially connecting to one of the strands of the DNA.
Got to be careful there.
Yeah, it comes in. It
no
comes
medical
into,
misinformation, please.
No, it comes into the
Elon Musk was
classification
speaking
of
to this, wasn't he?
Sorry?
When he was talking, Elon Musk was speaking to this, wasn't he? When he was talking about breakthroughs in mRNA technology.
Yeah.
mRNA is going to be like one of the things propping up the fourth industrial revolution, from what I understand.
But what it's known as is the third strand of DNA for digital control of consciousness.
The triad.
The triad, yeah.
Creating a synthetic triad.
No, continue, Lee. What were you going to say?
Right, so this is the other part of it, something to really consider, and this will probably alter the way that you look at everything. So, how?
Great.
Right, is everybody
My
sitting
feet
down?
are planted.
Yeah, everyone sit down.
Yeah, make sure your feet are planted.
So, what is the mechanism of control up until this point? Would it be fair to say that it's money and the financial world?
Yes.
Yeah.
And fear of death.
Right. So
Absolutely fear of death.
We can safely say that money is the mechanism of control. So your choices are limited or not by the amount of money that you have. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
And that will include health as well, because if you've got money, you can have better healthcare and so on and so forth. Yeah. So money, historically or locally, money has been the mechanism of control. Now we understand that we're potentially going into a new form of currency, or the way that we use money. Yeah. So now money is no longer important. So for those people that say that they're doing this process for the pharmaceutical companies to make money, is not actually correct because they don't need money. They can print
horizontalist.
money. We understand that money. Yeah, we all understand that they can just print money. Money is not the objective in this particular moment.
No, this
Okay,
is
it's
about the soul.
control.
Right, can I just interject though, right? But I believe on a fiscal level, the reason that selling the juice to the whole world will be this $1 trillion deal is, you're right, it's not to make money, but it's to extract the money from everyone's pension fund through the taxation system. Because where's that money going to come from in all the socialised healthcare? It's going to come from the government. It's going to be taken from the pension fund. So that money that's been stored in the pension fund is actually stored energy from regular people that work their whole life, paying into this pension fund, and that's going to pay for the fourth industrial revolution, the Great Reset, the Soviet Union. So you're right in what you say, I think, that it's not about making the money, but it is about stealing the money from people's pension funds, because that's where all the government funds are going to come from to pay for the Soviet Union, right?
Yeah, we've got to take a high altitude look at this. Now, what we're going through right now, not exactly this moment, but as what we're going into, money won't matter. Okay, the only thing that matters is control. Control trumps money. Now, up until now, money's been the mechanism of control. Now, if they could find a way to replace money, they're going to jump at it, and this is what they've done. They've actually figured out a way to,
and they'll have more control than they would have with money.
Well, yeah, the control that they're going to have is the ability as a third party to not only patent and own the human, but also to control it via the third DNA strain, which will either be connected to intelligence.
That's what I heard. I'm gonna go in a second. I've got to leave, but you know, when you modify somebody's DNA, they are no longer classed as human.
Yeah.
Right. So you no longer have human rights. Yeah, like Dolly the sheep. There's a patent for Dolly the sheep. You know what I mean? You can't patent a living manifestation of Earth as a human. But as soon as it's edited, that's it. Then they can own your physical body, and the Vatican already laid claim to your soul, and the Crown Corporation already laid claim to your name. So right about now, it's time to be.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
no, I
Oh no!
completely
He just
agree
run
with
out.
what
No,
you're saying.
JD just run out of battery, or he just lost the connection just as he was about to finish dropping the bomb there. He was about to do the triad. The Vatican,
was the triad.
No, the triad. The
Yeah.
Vatican have got your soul.
The Crown
Corporation have your legal entity, and what Master Lee was just talking about is the triad being completed by they're actually having your genome as well. I'll tell you what an amazing guest. We have to say a massive big up, because I think that's the exit of JD Guerilla. He disappears into the ether.
Is he an MC?
Sorry, mate. What's that, Mateus?
Is he an MC?
He is an MC. Have you not heard his music?
Oh, I was late to the show. Okay.
I know we haven't played any today.
I think
but
should we play that video?
Yeah, let's play.
Let's play it right now.
Mateus, this guy's music is dope, man. He's got really good bars. He's a rapper.
Well, I know the Guerilla. You know, I've seen the Guerilla Republic. I'm big into hip hop. I'm aspiring. I guess you'd say an aspiring MC as well. So
Send,
I'm aware
send
of
me
the
some
whole
of your
Guerilla
beats so I
Republic
can
thing.
play them. Man.
Yeah, send your
A
music
lot
over
of these
to
new
us.
Lance, you as well. I've been exposed through Rise Above to a lot of UK conscious hip hop, which is dope.
Well, if you like UK conscious hip hop, we're going to say massive respect to our guest who just disappeared with a bad battery, JD.
Yeah, big up JD Guerilla.
Guerilla UK Republic. This is one of his tunes. The title will come up because I've got 3 or 4 of them. Check this out. Get Money.
The world has become tremendously less stable because of the money. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's saying it. There is not less money in the system, but there is less credit, which means you have less to spend. We all have less spending power now, and so there's more stress. People stay in shit jobs for longer. They're asked to do more stuff that they wouldn't normally do, and they put up with it. People are strung out because of money and status. Money is status as well. So as an animal, if my status in the pack goes down, I'm supposed to feel bad, and I'm supposed to compete. I'm not supposed to act like the run to the litter. I'm supposed to push forward and compete with other people. I have to kill other people. Good God.
Living in a zombie nation, they're already dead and buried. Animals confined to the Serengeti, and every penny drained for wars abroad like it's necessary. That's when he said he woke up getting head from Becky. She calls it bed and brekkie. All they do is eat, work, party, then die. A conveyor belt, Bacardi and wine sought me a line. So the part of the mind designed to pump the divine can pretend that the darkest night's the sun when it shines. Skipping merrily through the crazy maze of the Minotaur. World leaders plot to fossilize them all like a dinosaur. Going fucking nowhere on a cyber tour to a time of war. Pumping fire forms through a nine gauze. Defying laws, almost every person has 100,000 doppelgangers. What's for breakfast propaganda? There will be no sausage banger. Lost in anger, office banter, cock in hand, you fucking wanker. Shaking the foundations of nations, blatant when I drop this banger. Wake up in the morn, work for pennies in the mall. Make your wish you're never born. In the eye of every storm, only time is ever calm. Then these tyrants take us war, and we don't know the truth at all. Wake up in the morn, work for pennies in the mall. Make your wish you're never born. In the eye of every storm, only time is ever calm. Then these tyrants take us war, and we don't know the truth at all. This the alien mind shift, I awaken my eyelids. They're stealing my freedom, I see them, I take with my knife grip. Combined with the mind full of dynamite. Tell them I'm lit, time ticks, my sidekick. Your side chick with an ice pick. You'll never see it coming like your wife, kid. Believe in me, there's no allegiance in the frequencies. When you beef with me, society lied to me. So it's irony to me, you see. We work repeatedly while currency fucks us in secrecy. Price of living rising like my penis in the morning. I can see that she's adoring, and the sheets know she's enjoying the girth. It's like she's giving birth, stretched as far as possible. So what the fuck we gonna do? Beat and leave her snoring. Trapped in this material, satin sheets and latex. Safe sex or coming in the eye of the apex. This fake breast of Mother Earth, we're suckling silicone. The only way out is a paycheck, we stay vexed. Wake up in the morn, work for pennies in the mall. Make your wish you're never born. In the eye of every storm, only time is ever calm. Then these tyrants take us war, and we don't know the truth at all. Wake up in the morn, work for pennies in the mall. Make your wish you're never born. In the eye of every storm, only time is ever calm. Then these tyrants take us war, and we don't know the truth at all.
I don't care who the fuck it is, nigga. You touch me, I'm at you. I know you motherfuckers think I forgot. Hell nah, I ain't forgot, nigga. I just remember what you told me. You said don't go to war unless I got my money right. I got my money right, nigga. Then I want war.
Che Guevara with the microphone, you with me or I ride alone. The eye of the tiger, I'm sliced alone. When the fight is on, original despite the clones. Polarized the highs and lows, but there's no happy medium. Be with them till your life evolves. I'm that Trojan virus trapped inside computer systems. In my way, I tell them to move, bitch, and ludicrous them. Move the pistons or Judas pricks come trying to crucifix them. Backstabbers of mankind, making you the victim. Money is power, I guess the lack of it is weakness. So I start forget the greed, it's life, my back's against the steepest, tallest wall. Life's material, but cracks are in the features. My gold ain't for flashing, it's cause banks are just some leechers. Got a dream and a plan, I crack the secrets of man. I'll help you see if I can. It ain't the sea in the sand, it's a life that means more than praying for the weekend and slaving for a day or two to be with the fam. Wake up in the morn, work for pennies in the mall. Make your wish you're never born. In the eye of every storm, only time is ever calm. Then these tyrants take us war, and we don't know the truth at all. Wake up in the morn, work for pennies in the mall. Make your wish you're never born. In the eye of every storm, only time is ever calm. Then these tyrants take us war, and we don't know the truth at all.
Life is complex, better get my money right. Better get my money right. Life is complex, better get my money right. Better get my money right. Life is complex, better get my money right. Better get my money right. Life is complex.
Wow. So that is JD Guerilla. I don't know the name of the tune is. Do you know what that is, Overbeats? No, he's not here. No one's here. They've left me in the studio, guys. So yeah, the guys in the chat, you love that. That is JD Guerilla. Big up JD for all your chat tonight. Matt, have we still got you on the line? No, Matt.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you familiar with JD and his work?
Well, now I am.
Yeah, so definitely go check him out, mate, for some
work.
conscious hip hop.
I just about listen to hip hop, 24/7, literally, while working out.
Yeah, so the link is in the description. Lance just coming and said. So definitely check that out, my
Mate,
man.
he's absolutely sick. I'm going to say right now, right? JD is like the UK Immortal Technique. For anyone that's into hip hop, then they know.
I can see that.
You can see it. He doesn't just.
I mean,
look
I heard,
like him.
Lance. I don't know if you know, like he also reminded me a little bit of like I don't know if you know the Master Builders, like Illuminati Congo.
Yep.
Yeah, like that kind of.
We played
I guess you'd say.
I think I've played 3 of his songs so far on the show, and all of them are equally good.
Who founded Guerrilla Republic? I probably am going to get laughed at for asking that.
My knowledge of hip hop isn't that extensive. I'm not sure. Let's get everyone else on the screen.
What do you think of that word nerd?
Word nerd. Can we have your thoughts?
Word nerdist.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's my first time listening. Although I think I had another track. Did you share in the group?
Yeah, I shared a different one of his tracks in. I think it was either in Telegram or something like that. But yeah, I've shared 3 or 4 of his songs. Wicked rapper. There is his Bandcamp link in the description to the show. So right, Mateus is still on the line. We haven't had anyone else call up yet, so we'll just keep Mateus. He's called in before, called in from Tri-State area.
Oh, yeah, I'll hang out.
yeah, just hang out for a little bit. But
I'm gonna have to check out more of the UK artists, the grime artists, because you guys got like I feel like if I listen more, I would develop more wordplay, because you guys definitely have your own I mean, obviously you guys talk different.
Yeah, it's totally
so
different.
Obviously, your syllables will be a little different.
Yeah, and do you know what? Like when before grime came along, because I studied this in my degree at university when I looked at UK sound system culture. Many early UK rappers sort of basically just obviously copy and pasted what was coming from the US, because you guys invented hip hop. There were some good early UK rappers, but the thing was, when grime came along, that really changed the game, because that was sort of really like our own thing. It was our hip hop. And when it's first started, the big stars, people like Dizzy and Wiley and Skepta, some of them are literally still living at their mum's house or in a council flat. They weren't driving nice cars.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
But, unlike American rappers that as soon as you hear them, they're already driving cars with 22-inch wheels. They've got huge gold chains. They've got swimming pools and stuff. It wasn't like...
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know about the ones I listen to, but yeah, I definitely
Yeah, but rap nowadays. But if you take rap and hip hop back to the start, it was a creative street thing. It was about the 5 elements.
It's like
of hip-hop.
Wu-Tang. They were rapping on the street in the snow.
Yeah, they deliberately looked like slumlords, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was what grime was like. It was like they were literally stood on the estate. It was a totally new style, very, very raw. Right, anyway, we're digressing. It is the customer services department. Master Lee, are you there?
Yeah. I'm here,
Okay, so this is actually a complaint which I've had in from someone that's viewing, and it's an anonymous person. It's come through Magix. All I know about this person
we were chatting about
is
this
that they are a professional. That's all I'm going to say. They are a person, not a regular person. They're a person of an accredited professional status, and they watch the show, and apparently they like the show. They like some of the things that I say, but they think, and this is, I'm paraphrasing, that I am leaning towards extremism in some of the things that I say on the show, and especially what I've posted on Facebook. And I could actually be activating other people into extremism. Now, here's a direct question that comes from this person, from one of my posts, or a reshare that I did, something about the Afghan situation. And here's the question they put. Should we take more than 5,000 Afghan refugees, bearing in mind that 20,000 a year is less than one extra person per four towns or villages in the UK? If not, why not? They also ask, what are the jinn? What are the jinn? And are the existence of the jinn a reason not to take Afghan refugees? If so, why? Now, that's obviously 3 or 4 different questions, and you might say that's a very weird, detailed question, but I'll give you some context. Here is what I have posted, or I reshared from Thomas Sheridan. He said a massive invasion of the jinn are coming soon. Now, if you look at my slideshow, some of the things on my slideshow I posted as well. And the first question is, what are the jinn? The jinn is an Islamic word for demons. They say that the jinn are a metaphysical entity made out of smokeless fire. And here's a list of different types of jinn. Some of them are demonic. Some of them are described like angels. One of them is called shaitan, or a collective consciousness called shaitan. So to answer that part of the question, this is what jinn is. It's a whole hierarchy of demons and angels from the Islamic faith, the Islamic ideology. Now, Thomas Sheridan, who I really want to get on the show, I would say he's a light occultist. I think he's sort of described himself maybe as a pagan. I want to ask him what he described himself as. He has very,
Look at the last
very
one there,
interesting
Malak.
Yeah, Malak, pure creatures that were created by light and service to God and angel. So this person, this answers the part of the question. This is what jinn is. Now, the reason I shared this, right, is because what I believe Thomas Sheridan is alluding to is that this guise of bringing refugees and translators into the country could actually be a cover story. This isn't out of the question, for importing terrorism, cells of radical Islamists,
big black satanic Saturn
to
boxes.
use the language of the mainstream media. Now, to answer, let's go back to the question, because I want to answer this directly, right? So the claim is that the 20,000 Afghans are coming. I showed this in my slideshow. The question is, should we take this? If not, why not? Now, my first thing to say would be, from our experience of the government giving quotas of what immigration is going to be, would it not be fair to say the first thing you should do is add maybe 1 or 2 zeros to that? I think it would, first of all, be super naive to think that it's only going to be 20,000 a year, or whatever that figure is. That's the first principle. Now, I'm going to be very careful what I say here, because I want everyone to be really clear what my point is. On one hand, if we have genuine refugees, families, including women and children, or translators that have worked for the coalition, do we have a responsibility to accept them? Now, I would say theoretically, yes, we certainly do. But on the other hand, I'm going to say this. People of the SJW type, or the left, or whatever you want to call it, complain a lot about homelessness and about poor, starving children in this country right here now, right? So I would put the argument on the table that is it acceptable to take one more single person into this country while we have one hungry child, one homeless veteran, one homeless refugee, one homeless person, one person but living below the breadline? That's got to be on the table. Is that fair?
And we're not racist here at Riseabove.
You know what
I'm putting all the
Lance?
arguments on the table because I want to answer this question properly, right? So that's the other thing.
I think you're being too logical for them.
Okay, good point, Mateus. So if we take 20,000 people a year, that is one person per 4 times. I would agree that if the real figure was 20,000 people of they had worked with the coalition and they were going to be targeted by the Taliban, so they had real asylum seeker status, I would agree with that. However, right, from my 20 years of research and investigation into the way that the global elite work, the Kalergi Plan, UN Agenda 2030, and everything that I've researched, I would be super duper naive to believe that only 20,000 eligible asylum seekers and refugees are going to be accepted with the numbers first of all. So I hope that's sort of answering the question, because I'm just looking at past experiences. 20,000 people, that was like a week's quota back in 2011. That was people coming through in 1 week. Right? Is that Magic's wanting to join again? I don't know if you want to join, Mag. Welcome, Magic, if you want to join. So, yeah, I'll put the question back on the screen, because Magix, you brought this question. Do you want to add anything to what I'm saying? Am I answering this properly? I don't know if he wants to join. Okay, so, and the next bit of the question, are the existence of the jinn a reason not to take Afghan refugees? Right. So Thomas Sheridan is an occultist. He's sort of a bit of a mystic, really. And I think what he's suggesting is that the dark occultist in charge of the global elite, hence in charge of the military, are going to use this opportunity or this false flag or this event or whatever it is, and this is my theory, to instead of actually import refugees, translators, people that collaborated with the coalition to
who actually genuinely
believe it, deserve it, sorry, they could actually be substituted with radicalized, brand new militants. And I think what he's alluding to is radicalized militants could have jinn, demonic energy attached to them parasitically. And for anyone that doesn't understand what we're saying, they would have to rewind to Wednesday's chat with Inner Guardians. Inner Guardians, this is where I'd like you to elucidate on this theme that we're talking about here.
And don't hold back, my man.
Jinn energy attached to Taliban militants. Does this sound out of the question?
Anything's possible. Now, as we already know, whatever we see in the media, we're meant to see. Now,
it's one of my quotes, isn't it?
Yeah. Whether it is what we're seeing is another story. So, for the most part, it symbolizes. It's the physical manifestation. What they never tell you about, or they never factor in, is the non-physical or the metaphysical side. So, for instance, on face value, yeah, they're importing thousands of refugees, but equally, that could also mean the potential for jinn to come in, or a particular type of jinn. But before I go any further, I just want to say that personally, I think the questions are questionable. They're obviously loaded.
Please elucidate.
Well, to me, when I first saw these questions, to me, it looks like they're trying to get you to say the wrong thing for a start. Now, I would apply first principles to this, and is this really our problem, or is this a problem that has been created by those that have been in control? I'd be more inclined to ask the people that started the problem this question. Now, if they're alluding to yourself being radicalized or going to a sort of terrorism side of the spectrum, well, I would ask that question more towards the government that have slaughtered millions.
Well, here I'm so glad you said that, because this is the comment that the person was talking about, and this is a direct screenshot of a Facebook post that I made, right? And this is what it says. I said this, and I put this to public deliberately. So the person that made the complaint, I want you to know that I was very calculated with what I said here. I spent at least 20 minutes choosing these words very carefully. Many people have been lambasted for making the rise of the Third Reich comparison. I see the spelling mistake. The comparison to the emerging Soviet Union future. Others expressed their hopeful wishes for a Nuremberg trial too, to situation to come about. I said many obedient Soviet citizens get offended, saying this goes too far. This goes too far. How can you say that? I would actually say it doesn't go far enough, because in Nuremberg 1, out of 23, which is 2 threes, defendants, only 4 doctors or nurses were found guilty. And they were found guilty for executing or euthanizing 10,000 victims, right? Now, if we remember back to 2020, the Soviet Union actually tripled that score just in care homes in the first lockdown alone. 30,000 people died. Many more than 23 doctors and nurses were involved, right? This is what I posted on Facebook. And the person that's made this complaint has said that I'm radicalizing people towards extremism. I made some comments following it, right? And I'm going to show you, because I'm going to be totally honest. I'm very open with what I say, and I stand behind every single syllable. These are some comments afterwards. I said, anyone still on board with what's going on right now should probably be treated like the enemy. And this, my friend Ethan questioned me on it. And I said, I can't remember what it is. I said, both. I was talking about both sides of the argument. I said many inactive fence sitters are being activated and starting to admit the bullshit, but others are doubling down or even tripling down into the ignorance, and they're going to be future enemy combatants, in my opinion, and it's not going to be pretty, right?
Well, they're not going to be enemy combatants. Because they're not doing anything. They're going to get on their knees, tuck their tails between their legs, and wait for their big bad government to come save them.
Matthias, what I was alluding to is, if their future dreams come true, where there is this proper medical apartheid and segregation and demonization of people like us that won't take the special sauce, and when society is literally split in two, if this ever happens, that's what I'm talking about. So this is what I've been called an extremist for, right? And I'm going to stand by this, right? Because I truly do believe that many people have been euthanized. I truly do believe that an infrastructure has been put in place to deliberately make unwitting care workers and medical professionals follow protocols that has caused thousands of unnecessary deaths by default, just simply by following protocols. Luckily, some of them have spoken out, some haven't. And I'll tell you what, the reason...
I mean...
Go on.
I'm just adding, I guess, a sub note. But I mean, these doctors. I mean, it's. I don't think they've ever. I don't want to endorse drug use, but I don't think these doctors have ever used drugs in their life, and they're just throwing these things at people. They're just throwing these synthetic research. That's what they are. They're research chemicals.
Yeah,
all these antipsychotics and all that shit. They're research chemicals. I used to do research chemicals and Theogen like research chemicals, and I guarantee, as horrible as those were, how many, God knows what the fuck was in those, how many inactive ingredients, how many contaminants. I guarantee the shit they're prescribing people is 10, just to infinity worse.
I would be
it's
very
unexplainably
clear.
worse.
I know that some of them are doing this and they're not doing it consciously. I know some people that are doing. I'm sure some people in the medical profession are in complete denial. But you know what that means? That means you're subconsciously aware of what you're doing and you're suppressing it. And I reckon there are definitely some people that are consciously know what they're doing and they're hoping that they get a place in the new COVID future, right? Now, when I made this post, and I thought about it very carefully, and this, I'm speaking directly to the person that's made the complaint, my intent was never to incite any kind of retribution against these people. It was to activate them to think twice about what they're doing, because medical professionals follow me online. Whatever happens to them in the future, if people find out what they've done, that will be left up to the universe, right? It's not up to me. But I'm trying to activate people that are seeing things right in front of them, that are seeing people misdiagnose things, seeing people send people to the COVID ward when they've blatantly got CPOD or another underlying condition, and then giving them something, whatever, and before you know it, they're gone. I'm talking to those people directly. That's why I make these inflammatory posts. So I'll finish it with this to end off this particular complaint, and I'll full screen it. To whoever this is that made the complaint, this is what I'm going to say. If you think I'm an extremist, if you think extremism is advocating for justice, for genocide, and for euthanasia, then you better call me Lance bin Laden or Osama bin Laden. Because if that's what being an extremist is, I'm an extremist. If I'm
Wait, but I thought you were a white supremacist.
Hey, I've been called many things. But you know, if advocating for justice for people that are taking part in genocide and euthanasia of thousands of people, if that's an extremist, then call me Chemical Ali, mate. No problem. It's just a term. It's just a label. I've been called worse things. That's absolutely fine. I hope that's answered the question.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, honestly, that's as real as I can be. I'll just go back to the original complaint. I hope that's our first proper complaint in the Rise Above Customer Services Department. So anyone that says that we don't have opposing views, there you go.
Well, the other thing you have to factor in,
just quickly.
Go on.
I agree. I kind of felt what Lee was saying. It's a loaded question. I've only haven't a chance to dig properly yet. But the way that we've been there for 20 years in Afghanistan, and we've been working with the forces there. And then what? The Taliban have taken over the entire country almost immediately, as soon as everyone's almost like running away. And there's been loads of weapons and things left behind. There's British rifles, there's American rifles, American helicopters. It's exactly the same parallels as ISIS. And when all that was rolling out, and the same people that were exposing that were getting called extremists as well, and they were talking about bringing new categories in to categorize those people that were researching ISIS online and blowing the whistle. So it could be a similar thing happening now, just so people understand that it does happen, and it's when they're moving people around country to country, and the easiest guys to do that is under a humanitarian, guys.
You know what I want to do to all these doctors? Not hurt them, not do any of that. I want to help them. I wish it was possible that I could give them the 5 grams dried in complete darkness and let them deal with all their demons.
The Terrence McKenna
right
dose, yeah? The heroic McKenna dose, that was sort of right.
Some of them probably won't make it through mentally. Because, they'll realize their ways.
I've only done that 3 times.
I would like to think.
I've done the heroic McKenna dose 3 times in those conditions, and each time it changed me. I was scared to go past
I've never done it specifically, but I mean, I've, abused entheogens and, staying up all night in my room, in my bed. And so I guess, I guess stuff like that would count.
Sleep deprivation is the strongest hallucinogen ever. Right, Mateus, thank you very much.
No, I'm
bro.
just saying. I did it for so many years. Like you almost forget. Like I don't even remember like really individual experiences anymore, except for the ones that stick out. There's been just way too many.
It's like a pastiche, a beautiful woven tapestry.
Yep.
All right. Mateus, thank you very much for being our first caller. Although you didn't have any complaints, we really appreciate your input.
No.
We love to hear from people.
You guys are
from
killing
other
it. That's my only complaint.
What, do you want us to kill it harder? Is it a problem?
We could spit more bars. I was digging the.
We can have
I like that.
more
I
music
like,
next week. Mate.
What is he? Omaha Beats. Oma Beats.
Oma.
I should know this by now.
It's like the resistance. You measure resistance in an electric circuit using ohms.
Okay.
OHM. Well, Andy's surname is Homer, so it's Oma, and his symbol is
okay.
I'll put it up on the screen. Look, his symbol is a cross between the ohm symbol and the anarchist symbol. It's kind of dope. See this one here? That's the symbol for an ohm, the O with the little tails, and then if you put an A in there, that's Oma Beats right there. Rise above, everybody. I'm going to hit a random button, see what happens.
You could never defeat me. I have the special skill of the liquid metal rabbit.
That was a good result. Rise above, everyone. How's it going? Okay, so, right, it is the customer service show. We've dealt with our first ever complaint here on Rise Above, and I'm very glad we've got it because we do get a bit of criticism. We don't have opposing views. We only have people that agree with us. We only have people that come on and massage my ego. We have all of this, right? So
we've asked them to come on since the beginning.
I've begged them to come on. None of them want to put their money where their mouth is. None of them want to put their testicles on the table and compare hairs. At the end of the day, right, people want to chat about Rise Above online. Oh, Rise Above is this, Rise Above is that. Why don't you come on and set the trend? Everyone will be treated with humility, with respect. So this is how you call in, guys. If you've got a phone, a tablet, you only need Skype. Riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. If you've got a computer or a phone, in fact, and you want to join us on the I'm going to put the thing on the screen again. You can actually come in, and you can come in with your webcam. You can look all cool. You can be on Rise Above. It's on the screen right now.
Oh, we can do that?
Yeah, you can do that, mate. Mateus, if you've got basically headphones, a microphone.
Next time, I'm actually in the middle of a move. So next time I call in, I'll make sure I call in from the man cave.
Yeah, do it. Basically, I send you a link. Once you click the link, you come through to the Rise Above Restream interface like this. You type your name in the little box here, okay? And when you type your name in the little box, you come through to this thing. Click the settings. If you've got to have earphones, you put high resolution audio. You select whatever speakers or output on your device you're using, do all that, and then you come on the show like Word Nerd or Master Lee or any of the team. That's how we do.
Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful.
I make sure I look presentable for you guys.
Yeah. So next time we do the calling, I think the plan is we're actually going to probably do these once a month, something like that. Customer services department will open it once a month. What was that in the Guardians?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, didn't you? You were just the little speaker was coming off your face. Yeah.
Can I actually ask one more question?
Absolutely. That's what mate. That's why we opened the department. Please,
all right. Well, this is actually for you, Master Lee, and something. Well, actually, Lance, you brought this up a few weeks ago. Okay. You said along the lines of going back to the jabs. You said something along the lines of, who cares? Obviously we do care, but you were basically saying it doesn't necessarily even matter what they're doing with this, whatever's in them, because it's just the principle at this point to just, we know what they're about. We know what rules over us. So why would you take something from them? Would you buy drugs off somebody who's robbed you?
Mate, I would literally say,
even if you know what I mean?
Even if I believe my life was super under threat from whatever they've created, if it's a virus, a pathogen, whatever it is, if it was airborne, if I was going to contract it, I still, in a million years, would not take their solution. Not in a million years. I'm just not that stupid.
Yeah.
even if
I don't want their drugs.
At this point right now, even if loads of members of my family had died from it and they're like, here, take our solution, you won't die, I certainly wouldn't do it.
What we're witnessing is the passivity of those that do nothing. Now, this is connected to the question that was asked previously. Now, I can't believe that people, that people aren't angry or upset over what's taken place over the last, say, 33 years, or more specifically, the last 20 years. Now, people just turn a blind eye. People turn a blind eye to genocide, to war.
They apologise for it, mate. They actually apologise for it.
They fucking encourage it.
They're turning a blind eye to this medical procedure that's taking place. They're saying nothing. As far as I'm concerned, they're the extremists. It's
Dangerous
extreme,
without a doubt.
It's extreme passivity. It's unbelievable.
Has anyone seen Arnold Schwarzenegger's latest video that he's put out?
Oh,
have you seen that? Where he's in his green.
Wait, what does he say? He says, "Fuck your freedom."
Yeah, fuck you. You know, like screw your freedom.
Screw your freedom.
With freedom comes responsibilities.
I actually had a meme about that, which I haven't even put in tonight. I tell you what, carry on talking.
He was really going off saying that, you should believe people like Dr. Fauci who have been studying the stuff all their life, and don't believe there's a lot of misinformation on the internet.
What a letdown for big
like, and he's
right?
really going for it. He's like, just take the vaccine. The spearing. Sorry, guys.
Oh God,
take
PG, what cardinal sin?
He's like, take the spearing. Keep washing your hands, social distancing, wearing your mask at all times. Just doing the occult ritual.
Okay, here we go.
It's like they're trying to get these cool tough guys with like celebrity status. They're trying to get them like fighters. Yeah, I can't. I've heard the V word from fight. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard that in interviews. I need to just stop watching this shit, honestly, because I can't. I mean, I'm watching guys who I don't give a shit how good they are at martial arts. They're supporting this shit. Fuck their art. If they're, you know what I mean. If that's what they stand for.
Oh, we have an extra. Right. We have a guest. We have a guest called Jules in the green room. Welcome, Jules.
All right,
Oh, have we got an echo?
Oh, should I leave?
No, you can stay here because this is a different connection. Jules, can you hear us?
Beautiful.
Hello, Jules. You are live on Rise Above, Jules.
Muted.
Jules, you need to check your no, they're not muted this end. You need to check your settings and select the right microphone. I'll leave you there while you carry on with that. Carry on with the chat, guys. Look at the meme on the screen. It's that really it's very controversial, the bell curve of intelligence. So people in the first sort of sector who's setting off an alarm in the background.
Who's reversing?
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Is that you reversing out of your drive while you're on Rise Above, Mateus?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Right, so yeah, this is another virus.
I was off my egg game for a sec.
This is another virus man creation. The bell curve intelligence. People right at the bottom of intelligence below 55, which is unfortunately the R word. Wears masks, get jabbed out of fear and ignorance. The bell curve goes up to the massive part. Right, can you stop setting off alarms, please, Mateus?
I'm sorry, guys.
In the middle of the bell curve, most people just wear the mask and get jabbed to fit in and to virtue signal. But people at the other end of the bell curve, in the upper 3%, they just do neither. Because they know. So we were talking about Arnie, sorry. Right, here we go. This is it. Like my dad always used to say, screw your freedom and show me your papers, comrade. Arnold Schwarzenegger. There he is. And that's his, is that his dad? Gustav Schwaber brother.
Wasn't his nickname the Terminator?
Yeah.
Gustav.
It's not anymore. Have we developed an echo? I just heard a bit of an echo.
No, we don't do that anymore.
I know, but that's a different type of echo, right? Is it sounding all right, everyone? Let me know.
Oh my God, so, guys got targeted on Wednesday night.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah, whoa.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let me just put Arnold Schwarzenegger away, right?
Oh yeah, just go back to the sheep farm.
Big up Sheep Farm boys.
Yeah, I know. I put this on a thing. Look, 7,033 subscribers. Come on now.
So wait a minute, and there's a 3-2 there as well. Mm-hmm. Look, 1 and 2 is a 3, and then there's 2-3. So there's two 33s there. Right. So Dr. AI Nold Schwarzenegger says, "Screw your freedoms." Right. Big up Sheep Farm boys each and every time. But yeah, where is this? But look, he's got the broken leg thing. Look at his man boobs. He looks like Bill Gates. What's going on, Schwarzenegger?
He's not doing well.
Damn,
he's getting old now. He's nearly 80.
AI node. That's so good, isn't it?
Yeah,
AI node. Right, I digress. Right.
So yeah, Wednesday night.
What's going on with Jules? We can't hear you.
Are you there, Jules? You're live and Rise Above.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, Jules is sharing the screen. What's that? Jules, share your screen. Are you trying? No, they've disappeared. Okay. Well, not everyone could be a streaming professional like us guys. What can I say? Right. So back to the subject in hand. If anyone wants to call in, you know how to do it. Do it on Skype. But we would have to say goodbye to Matthias, unfortunately. Or anyone on Facebook. You can call me on Facebook Messenger or message me on Facebook. Ask for my number and call in. Let's get this back up on big screen, because at the end of the day, this is the customer services department. We have nothing else on the agenda. We can obviously go deep down the whole rabbit gorge hole with Inner Guardians and the rest of the team.
So let's talk about Wednesday, the attack on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's what. Right. What did you see? Because I only saw half of what was going on.
I didn't see anything because you blocked everything. I didn't see any actual
it was a great show,
racial
by the way,
slurs.
Thank you very much, Word Nerd.
I didn't see any racial slurs actually come through in the chat. You got them.
Basically, we had these people appearing in the chat, and they're
real quick as well, real quick.
Yeah, and their names had a different font to everyone else in the chat. They were like italicized fonts, right? So that looked really weird. And their names were offensive, like I hate the N-word. Jews
make America white again.
Make America white again. Like Jews fucks the world and stuff like that. And it was like, God, should I even say that? Because the algorithm.
No,
I probably shouldn't. But liberals and who's burnt down America, and they were making comments like we hate black people, but the N-word. And as soon as I could delete them, 2 more would appear. So it was very clear to us that it was a targeted. And here's the thing: they were talking about liberals, right? So I said, "Oh, look, these look like American bots," because this is not UK language talking about liberals, right? And as soon as I said that, and I deleted it, the next comment that pops up, the next profile with a bogus name, said, "We hate British faggots as well." And it's like, right, so someone that's watching is controlling these bots, for sure. I wonder who it was. Hey, I take it as a compliment. We must be doing something right if the denying force presents itself like that, so strongly, in such an upfront, blatant attack.
On a Wednesday as well, not even on a Friday.
Yeah.
You know what the D stands for in gin?
Please.
Digital gin.
Digital gin. Yeah, because if I go back to this,
I've heard this on my Savile digs with DJing, like DJing.
Oh yeah, do you know Jimmy Savile was a DJ?
Music, right? DJing.
Jimmy Savile was a powerful jinn. So look, on Wikipedia, the jinn are actually spelt just with a J. That's like that's the proper kafar spelling. For any Muslims that are watching, you'll probably giggle at that, the kafar spelling. For the unbelievers, you just spell it with a J. The Islamic spelling is a D-J-I-N-N.
And the D is pronounced silent.
No, it's still
Same
jinn.
principle as the Jedi.
Yeah. And when I met my good friend Muhammad Ali, that's actually his real name, a guy from Sudan, I met him in Laos many years ago, and we spent like 2 or 3 nights talking about this stuff. And I just learnt about the Islamic side of all this, what I've been researching everything else for years. And he was absolutely blown away to meet. He was a devout Sunni Muslim, and he was blown away to meet a Westerner that knew what the jinn were, knew that what the CIA were doing in Afghanistan, in etc. etc. And it was one of those ones we were, had a serious rabbit hole session, and that's when I learned a lot about this directly from someone who has grown up in the culture of Islam. So. Yeah, I don't say any of these things lightly. I don't share these Thomas Sheridan things lightly, and he says some really wild shit. And if Sheridan ever watches, we want to get you on the show, mate. Everyone keeps talking about it. We need to get Thomas Sheridan on the show. Do you follow him on Facebook?
No, I don't. No,
you need
to.
to.
No.
You need to. His commentary is kind of.
He's a lighter cultist now. You said earlier.
I would say he's a lighter cultist. He's definitely into the occult. His page is called Room 313 Fortean. Fortean, Fortean culture.
33.
Yeah. He knows. He actually questions some of the things we say on here. One thing he questions, which I'd like to talk to him about, he sees no link whatsoever with the pentagon shape, Saturn, and cube worship. He says it's a total myth. And he's a highly regarded person. So I really want to get...
what's his justification for that? I would personally like to...
Yeah. I want to quiz him on this. I want to quiz him on this particularly because I've seen him go deep in comment section with people about this subject, that people that talk about Saturn worship, linking Saturn to a black cube is just... He said that's stupid internet conspiracy theories.
No, it's really not. Well, it's really not.
I just like to show him the graph of when you, the schematic of when you roll out a cross.
Yeah, this goes back to literally ancient times, like ancient times, as far back as you can even research.
And Sheridan, we're not calling you out; we're calling you in. Right?
Yeah, we're calling you in.
Yeah,
mate.
we want to talk to you badly because we respect your insight, and I want to hear what you got to say.
Especially because, like, what I've, with my astrotheology research from Mark Passio's background, that is a highly prominent topic.
Right. Do you remember I showed the video of the grey-haired Irish dude in the car talking about chaos magic?
Yeah.
That's Thomas Sheridan.
Right.
That's him. That's why he caught my
Right.
attention. He made that video. Big up Tiffany Smith. I haven't seen you before. Welcome to Rise Above. Sit at our table, munch on some rabbit, drink some anti-Coviet lemonade. Right. So what he said in this video, he goes, when I'm online and I'm in the comment section and I want to really get to the NPCs or the normies, what I do is I find a video of people enjoying themselves with like loads of kids at a festival or a family event.
We should stop doing this.
And he goes in really hard, like a Coviet in the comment section. He goes, I will, like a shaman, I will use the blood of the normies and I'll smear myself on it to get their power, like a shaman uses the pelt of an animal to invoke his power. And I was like, okay, now I'm listening. Chaos magic. Because think about it, you've seen what I do online.
Yeah.
That's chaos magic, right?
For sure.
Yeah. He's a practitioner. Thomas Sheridan, we are reaching out to you directly. Every time we reach out to someone, guess what happens? They come on, don't they?
Well,
usually,
where's
name anyone.
Overkill?
Oh, apart from... That's the only person we've called out that hasn't come on the show so far.
Oh, he got snapped in his undies as well, didn't he?
Oh, dear. What, that picture of the red underpants?
I heard he got snapped in his
undies.
undies.
I've seen it shared around.
I've seen it shared around.
I mean, like, why would you answer the door in red underpants, especially if you're John Overkill?
We're not gonna put that on the show.
On the show. Not that everyone's ever seen that anyway. Yeah, we don't show pictures of people in underpants. We rise above that.
Anyway, Tom Sheridan, I personally think you are totally wrong about the Saturn cube worship not being connected.
But we want to hear why he thinks that. That's the most important thing, because I want to know why he thinks that.
Because this is a heavy part of my research.
What Thomas is referring to is the esoteric and the exoteric of the esoteric. Now, nothing's simple. Now, I often try and explain things, and it's really difficult because you're dealing with lots of things. So, for instance, you've got the occulted stuff, and it's occulted for a reason. It's so it doesn't get corrupted. Now, anything that comes out from the occult that gets leaked into the mainstream or into a bigger field of awareness oftentimes gets corrupted. And this includes symbology, cosmology, and so on and so forth. So what I think is referring to is potentially there's been a corruption within the esoteric.
Okay. But I understand that concept, what you're saying in the Guardians, right? But what, to completely sever the black cube from Saturn?
No.
When we can literally look.
I'll lay it down real simple, right? Back in the ancient times, we don't know how they could see it, but they could see the planets.
What you're saying now, what is it based on?
I basically saw a conversation. It's basically in Thomas Sheridan's very popular Facebook group where people have been bigging up your work massively, I must say, right? They've been watching your channel and talking about it in his page. Someone put a post about the Kaaba, the black cube, Satanism, Judaism with the black cube on their head, Muslims walking about, and in the comment section on his own page or his own group, he came in and basically said, I totally dismissed this link between black cube worship and Satanism. And I looked in the comment section and I didn't really get a lot of detail from him, but he basically just totally dismissed it. But I want to know why.
Well, I often look at stuff, esoteric stuff, and it's completely false.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying he's wrong. I want to know more. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's actually a very simple concept. What the Saturn.
More importantly, if I'm wrong, I want to know. That's the most important thing.
How can it be simple? How can it be simple?
Because all it is an ancient astrotheological ideology of, because Saturn was the furthest planet that they could see. Okay.
Well, the Romans had Saturnalia as literally that was their Christmas. It was called Saturnalia. So they definitely worship Saturn. We know that.
And you can see that it has the hexagon on top of it. Yeah, the shape on top of it, which makes the cube. If you put the lines in the middle of it, if you add the triad to it, that turns it into the cube. And the reason they use the cube as the symbol is because it's the furthest out planet, and with the widest orbit. it encapsulates the rest of the planets, i.e., it's total control because all the other planets are inside it. That's the actual symbology, and that's why it's used. So I completely dismiss that there's no link to it. I would like to know why he says there's no link, but I like that there's no.
Because obviously we look at
it's
that
factual.
pentagram
It is what it is,
shape
yeah.
at the top of Saturn, right? And we know the relationship. With
the pentagram, not the hexagram.
With the pentagram and the cube. Okay.
And then when you apply the triad, the 3 lines to the pentagram, it makes the cube,
Anyway,
the 3D cube.
We want to get Thomas Sheridan on the show. Do you know who else I've got there?
Oh, I really want to get Chris Guy back on.
Yeah, Chris Guy will come back on. You know it. He never got his T-shirt.
No, go on.
I want to get Right Said Fred.
Oh yes, for sure.
I want to get Richard Fairbrass.
They'll come on. They'll come on.
Yeah,
Right
of
Said
course
Fred
they
will
will.
come.
Yeah, I've got their email off Mark Devlin, so I want to say a big thank you to Mark Devlin. Mark Devlin's
Big
part
up
of the team,
to Peter Stone and the Sovereign Project.
I've got a link to Peter Stone too. Someone emailed me. I can't remember who it is.
Well,
Someone that was
Matt's
watching the show.
Matt's doing some flyers for them. Matt, the Rise Above team member who does a lot of work with website and stuff. Our secret member,
off-camera member.
He does a lot of work, and I think he's making some flyers up for Peter Stone's Sovereign Project.
Eye for an Eye says, I have visions of John Linden showing up here as a guest idea at Rise Above. Oh, we've got
it's Clint. It's Clint.
We've got, welcome back. Right, do a video. Let's see Clint. No, you lot can't see him, but right.
Hello, Clint. Are you there?
Welcome to Rise Above Customer Services. Please don't say fuck or bugger.
How is everybody?
Yes, Clint. How good to hear from you, my man.
Congratulations on your marriage, Lance.
Thank you very much, Clint. It was a monumental day. Apart from the general turning up, that didn't really help things. But the Empress is very happy to finally have the ring on her
I got
finger.
to turn off the screen.
Yeah, turn off the stream, otherwise you're going to get very confused.
And shout outs to Spoken Word Nerd, and respect to, of course, Master P.
Master P.
Sorry,
it's really good to hear from you, Clint. I was hoping you were going to call in tonight.
No, my apologies. I'm already. It's a little bit late in the day, but I wanted to ask Master Lee about what he thinks of artificial intelligence and the possibility that, for Master Lee, from my understanding, I think we've reached a point that there's a possibility that artificial intelligence, from my research and my friends and understanding, is that we've reached the singularity. So we've reached a point where processing power has, computer processing power has exceeded human processing power. Does that make sense, Master Lee? And I apologize. I didn't mean any disrespect, sir.
You're so polite, Clint.
Yeah, well, I no, that's such a. I really am sorry, and I because I was looking forward to speaking to you gentlemen for so long, and what you're doing is so amazing. And no disrespect to anybody, especially Master Lee. Master Lee has taught me so much and helped invigorate my life by being better physically, better emotionally, smarter in terms of everything I do, and he's done it. I know Lee Hasdell. I know he's just an amazing athlete. I remember what he was saying, and it always brings me a smile. Was thinking, he says, you can put Lee said, you can put the priest class in a room, and we all know the priest class, right? You discussed it before.
Yeah,
many times. The Z group. Yep. And I think Master Lee said, listen, put me in a room of the priest class, and he used a kind of British colloquialism to describe it, but he basically just said, I'd clean the room with them. And I appreciate that, and I think about that sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit of encouragement for all of us, mate.
Pardon me, sir?
I said it's a bit of encouragement for all of us, Clint, to know that someone's ready to stand up and say they're not that powerful.
Well, let me start by saying this, right? You use the word the singularity, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, what does the singularity look like? What would it mean? And what is it alluding to? It's alluding to that everything becomes into one. Yeah.
Yes.
So, what we're witnessing take place right now is everything coming into one. So, I'm surprised that people are surprised that things are happening the way they're happening. So if you look at the financial system, the political system, the one world government, the new world order, health, everything is coming into one. This is we're witnessing the approach towards singularity. Now, the problem is that if you look at one of the parts in isolation, then it doesn't make sense. And this is why everybody's scratching their head. But this is intentional because they compartmentalize everything so that you can't join the dots. Now, those that have any form of critical thinking or that can syncretize, it's almost perfectly clear. But for the majority of the population, they focus on one aspect at a time. So I was trying to allude about this or towards this earlier on when I said about the DNA. Now, I've got to be careful what I say because I don't want to sort of bring any strikes to the channel. But it boils down to control. And like I said about the money, historically has been, well, not historically, but in the recent history, money has been the mechanism of control. Now, they also tell us that we'll have nothing and be happy. So they're alluding towards that we won't have money. Now, if we don't have money, how will they maintain control? Well, they're never going to let up the financial situation and the money control unless they've got something to replace it with. Now, what they're going to replace it with is a combination. So it will be digital in connection with the body via transhumanism. Yes. Yep. So everything will be on an app, as an example.
Your body, your soul will be the currency.
Exactly.
Your essence will be the currency, a biometric, biophysical currency.
Yeah, not quite. It's going to be more to do with the consciousness. This is why I mentioned about epigenetics.
Yeah. It's all about the soul.
So what I was saying is that in the study of epigenetics, they say that your DNA is hereditary. Now, the counter to that is that you can alter your DNA via consciousness. So this is when I mentioned ages ago about those that have had the double Britney Spears potentially could undo it via their consciousness, but you'd have to be very high level. And I'm aware that there are some mystics, esoteric people that are experimenting by taking.
Can I ask you, Lee?
Yes.
Can I stop you there, Lee?
Sure.
You've mentioned this before on the show, right? A few times, and I've always wondered who these people are and where they are. Do you know any of these people personally that have taken this in spearing and then deliberately to try to transcend it? Are you in conversation with anyone that would be willing to come on the show, maybe, and talk about their reasons for doing so?
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's a good question. Now, the people that I do communicate with, they could be people on the other side of the world. Now, with digital technology, the esoteric groups don't necessarily have to meet up in a secret house in somewhere in London or something like that.
Yeah,
there's actually
in a Masonic lodge.
Yeah, and I did allude towards this, although I didn't complete what I was going to say. I think it was on Wednesday. That there's groups that are active right now, esoteric groups that would normally have met up in a house or a location to do whatever. They're actually doing it online, and this information gets shared. So just as an example, probably 12 months ago, I was given a list of names of the priest class that were going to be targeted by the light occultists. Now, to my knowledge, every person on that list hasn't fared too well in the last 12 months. And it's been bang on. So they're being taken out one by one. So just because they're not protesting, just because they're not doing this, that, and the other, or they're not visible, doesn't mean to say that there isn't a secret war taking place. And I think it was the Sheep Farm boys that they did mention that if there was a serious counter to what's taking place, we would never know because it's not going to be in the mainstream media. Well, I would take it a step further. There's metaphysical groups that are fighting this metaphysical spiritual war that's taking place, or the battle between the forces,
which we would literally never know about.
Exactly. Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you think we're doing right now?
No. I'm talking about people like Master Lee saying, esoteric groups that are getting together to do rituals to target certain individuals Like that's that's a way
Well,
higher
actually-
level than what we're doing. Because don't forget, what do you think these motherfuckers do at Bohemian Grove? They get all together and they put all of their energy into one singular focus.
Yeah, listen, I know
That's
we're
what
like
I mean.
occultists,
So-
but we're not going to pull off a positive Bohemian
No,
Grove,
no, no.
are we?
But
Like,
what
we're
I'm
doing
saying
our
is-
best
what
right
I'm
here.
saying
like,
is these Master Lee saying there's a group of people he was given a list of which are going to be targeted by
mate,
individuals
that's
who
incredible.
are prepared to go to
Master
these
Lee,
levels.
are you ready to divulge, like maybe someone that was on that list that we could have reference to in the mainstream eye, just for a point of reference?
I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask, Master Lee.
No, I mean someone that has been. Maybe,
Yeah, I don't think that's an
Is that not
appropriate.
appropriate?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Mate, I'm the one that steps over the line.
I
You can
think
put
I
me back
think
in
I
place,
think
mate.
we were privy to
Well,
that
there-
information about the
there's a
list in the first
reason,
place. I don't
right?
think we should.
Maybe
try.
that's fair enough. Of course.
There's a good reason why I'm not too forthcoming about a lot of the things that I talk about, or even some of the information, and that's because it's occulted, it's esoteric. These groups are private, and they have to be for their own protection. And what I'm going to say is that they're not necessarily targeting these people; they're targeting whatever is attached to these people.
The parasites.
Yeah, because don't forget these again, right? These people look at Lord Potato Head. God knows what sort, and David Cameron, Tony Blair, people like that. I'm talking, UK here. But these poor fuckers. Look, what kind of childhood do you think they had to do what they're
Childhood
doing?
of ritualised
Yeah,
abuse.
100%. So these poor. Do you think they chose that?
Well, what's taking
They
place
didn't
right
show,
now?
and this is a high level of consciousness that everyone needs to come to. Right? I'm not telling people they need to come to this. I'm advising people should
they
come
are
to
sort
this.
of victims as well,
Yeah,
right?
they're victims as well. They didn't choose to do this. They're being made to do this.
Right. If I ask you like a simple question, like, do you think that we're going to survive this? What's taking place?
Yes, because truth will always prevail.
Okay.
over
Well,
evil.
so by people protesting once a month or whatever, or not wearing a mask, do you think that's going to stop them?
No, I think that's
No.
actually turned into a bit of a ritual.
No, I think protesting is defunct. I think the only thing that's going to stop them is a day-to-day basis of mass, complete, absolute non-compliance.
Or a few metallic pies at Bill Gates.
But that's not going to happen.
And the likes.
It's not. I know it's not going to
gonna
happen.
happen.
Sadly. Well,
Right.
what did you say?
Yeah.
What did you say the other week, Master Lee? You said for our age group, we're not actually going to be targeted, are we? Isn't it the younger ones that are going to be targeted with the nano Schwab tech?
Well, what I'm alluding towards is this can only be overcome. Right. So, what was it that Einstein said about overcoming problems?
You can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it.
Yeah. Right.
I believe that's word for word.
That's what I mean. We can't. No, go on. Master Lee,
Let me
go on.
finish this. Right. So, what it's going to take to overcome this in any way is those that have the ability to have a far higher level of consciousness to be able to balance the forces. But you're never going to see it, and you'll never know that this took place.
What we would only see is the after effects, the manifestational.
We would see
the
it on a
after,
lower
the after
level,
effect.
right? We would see it on a low level. So I'll give you an example. So just imagine the pushback is so great because of protests and non-compliance and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then the powers that shouldn't be say, okay, yeah, it's game over. Back to normal as you were. You're going to have a huge proportion of those that didn't do anything suddenly say, well, yeah, it was the part that I played in this. Yeah. So they would actually think that they potentially played a part in turning things around. So that's what you would see on the 3D level. Now, for what we're doing, yeah, we're playing a part because you've got to look at everything like a spectrum or a ray of creation, descending ray of creation. But what you've also got to factor in is that there's those on a much higher level. Let's say men number 6, 7, and even 8 in groups that are doing stuff. And this is why I said before that people in small groups can make big changes.
Wow.
Well, look how many people go to Bohemian Grove. It's only a couple of hundred. It's not a lot.
Yeah, they're not man 6 or 7.
No.
They'd be lucky to be 4s.
Yeah, 100%.
They're horizontalists.
Right.
They'd be lucky to
100%.
be man number 3. Those people that go.
But there'll be a few that.
I'm just working on 3.5, mate.
Can I ask you a question to Master Lee?
1 second. Based on the conspiracy theorist theory, how many people control the world?
One theory is 300, the committee of 300.
Yep.
One theory is 12 families.
Yep.
Or 13, yeah.
So 12 or 13. You know, and past that, there's another 100 theories of amounting 1 to 5 digit numbers. 1 to 4 digit numbers.
So it's fair to say that it's a very small proportion of the world's population.
Very small.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So what I'm about to say will give people some comfort, but it doesn't mean to say that you can be totally lethargic to what's taking place. If it only takes that amount of people to rule and control the world, it would equally probably take even less people to counterbalance it.
For sure.
Wow, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Right.
and those people,
Yeah.
and those groups have always been around, but previously they used to hide out in caves. Now they hide out and communicate via the digital and also the etherical plasma and electromagnetic frequencies and so on and so forth. There's a whole lot more going on that we'll never see.
Can I ask a deep question based upon your answer there, Master Lee?
Sure.
So, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that if things get reversed, if we're looking at the small number of people supposedly at the top now get reversed, is that to my understanding, Master Lee? Or am
I wouldn't say reverse. Now, for instance, people have got this false notion of utopia. This realm was never designed for utopia. This realm was designed for the balancing and the playing out of forces. So
yes, sir. Yeah, you're a Christian background, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah. So,
am I right? Yeah.
Yeah. So if I was to stop 10 people in the street and ask them what utopia means, I guarantee you that 10 of them would get it wrong. Okay. The real meaning of utopia, it means nowhere.
Nowhere or no way?
Nowhere.
I'm sorry.
So when you say nowhere, you mean no place, like before creation?
As in it doesn't exist.
Yeah. There is no utopia.
No place.
It can't be. It can't be. Listen to Master Lee right at the start when he came on the show, talking about the denying force. There has to be a denying force. If there's no denying force, that would be utopia. Well, utopia can't exist because there has to be a denying force for good to exist.
Right.
It can't exist without it.
Well, 3D, three dimensions. What's that? That's the first triad. So you have to have the denying force, the affirming force, and the reconciling force to create the first triad.
That's it.
Yeah. So
it always comes back to this. It's the ultimate teaching. Mate.
Yeah.
All it is a game of balance. It's a game of balancing forces. So we're in a realm, and I mentioned it earlier that in order to know the truth or to find out the truth, you have to experience the pretense. To see the light, you have to see the darkness.
Okay, and who's providing the pretense? Who's providing the denying force? Check out the comment on the screen from Francis Leader, and I'll tell you what, she wrote a great article on the underlying foundation of what might be happening in Afghanistan, people getting exported. And I've shared this article in the Telegram group. It's fantastic. She says the black nobility who own whole countries or corporations and use their wealth for full spectrum dominance, that is who is behind what's going on. And I spoke about the black nobility before.
Yes, you have, yeah.
This is the great comment, and it's a great elucidation, because when we speak about them, when we speak about they, when we speak about the agents of the denying force, the practitioners, the antagonists, right? The protagonists, this is who we're talking about. This is the people that employ the double R mafia that I talk about, the Z clan that Clint alludes to, the priest class. These people are merely administrators and employees of the black nobility. And the black nobility are not whoish or white. They think they're totally different. They think they're Venetians. They're
Sabbatean Frankists.
No, I would say that actually the V clan are the Sabbatean Frankists. I think in my opinion, Sabbatean Frankism is actually a cult designed for the V people. Created by the black nobility as a
so that would be the next
program.
level. That would be the direct.
So
next
right now,
level down.
people like that blue tick rapper we talk about, Interstellar Gimp, Novar Gimp. He's infected with this CRT malware, critical race theory malware.
Yeah.
He calls everyone
Sure,
white supremacists.
yeah, malware, exactly.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
malware. So the V clan, the Ionists, right? They're infected with this Sabbatean Frankist malware.
What do you mean malware? Talk.
Malware on a computer is like a bad viral
Oh,
program
okay,
that you
so
install that makes
yeah.
their hardware and their programs run incorrectly.
Yeah.
So when I talk about
fucking retarded.
yeah, that's what I call it. I call it
Fucking
retarded. It's like,
retarded.
oh, you're a white supremacist and you're a disableist.
Yeah,
you use
yeah.
the word retarded.
Yeah, they're
I
fucking
was
retarded.
I was like, I would never.
Well, it's a deep statement, Lance, to use the word malware with humans.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about programming.
Yeah,
I
what
mean,
is
I don't wanna
malware
get-
though? It's like a parasite.
I don't get.
It's like a digital parasite, isn't it? It's installed inside the host.
Yep.
And what's the counter to it?
The counter to it is a firewall. Yes.
Okay, so Lance, where you were going with this? So you were saying that the Sabbatean Frankists were installed with this.
I think that the V clan and this priest class that people use the J word in Whoish and they say they run the world. I
No,
think
they
that's-
don't.
They certainly don't. What it is that they have been convinced by malware that they are the priest class, the administrators. They have a God-given right to rule over the rest of the cattle for the what's that bad noise in the background? Who's that? They have been installed with a malware that says they are the priest class to rule for the black cube or whatever it is, the parasite, yeah? And I think that malware has been installed by the black nobility, the Phoenicians.
And who are they?
Well, they are the Maximo family. They're the 12 bloodlines behind the third.
Maximo family. Who's that?
Maximus. It goes back to the Roman Empire. These
There
are
we
the
go.
people.
Roman again.
Yeah, these are the people. The Roman Empire.
Can I put up my hand in this
Of course,
conversation?
of course.
I'm Alex
Is
Jones
that
right
okay?
now. Go for it. Yeah.
So
No, I really enjoyed that,
believe it is, and it's anyone who believes in the singularity and artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is going to be the savior
They're
for
infected.
mankind.
They're infected.
Right. Have we got another
And
person in the chat here, Jules?
Yeah, how you doing, guys? Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. Earlier, I tried to
Sorry,
speak,
Clint, just finish what you were saying, Clint.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Just a second, Jules. Carry on, mate.
So, but it's anybody with that funding. So I'm going to just read you a couple of this is from 2015. This is, I'll read you some research from that artificial intelligence is doing. It's the impact of extracellular matrix proteins cross-linking on the aging process. You know what that means? They want to live forever using computer technology.
Sorry, say that again. Read that again, Clint.
Okay, this is just, you can read from the company that created the Sophia artificial intelligence. Do you gentlemen know? Do you remember Sophia?
Yeah, that was the Saudi Arabians. The first person, the first AI intelligence they granted citizenship before the women of their own country.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah,
Sophia.
yeah.
This was back 5 or 6 years ago, mate. This is old tech.
Yeah. And that thing, when I saw that, I thought that was fake. I thought it was a radio, I thought this was a joke. It's not. It wasn't a joke. It developed as a binary program. So when they started that artificial intelligence, it was based upon yes and no questions. And then from there, it grew and grew and grew and grew. And now, once it's on the internet, it analyzes all human behavior. So from its inception, from a binary code, so from a computer programmer's code, it started out zeros and ones, yes and no, and then in complexity it grew.
Yeah.
And it's, and so
And it's not a coincidence that it's called Sophia.
Sophia,
that's the Gnostic.
Sophia
That's the
is
Gnostic
wisdom.
created
Is that
God.
right?
Yeah.
Greek for wisdom.
Wisdom, yeah.
Or is there
The goddess of wisdom, Sophia.
The goddess of wisdom. Yep. And absolutely no coincidence. And there's no coincidence that it was given a citizenship in Saudi Arabia. That's not. I thought, oh, that's funny. That's really funny. A robot became a human. No, there's a reason for that. Because a citizen pays taxes. A citizen, you get it? It's a citizen. It's now a citizen of Saudi Arabia. When it works, it pays taxes. And that's the significance. And Saudi Arabia is where the Palantir, there's a huge, what's called Palantir.
Yep.
So Palantir is this mega level intelligence covert operation that watches the internet.
Bang, bang.
Watches,
Sorry, I meant
Yeah.
to press gosh. I
Sorry.
meant to press gosh because you were dropping bombs. That was Andy PG's fault, but we didn't have the gosh button initiated.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, Clint, carry on.
That has that huge information center. When Sophia came out, you know, I don't know if you guys remember that. What happened, or the audience remembers that a bunch of Saudi Arabian princes and royalty were also killed. And the money were taken about the same time. Anyways, but my point is the black nobility is like Peter Thiel, okay? The major funding behind AI. He wants to live forever. He doesn't believe in any traditional religions. He believes he's smarter than anybody.
Yeah, that's who they're developing this stuff for, the black nobility. They're going to be the ones that will live forever.
He wants to be God.
The ultimate horizontalist.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. This is the priest class, the real priest class.
They are the Phoenicians. They're the Phoenicians. They are the Roman Empire. They're the Egyptian pharaohs, the Pharisees. It's all the same thing. Phoenicians, Swiss. It's them.
Can I just interject?
100%.
And then we've got another guest straight after Jules.
Right, it's very important when we go rabbit hole and stuff. Right, you need to bring all of this back to you. What is taking place with you right now, in this situation? Now, it's very easy to project outwards to this, that, and the other, and all these rabbit holes. But what is actually taking place to you and your atmosphere, and how is it affecting you? Are you being affected by all of this, or have you got enough essence to affect the external surroundings? And this is what it's all about. Now, you don't exist not to exist. There's a reason why you exist. And there's a reason why you exist in this realm with other yous that also exist. And you've also got an elite class of yous that exist. All we're doing is, if you imagine yourself as a droplet of water in an ocean, you have to be in contact with the external, but the question is how is the external affecting the inner, the you, the real I, and
do I have permission to talk with Master Lee?
Hold on, and are you using this situation, the current events? So imagine the current of the ocean or the tide. How are you using it to improve the you? Or are you self-slaughtering? It's a very simple question. So with everything that's taking place, are you able to use the material, the matter that's been given as a gift to develop self or to self-slaughter? And it's as simple as that. Now, when you start looking at it from that perspective, you can kind of have almost fun with it, because it's only going to affect you as much as you allow it to affect you. And they're kind of telling us as well, because they're not really forcing anything on us right now. This is why it's a particular moment.
Yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice.
Yeah, it's the final frontier of choice. Now, had we existed 200, 300, 500 or 5,000 years
It's
ago,
about free will.
Yeah, so we're reaching the tip of the singularity, or we're approaching the tip of the singularity. So this is where, like I've said before, look, they control the financial situation. They control what clothes we wear. They control what we eat. They control pretty much everything. The last frontier is choice and free will. Right. Now, everybody as an individual is being tested. And if we're not careful, we get drawn out of the individual importance into some collectivism. Now, if we look at it as a collective situation, it's all doom and gloom, because that's what it looks like. But that's part of the test of nerve. It's the test of your free will.
Amazing points. The consensual apocalypse.
Yeah.
Right. On that
Can
note,
I raise my hand?
Clint, for one sec, we have actually another guest. I have to invite one more person to the chat. Clint, we love your input, mate, but I've got to invite someone else. Jules, can you hear us?
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Right, welcome to Rise Above Customer Services,
Thank you,
Jules.
thank you.
Please don't say the C or the V swear word.
Yeah,
First
don't
of
worry, I
all,
won't.
where
Yeah.
are you calling from, mate?
I'm actually currently located in London, but grew up in Brooklyn. So originally from Brooklyn, New York. But yeah, I got introduced to your channel from what's that called, the Sheep Farm guys. And since then, yeah, it's been amazing. I have to say thank you
Those
guys.
boys are
And
big in the game.
Master Lee, you're like a superhuman to me. You sound like a superhuman. But yeah, I love listening to you guys. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly say this. Yeah, speaking of the guy when you were talking about how they're giving citizenship to the people to a robot in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, they call all the Asians and African miskin, meaning like homeless or bums.
Yeah.
But they're giving. I've been to Saudi Arabia a few times, so that's why. But yeah, I just another thing I wanted to speak about, because I heard you guys speaking about it for a long time. So in the Ramadan time, usually every Ramadan I try and do this, me and my wife. What I did was I posted an ad on a Muslim Pro. It's called Muslim Pro. It's an app for Muslims, like to get the prayer times and stuff. And I posted an ad saying that if you need a bit of financial support, please contact me. And had countless amount of people contacting me, about like over 1,000 people. And I realized I cannot really help everyone, but I decided to help as many people as possible, because I understand that £1 is equal to, if you're sending money to Asia, is about like £1 is like 100 rupees. So anyways, just to basically, recently I've been sending money to Afghanistan. But what happened was they shut down my account since I was, because the bank cares about my money, they worry about me, so they shut down my account because I was sending money to random people in Afghanistan. They're just Muslims, and speaking to the people, I mean, I have got them on my Telegram app, and they will tell you that, whatever you guys talking about how the Taliban took over, they will tell you, I have sent money to many people, by the way, and they'll tell you that it's nothing like that going on. It's just on media. It's all a lie. You know what I mean? Wow. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, and not just in Africa. I've been sending money to all over Africa, Asia, and these people that I don't even know. But I understand that because I've been around. So and I come from the hood. I come from Brooklyn in Flatbush. And if you guys don't know where Flatbush is, believe me, it's a very rough place. It was a dream to come down here. You know what I mean? I could proudly say it was a blessing from God that I made it out there. The hell, I call it the hell. People don't realize. But anyways, yeah. So that's what I wanted to tell you guys. But yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And
no that's problem. Awesome. Thank you for coming. So let me establish, you are Muslim, and
yeah, right? I'm actually from Brooklyn, so I wasn't. I decided to. So yeah.
You're converted Muslims, right? So when you look on the scenes, I mean, I hope with our jokes, with the memes and everything, I hope you got the right gist of what we're talking about. We're ripping apart the mainstream media's portrayal of what's happening in Afghanistan at the moment. Now, you just said there, you said a lot, but you said you've spoke to people in these countries. And
you can speak to them if you guys want. You could. The thing is that I speak 7 languages, yeah. So it's easier for me to communicate with them, like because I'm a dark skin, so they would rather trust me before they're trusting their own people. If you've been around Asia and Africa, you would understand that once you speak their language, they trust you easily. You know what I mean? So
I noticed that in Asia, when I've gone to Asia and I've made an effort to speak Thai and to speak Lao, you sort of elevate yourself above a level of anyone else that's gone there, because anywhere you go, especially to more developing countries of those parts, you're absolutely right, mate.
Yeah. The thing is, the sad truth is, look, because once they hear that I'm in London, they think I'm a multi-millionaire. What they don't realize is that I don't even have a job myself at the moment. But I'm not, not that, before I came down here, I made sure that I never have to, depend on jobs anyways. But even then, speaking of, like, my wife, she works for NHS, and she will tell you that when the pandemic first started, we were scared because we have got a little baby. You know what I mean? Obviously, I told my wife straight up, listen, this is fakery, because I witnessed 9/11. I was going to school in 7th Avenue. It's called John Jay High School in 7th Avenue. And I remember the day because I come from a very strict family. And, in New York, if you grew up in New York, and back in the days, by the way, if you miss school, if you miss the first period, the automated system will call your house and tell your parents that whoever answers, or they will leave a message saying that you cut the whole day. You know what I mean? So you cut class, or you cut school. So 9/11 was a Thursday. I remember the day because that week I missed on Monday. I was late for school on Monday. So I was like, oh my God, I'm getting beat down today. When I went to class, there was no one in the class. So they said they were in the 9th floor. When you go to the 9th floor, you see the towers are burning. There was no plane, nothing. By the way, my dad worked for American Airlines for 36 years. He was an engineer. He even mentioned that there was no planes. There was no such thing as the American Airlines 46 and whatever. They never existed. Wow. But anyways, just after the Twin Towers, Yeah, we had to evacuate. I remember I told my parents, listen, there was no plane. When I went upstairs in the 9th floor, there was no plane. Everybody else seen that too. As soon as I complained, they changed my school. They moved me to FDR High School. So that's it, straight away. And then somehow they made us believe that there was 9/11, planes blew up. And by the way, for a month it was like a war zone. It was like, it was like dusty and you couldn't really see properly. It was a lot of people don't even know about the 2003 blackout in New York. Everybody's got a smartphone, so they're smart now. They don't realize that we've been using Palm Pilot since 1996, 1997. You know what I mean? We had to pay. Yeah, we had to pay $100 for back in the days. A couple of years ago, you had to pay $100 for FaceTime. You know what I mean? So like, what can I say? I mean, it's deeper
Mate,
than that.
you
So
just dropped some serious bombs there, Jules.
Listen,
Look,
Jules,
look.
I've done
Yeah,
some
sorry.
serious research into the 9/11, into 9/11 itself, but specifically into 9/11 people that say there was no planes, that not one plane came and hit any of those buildings. So what you just said to me literally just made my jaw drop, because that literally confirms everything that I think personally about 9/11, that their planes didn't even exist in the first place.
Of course not. No, it didn't. Look, the thing is that come on, if they could they made us believe that fluoride is good for us, and then people are brushing their teeth with it. Come on now. You know what I mean? It's a joke. It's been a joke forever now. I mean, look, the thing is, I never got along with my family, and the sad truth is this whole pandemic has destroyed, me in personal, like, thank God I've been praying and stuff. So that's why I've been up, and my wife, she understands because she could see, because when things started going, like when the whole world, they locked down the whole, I was going out every day. Me and my son, we were going out every day.
Yeah, man.
Through the pandemic.
Yeah, same as me and my girlfriend.
Yeah, I got, the sad truth is I got a bit too emotional. I went around and I recorded empty hospital. And guess what? They put me in Wandsworth, HMP Wandsworth for 3.5 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, they tried to give me a fine. I said, no, I'm not paying no fine.
What was that charge?
The charge was for, what was that thing called? 184 point something. Basically, they were trying to tell me, they got upset at me. They said I had mental issues because when I went to court, they were trying to make me pay a fine. I said, you work for the terrorists. So what they did was, they said, this guy's crazy. But I said a whole bunch of things, and obviously they didn't like that. So I was like, listen, deport me back to America. They weren't going to deport me back to America because I came here with a fake passport. How are you going to deport me? You know what I mean? So like, it goes deeper, mate. I ended up doing 8 years in federal prison. You think I'm scared of these people? I come from the war zone in Brooklyn, Like I've lost everyone, my family members, my cousins. One of my cousins, the only one who's alive right now, and me, he's doing 134 years. And guess what? They didn't execute him because New York State, we don't believe in execution. So they gave him 30 something years because he was working for a district attorney in Miami. So he was selling drugs for a district attorney in Miami. People don't realize that what we go through, like me, myself, people don't realize that we have to deal with the worst, but this is like a heaven compared to where I come from. You know what I'm saying? So obviously I don't want to lose this luxury, because I've got a little boy, that being a bad boy, those days are gone now. I'm trying to be a better man.
Yeah,
for the sake of my
children
child.
change your perspective on the world. don't they?
So
It's
we've
amazing.
got some in the chat here. We've got a little bit of counter from Crapmo Stank. That's a bit extreme, and he was saying in his previous comment, "What? No planes hit the towers?" Question mark. So yeah. So I'm not saying it's true. Nobody truly knows what happened in 9/11. But if you actually look into it, if you take some time to do some research into and hear some like on the ground, boots on the ground accounts from people that were there when the explosions went off, they said there was no planes there. They could see right up, and there was just explosions.
Let me interject here, Mr. PG. So
mate.
we're actually doing a 9/11 special for the
for 9/11
for the 9/11 sort of like remembrance time. So we shouldn't really talk so much about it because we're going to do some more there. And Jules,
yeah, sorry.
No. Listen, I would like you to come back on that day and maybe do like your account of that day and the roll off from that day, what happened to you, because you were in New York.
Yeah, that would be awesome, Jules.
Yeah, born and raised in New York, by the way. Anybody wants to check, I'll give you my address. I come from a very wealthy family as well, so I'm not a bum that you just talking to. You know what I mean?
I can hear you're in New York. And that leads me to the second thing, right, is me and Lance want you to record some samples for us for some vocal takes, if that's right with you, because we like your accent, we like how you sound. It'll be really
Listen,
nice
I had to learn to speak so-called proper English because I couldn't communicate when I came down here because I talk a lot more faster, and we use a lot of slang. So we
want that. We want some sound bites from you, man. That's what we're going to do. So if you can drop on the comment section, if you can drop us I don't know, a way of contacting you, so you're not going to bait yourself out.
Telegram is the only other way, I guess, because I don't use social media.
Yeah, the Telegram stuff. Yeah, we're on Telegram. So if you link us
we got
on
the
there,
Rise Above Telegram page.
Yes, if you link us on there, then we can take that further. But yeah, definitely call back in a couple of weeks when we're doing the 9/11 special, when we talk about, you know, I would love you to come on and talk about stuff.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you guys
no
for
worries.
giving me the opportunity to speak.
Awesome to talk to you, Jules.
Thanks for calling in, man. Really nice
Thank
to
you.
hear.
You guys have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, call back in on the Friday just before 9/11.
It's
Yeah,
the
it'll be the 10th, mate. We're going to do it on the 10th.
All right, bye-bye now.
Yeah,
Sweet.
nice one.
Speak to you soon.
Cheers,
Ciao, ciao,
man.
ciao.
Bye. So I think is it music time now?
Yeah, it is music time, mate. That was awesome speaking to Jules. What a good caller.
Have we got any other callers on the line?
No one on the line at the moment. But yeah, one awesome caller, Jules from Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn certainly raised some good music, that's for sure.
Are you ready to drop the beat? I'm a beat.
Well, I don't know, I had some hip hop lined up, but now you want to play drum and bass.
Well, mate, you can drop some hip hop and just slowly
Someone
glide
mentioned
into some drum and
somebody
bass,
mentioned
mate.
Chester P earlier, so I'll whack some Chester P on, maybe a bit of other people.
Well, there you go.
And there we go. And then we've played some D&B, haven't we?
Enjoy.
Nice one.
First chance I was up in the spotlight. Real prayers all shed tears for a lost life. On road they roll with block knives and hold the block like two cats with a rock pipe. Cyclones will clear the whole zone. My bars are so cold I write and catch frostbite. Lock horns with kids who make dogs fight. Lost in a plot to stop right. I walk like crack. No love, just short days and long nights. Think twice, you've rolled the wrong dice. You're lost like the crazy cats who want a bomb flight. Two twists and one life. To see this world you need two telescopes and a strong sight. Strong heart, strong will and a strong mind. See me back in the grind, in the back of my mind I keep telling myself I'm on the wrong flight. Can't sleep cause kids whip pop bikes all night. Weak hearts fall to the strong mind. Cocaine is on sight, beyond white. Kids got smack and crack and money strong like. Living ain't nothing but stress, a fuck long life. Inhale, exhale and it's on light. Summer ain't nothing but filth, milk and honey. Bonsai, inside out, a crash dummy from long time. Money ain't nothing but rent to. Shit, don't like, please don't pretend to. Sitting on the block on the way, not a dock on the bay, but that's life, man. What can I say? It's real. In the grind, doing whatever pays the bills. One of these ways to deal's one of my greatest skills. I've been living this fight, and when I ring the alarm, it ain't a drill. You're in a game where you play to kill. Play to kill or be killed. I've been shot in a draw my whole life. Now I'm looking for a major deal to escape the place where I face the fate of doing 18 months behind a gate of steel. And I place my faith in this day-to-day database with a great appeal. I'm still fresh from the press and I stay surreal. Fresh from the press and I stay surreal, you see. In a matter of fact, the rap scanner slash Bruce Banner slash Valhalla is back from the streets with the family plaques in the back where the battery's packed in for salary. In a room with Class A's and Valerie. Me and this chick like Mick and young Mallory. Trust, one love for life becomes charity's lost to run gravity's ground to find clarity. Deep in the pits of hell, it's like Galilee. Trapped in a trench and man could lose calories quick. Little Amelie is bagging the chips and bragging a whip. I'm back in the bits without sanity. Little Amelie is bragging the chips and bragging a whip. I'm back in the bits without clarity. Chewing on the taste of air and no money. Summer ain't nothing but filth, milk and honey. Fix me a regular dose of vibration. Step to this land of far and migrate. Step from a place of less than motivation. Fresh with a twist of lime to hydrate. Clash with the devil again, the reinvention. Death in its regular form of the intentions. Look man, take a look at the book man. 24 bars and a regular hook. Same cats with a regular look. Same hat, same prep, same regular books. The same STDs, the same weed from a regular crook. Same beats with a regular crook. Same drink, same favorite song. The same clubs to dance. So thank God I stay ahead of the book. I'm gone in a place that's known to young mummies. Milk that will melt in your mouth, it's not funny. The one thing I got right now is not money. Summertime came and hey, it weren't sunny. Peace never came and it's gone. But I know this old hippie out here who could play you a song. It's called Luck, never cost me much until I stole it. Played for my ticket to ride but can't hold it. Lost to my queen of hearts and my opponent drowned in the shadow of hate and self-loathing. Challenging the art of escape is Houdini. Coming with a mask and a cape is too dreamy. Dog by the side with pride is Berzini. Slash Dogzilla, the killer of two genies. Catch two thrillers in villas with two beanies. Crash two bars, tequilas and martinis. Lost in a bag of regrets and past tense. Sorta like Kryptonite and Clark Kent. Drunk trying to say your name on park benches. Slump trying to summon the spells for last strength. Jumped up here young and he's looking to pull heat. Got punched up quicker than Dylan can pull teeth. Now knucklehead kids, they feel I'm a full geese. Cause I'm running on my own and they running a full fleet. No chance of a robbery here, I'm too broke. Lost friends, lost time, but I can't lose hope. Truth don't duck nor dive and chew rope. And luck don't fuck or fight, you do both. Caught in the dance of laws and loopholes. Snakes who eat rats and girls who shoot dope. And pigs who chase cats cause cats will face habits. Back to the grind with coke and weed addicts.
Oh, they always saying that shit to me. I don't give a fuck, man. I've been mad from day one. Some people say you're too mad. You're too bad. Cause they want what we do have. Some people say you're too mad. You're too bad. Cause they want what we do have. Yeah. As the skies rain red and the blue turn to pink. Can't quite quench my thirst, still cursed with what I drink. Reality, no fine wine, a hemmed mink. As my world falls apart in the end, I don't sink, it looks bleak. I don't speak, but I'ma never let go. There's a reason why they call me El Prospecto. Mass confusion, I slip under the illusion. We're drinking drugs infused in, yes, the plot losing. Two wrongs to make a right, but two bongs make me feel alright. Sleep tight, eat shite, and keep my feelings out of sight. Speak like the new type, only way I know how. Used to look down, now it's knee high on the ground. The reason that it is the reason that it ain't. The essence to my evil turns into my saint. A love that once was, now we forever change. Some people say you're too mad. You're too bad. Cause they want what we do have. Some people say you're too bad. You're too bad. Cause they want what we do have. With sleep debt, my deep breath rose like the tide. Lose control when I see stress, it can't be denied. I've applied for devil's ways just to survive, but in the back of my mind ain't the only place that he's lied. And I've tried, but got caught up by my pig-headed pride. That's compressed like the beat, search and seek but denied. And the divide split straight down the middle. They should have wrote a book cause I can't figure out the riddle. Now it's crystal, the new me starts rising over the enemy lines. In my mind is where I'm fighting, enticing the truth. But I've had enough of biting. Lips spiked with a tooth if I stay silent, so fuck it. I'll get it off my chest to see less doubt instead of less clout. Drug habit stressed out, running about like a lunatic as I start to shout. Some people say you're too mad. You're too bad. Cause they want what we do have. Some people say you're too bad. You're too bad. Cause they want what we do have.
Turn my hand to any style I want, depending on what vibe I'm on. No peace and happiness to banging with an iron rod. Whiny little emo to an ego like I'm a god and I can make a pilot what? Fuck it, I just pile it on. Cause I refuse to compromise my lot just for the sterling. I'm eat for every penny of those pounds that I've been earning. One thing that's for certain, I'll keep the fire burning and stay true to myself until I face the final curtain. I've been working like a dog, forgive me if I bark a bit. I don't give a toss if you're a bad man when your bars are shit. Fuck a major label if they don't know how to market this. The living definition of what an independent artist is. So bump your system loud, turn the music up, I can't bun the system down. Keep your ice in chains, I ain't come to piss about. It's a different sound, I'll kill it till the industry is disemboweled.
Hello? Yeah, what's good, man? It's Stig. Listen, I know this is a bit out of the blue, but any chance I can borrow some money off you?
Hello? Time to get the money in. Stars raw enough to make your eyes water like an onion. Tell the truth, I ain't trying to be a funny and bring the greatest of all time and I'ma curry him. I I built my brand from the ground up. I've been broke, now I'm trying to get the pound up. For now the whole brow stays frowned up until I see the figures in my bank account mount up. Grinding like a cokehead's teeth. Bars are intricately woven so the flow gets peak. I will pay but ain't making no processed cheese. I ain't trying to write a track about a Rolex suite. Peep.
Oh yeah, Homer Beats remix, yeah?
So there's passion in the bars when I'm rapping them. I syncopate the war cry to the banging drum. Cannon hand mastering my art like Alex Young.
Hello? Yeah, what's up, man? It's Stig. You got fucking money you owe me or what? Don't front of me, man. Listen, I need that money, man. I'm shocked.
Drum and bass is coming, drum and bass is coming, hold on. One's for the A's, two's for the spades. One's for the eights, mate, two's for the spades. This is how a drum and bass session gets blazed with Homer Beats. With double L arse on seats, live at the RA console, arse on seats. Rhymes on beats, lips upon mic. Once, twice, 3 times sleek. Remember, customer services is open. Please remember, customer services is open.
Open up customer services.
Gosh. Let me go to some new ones. Bigger, badder, better, listen my selector sound of Homer Beats and it be live inside the center. It's bigger, badder, better, bass. Rise above HQ, we live inside the place with Homer Beats. Let me know how the levels are. Is the music nice and loud? Is it bassy? Are we not distorting? I mastered the Queef Master Pro. I mastered the Queef Master Pro and I move forward, yo. Listen. Most of them could ever hope to know, yo, but the chosen few were getting so close, closer to the gateway. This path didn't show, this road isn't lit. You weren't supposed to seek it, so it's difficult to make way, but ways we be making. Our vision of the world is mistaken when my skin touched the membrane. My mass is displacing. They told me I was insane. I knew I wasn't faking. I knew I wasn't faking. You might talk about a struggle. If we break it down to molecules of rubble, when the world falls to pieces, you'll be left in the aftermath. Burnt in ashes, the last machine's gone. The last computer crashes, it's the end of days. It's the end of our ways as we know it. If you're feeling sorrow, time to show it, chose to flow it. Double L speaking, sit back, listen up and listen when I'm teaching. I'm giving you the top. Excellent. Sound of Homer Beats is excellent. Take it back, lay it down. One's for the A's, two's for the spades. Listen, listen. One's for the A's, mate, two's for the spades. This is how a rise above session gets blazed with Homer Beats and EB, holding it down with that MCLL. I be that lyrical crown. We're coming on. One's for the A's, two's for the spades. This is how a drum and bass session gets blazed with Homer Beats. That's right, Sasha English, Homer Beats is the best. Only the sickest DJs on Rise Above, only the sickest MCs. Big up Manic, big up Spitter, big up James Cole. I'm up, seaside, a bit of a rim. Who's that? Yo, it's someone else and I'm up, seaside, a bit of a rider. Homer Beats is a big selector. Live inside the centre, I've been laying down the lecture. Welcome to the lecture, take precaution as you enter. You bite into the apple with the razor dab at the centre. A mic defender, a lead pretender, looking for the denture. The time to bite the underdog with #1 contender. Rolling through the engine, checking every word and sentence. Pensions for the mentions, my lyrical extensions cause confession. Scared with it with a stylic progression. No matter what your creed, your colour or your skin complexion, with the session. With Rise Above injection, each and every Friday night, 9 PM, so tell me what you reckon. It's Osama bin Laden, the original anti-Soviet extremist, bro. Yeah,
If I'm an extremist, call me Osama bin Laden. Way back 1 in 91, it'll be one when Q. Let me start again. Whoa, yo, listen, Way back 1 in 91, it all begun when Kuwait got blooded with some bum, with some gun. An evil dictator, Iraq was run, and Saddam Hussein was the name that he'd run. America got vexed with the things that they had done. So in steps to George Bush to stop all the fun and take away them weapons of mass destruction. That was the Gulf War, Desert Strike 1. 10 years later, yo, the story much the same. Yo, the story much the same. The CIA want to play the blame game. Chemical Alley, what? Terror disease, what? On the beats. You like that, mate? That's one of my original. That's an original double L bar. Watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. Soldiers battle the battlefield. Yeah, watch as we attack this. Watch as we attack this. Watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. You might think you're heavyweight, but you could never hack this. Swarming like arachnids, you can't attack this. Soldiers on the battlefield, tell me if you back this, back this, back this, back this. Yeah, old bars coming out. So we still got Clint on the line. Yep. Big up Clint. Everyone's loving Homer Beats. We're gonna let him roll through. Carry on, Homer Beats. I'm loving it. Clint, what you saying? You loving the sound of Homer Beats? Let them know.
Yeah. I think it's great. I recommend this. I've actually recommended it to my next door neighbor, and he started playing your music.
Bro, I would recommend Rise Above to my next door neighbor as well. They hear it whether they like it or not. Big up Clint. Big up everyone tuned in all across the Crater realm, whether you're in the tri-state area, whether you're in Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Europe, Asia, United Kingdom, Ireland, Scotland, all across the United COVID Kingdom. Come on, I must have something better for you than this. Hold on. Let me draw for the archive. It's like drum and bass is history and 140 BPM. That's the future, listen to me. Drum and bass is history. Okay. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many better microphones, too many better mic high bust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. What? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It's double LMC, gonna bun them to. Yo, listen on the beats. Finger on the fader, make the fasty whole retreat. Listen on the beats. Fingered up on the fader, make the parasite retreat. Bun the appetite, will end up in the belly. It's double LMC and rise above, we're ready. Bun the parasite appetite, will end up in the belly. It's double LMC and rise above, you know we're ready. Welcome to the lecture. Rise above, live inside the center. Yo, listen. Welcome to the lecture. Take precaution as you enter, as you bite into the apple. With the razor dab at the center, mic defender. Lead pretender looking for the denture. No time to bite the underdog, win number one contender. Rolled in for the entrance, taking every word of the sentence. Pensions for dimensions in my lyrical extension called confession. Scaring them with a stylistic progression. No matter what your creed, your color or your skin complexion, rip the session. Who's to blame? We are rolling out the sound of Homer Beats. It's Rise Above, live on a Friday night. Double L, Andy, PG. Big up Clint, big up Inner Guardians. We're just waiting for some more complaints to come into the customer services department. Check the messenger. You got the messenger right there, you bumhole. You're the operator, Andy, PG. That's a good one. That is a very good one. Yeah, we can make that happen on the screen. Why not? Let's get that on the screen. Homer Beats, my selector. Bring it up in the Vader, mic it out of the mix at MC Double L on the Rise Above center. Who's that from? From you. Yeah, we like that one. That's a good meme. That's live meme. You want to send me a meme? Message me on Facebook Messenger. Send your memes in live. Have them on Rise Above. Big up Russ Kieran. Big up Virus Man 2021. Original wizard.
Didn't mean to mute you, Andy PG. Killer Ink Part 2, melt through the plastic on my biro. Things are getting drastic, MC's fighting for survival. MC's fighting for survival. MC's fighting for survival. Killer Ink Part 2, melt through the plastic on the biro. God, these are like 20 years old, these lyrics, mate. Spark up the flame, pass me the light. Listen, listen. Spark up the flamer, pass me the lighter. Somebody better tell me who be blazing tonight. Oh, my beat to the next and MC double L on mic one. Live inside it, Rise Above. Friday night, 9 PM on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, D-Live, Periscope. You're bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector, Oma beats inside the center. I'm D-D-D-O-O-O-U-U-U-B-B-B-L-L-L-E-E-E-L-L-M-C. Yo, that's me. With letter clarity. I'm dropping the verbal styly. I'm D-D-D-O-O-O-U-U-U-B-B-B-L-L-L-E-E-E-L-L-M-C. I be that seaside over the rim. Who's that? Double L skin. Live inside the Oma beats, you know the hippie rinsing. Who's that? Double L skin. Seaside rhythm of rim. Let me start again. I said let me start again. I'm up. Seaside rhythm of rider. Buster, one-liner. Did the game so I'm an old-timer. Lyrical flow is tight like vagina. I'm a rhymer, I'm a creeper. Break the surface, tunneling deeper. Some are followers, some of them a leader. Some are stronger, some of them are weaker. Some are pupil, some are teacher. Some are oh shit, Oma beats. My selector, yo. Some are pupil, some are teacher. Some of them a kicker, some of them a beacher. It's so old, it's so bibbity. It's like Peanut M&M MCing. Oma beats, double LMC. We're resurrecting 20-year-old lyrics. Yo, listen, esoteric. Sprint towards the light that will blind you. And sprint towards the light that will blind. Sprint towards the light that will blind. Open up the mind. Look inside to see what you might find. Approaching the space where the eschaton resides. At the end of time, where different worlds collide. Yeah, you know about that. Drum and bass woman. Drum and bass man. Drum and bass woman. Oh yeah. Drum and bass man. Okay, listen. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We the double trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Don't kick with your foot, bruv, don't punch with your hand. Pick a record and pick up a mic and use it as weapon. Blam! Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. MC double L, step to microphone stand. Sit back, listen, and please understand. Focus, intent, remember. Focus, intent, remember. Focus, intent, remember. Then execute and manifest it live inside the center in a guardianship. In a guardianship. Yeah, it's time to live it. Pull up, pull up. Holy shit, rise above. Holy shit, rise above, brother. Andy PG's on the deck, let's get down to business. My name is Double LMC. They call me the man for the South. Yo, host of the coast. Me got the good shit rock straight off a boat. Throw it, dash in the water, mate, it still floats. Hook it with the line of the rope. Andy PG, come with it, come with it. Alright, let's do it, let's get sinister. Live inside the studio, it's Rise Above people. Let's do it, let's do it. Draw for the power, the inner power. Feel the agony of staring in the eyes of the feet. Feel the agony, staring in the eyes of the feet. Like a tragedy with dead bodies piling at your feet. Yo, it had to be. Andy PG, double L, it had to be. Rise Above, it had to be. Shit, you're my family, time to listen actually. Okay, we're in the zone now. Right about now, we're reaching the level of optimum performance. Marshall Lee, we talked about it. Let's do it, let's step inside. Let the weed smoke clear. Inhale, there we go again. New tunes, new flow. Time to let them know again. Rah! Time to let them know again. Andy PG, you're heavy. How are we sounding? Let me get some hashtags. I want some hashtag RA. Where's the Rise Above crew? Let's do it.
Holy shit, Andy PG. Turn that camera around. Let's have all multiple views, yeah? So the customer services department has turned into a full-on rinse site. Let's go down. Let's do it. Allow me to elucidate while my DJ choose a break. If this is the final days, bruv, you get to choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above. We don't feed the parasite cause he can't get enough. That hungry little worm convinced the world they spread the germ. We know it's total lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, we won't miss our turn. The harvest come, crops are gonna churn. Reap what you know, keep what you sow. Deep inside the mind is where you find the buried treasure, yo. Fear the denying force until you choose to mount the horse. With the help of Master Lee, see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour, step up to the tower. It's double LMC, I'm doing this for decades. The apocalyptic pundit, I will speak you through the wreckage. Yo, soldiers, salute the general, standing in your berets. I'm a beast, PG, double LMC, DDDOOUUBB. Yo, I'm live inside the residence, the mouth of the south is here, never hesitant. How you lot feeling? Big up Rachel McCaskill, hashtag Anal Schwab. Big up Scraggly Old Trump. Welcome to the, yo people, welcome to the Soviet Union. Human rights, bluff, you might be losing them. Young minds, we're confusing them, we're grooming them with that toxic pollution. Yo, let us know if we're sounding nice, yeah? Sit down, open up your pencil case. School's about to start. Master Lee is here, Double L is here, Andy PG, Oma Beats is here. And we're sounding crystal clear. It's like once, twice, three times. 3 times slick, hit the rhythm roll like a Chevy, sounds too heavy like a brick with some accelerated tempo. Pull my lyrical switch, time to rubber this stick of this style of man, but bust it quick and I'd be sick. On the afterburner, feel the need for speed, crashing through sound barrier, jet harrier, prestige, camera, get damager, speedometer, get breeze, verbal rate, get terminal, MCs get fricassee, oh please. Hey, you remember that one? Shit. It's like a trip back in time to every Bournemouth raid ever. Big up Sasha English. Anti-Richard Alvis man empowered. Big up Eye for an Eye. Yo, Helen, Phoenix, Chrissy, Andy, Paddy, 3-3. Can you get down? But this is Oma Beats. A double L up in the mix. Alright, let's calm down. Do we start tearing the roof off in this motherfucker? Gary Elliott, which genre? 90s MC, which one? What, hip hop? What, 90s hip hop, my favourite MC? Method Man. Nah, Method Man or Cannabis. Cannabis. Him.
I like Mr. Meth and Inspector Deck. They were always my two favourites.
Wu-Tang win 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, they always
apart
do.
from Wu-Tang, the best technical rapper of all time is Cannabis.
Yeah.
Anyone that does 33 threes, you know about that. Right, Scraggly Old Tramp. Covis, is that like Hovis, yeah? Like Hovis bread? Covis bread?
I feel it deep inside, deep inside. I feel it deep inside.
Big up Eye for an Eye, everybody. Sasha English, Marcus, Scraggly Old Tramp, Arthur Watson, Helena Phoenix, Sarah Schofield. She loves Omar Beats' voice. He's got that proper nice timbre. He's got the real quality to his voice, Omar Beats. He can melt a candle with his voice, Omar Beats could. Tell me about it. Oh yeah.
And it can build your house.
Yeah, and he'll build a house. Alright, big up Sanchez UK, big up Diego Tequila. Hang tight, everyone that stands in the face of the parasite, yeah? Right, Emma Beats, is that the last one? Alright, maybe I'll bust a couple more bars, because I've got a feeling this one's going to be rude. Wait a minute, hold on. What have I got here? When I was a kid, bruv, I couldn't wait to grow up. I couldn't wait to be big and see what life will throw up. Yo, but now I've grown up, I wish I was a kid again. I've been around the block, bruv, I've seen the world is sickening. Feel like the Highlander, stood at the quickening. It's the fame still burning, Andy, no, it's barely flickering. Don't blow it out, please don't blow it out. Don't show me doubt, they speak of what they know about. But now I'm feeling doubt, I'm a doubt on myself. All the people I've hurt and all the games that I've played, all mistakes that I've made, comes back to haunt me. It's double NMC, please, no debauchery. Right, it's half freestyling, it's very old bars, you know. Very old bars. First things first, yo. Pick up my pen, pull it off the lid. With my thumb I click on the button, blow, or pops a nib. Time for the ink to flow in the paper, flipping up the script. I can write some lyrics that would bust you in the lip, mate. Or I can write some lyrics that would take you on a trip. Leave you spinning around in circles and not knowing what you think, go see your shrink. Write a lyric so dirty it stinks. My lyrical book is open, my pen is full of ink. Killer ink, burning up in the paper in the blink.
Looking like you ain't got a clue though. If he dies, we ride, it's on you, bro. Ain't playing around, this game ain't sumo. Trust us, we the real dudes. And don't sugarcoat what the pill do. Penthouse top floor with the ill view. But you don't know, cause he might kill you.
What you don't know, it might just kill you. It might inject you. It might infect you. It might invert you. Yo. It might just swab you. Come on, let's swab it up. Everybody just swab it up. Live inside the club, we swab it up. On the console, swab it up. On my beats, swab it up.
Now what it costs, the big money in a Bangkok. Shock you, I'm looking like Blanca. Money talks, song we don't banter. I said money talks, we don't banter.
Big up Antigone and Joel. I promise I've got some t-shirts for you within a week. I've got a new supplier, I'm so sorry. Right. We'll just keep playing until we get some more complaints from the customer services line. If you hate Rise Above, we want to hear from you right now. Maybe I've got some more bars, hold on. Right, experimental. Please respect the prestige. Listen. I'm a beast. Andy PG. Listen, experimental. Fantastic flavour that with fashion. Oh shit. Remix.
If he dies, we ride, it's on you, bro. Ain't playing around, this game ain't sumo. Trust in us, we the real dudes.
Listen, eye for an eye, we know it's not the last one. You know it, I know it, he knows it, everybody knows it. Omar Beats.
absolute oral omnipotence, metaphors and notions. The martial art is spoken, it's unbroken. Blatant brutality I broadcast, no other MCs outlast. The blazing battering from the backdrop, consecutive crops cultivating, cuttings germinating, the cannabis culture consummating. Dangerous diagrams designed to desecrate the mind. Disastrous solutions decomprised. Glorious greeting to the gifted. Grab the life and live it. Show the gratitude if you can't give it. No one's ever heard that one before. Yo, fantastical flavor that with fashion. Fantastical flavor that with fashion. Music is the passion. Fantastical ravers party crashing. Exuberant excellence we express. Heading for the exits. Next next. Yo, flex your test press. Superfluous skills that are surplus. Breaking through the surface. Virtuous figure fit for purpose. Yo, breaking through the surface. Figure fit for purpose. Breaking through the surface. Figure fit for purpose. Yo, listen, Omar. Glorious. Glorious greeting to the gifted. Grab life and live it. Show gratitude, the game has shifted. Habitual horrors that are harbour. Believe the soul is darker. Hanging in your hood, see me partner. Incomprehensible incidents that we inner. The iller rhythm spiller, empowered with the instincts of an inca. Jealousy is jettisoned through jawlines. Jeopardy through poor rhymes. It's my call sign. Oh shit. That's dope. Fucking hell, I must have wrote that about 10 years ago. Never said it before. Listen, and again. Yo, listen, rise above. Greetings to the gifted. If you grab life and live it, show gratitude. It's shifted. Habitual horrors that are harbour. Believe the soul is darker. Hanging in the hood, you see me partner. Incomprehensible incidents we inner. The hidden rhythm spiller. Empowered with the instincts of an inca. Jealousy is jetting through the jawline. Through poor rhymes. Yo, it's my call sign. Oh, Omar Beat's signature. We're having a lot of fun here, you can tell. Let me know if you're having fun too. It's Friday night, it's Rise Above, Omar Beats, PG Double L. What time is it? Holy shit, 1 o'clock. Early. Big and burly, live on the rhythm. Big and burly, live on the rhythm. Omar Beats and Double LMC, Andy PG, we kill 'em. PG, we kill 'em. Do you know what? If one man deserves a break. Oh, you can't see him. How can I move? If I move this way. It's all reversed. You move that way, I move this way. This is the man you can't see. Big up Omen Beats. Andy PG, step up to the wheels of steel. Is Clint still there? Big up Clint. We love Clint. But we will only stop playing music when we have another complaint from the customer services line. Same, but not different. There's no equivalent. Holy shit, belligerent. Same, but oh so different. There is no equivalent. The darkest days, the darkest nights, but now the daytimes are dark too. Rise above, you ready for the part 2? The daytimes are dark too. Rise above, are you ready for the part 2? How we sounding, guys? Bigger, badder, better, Andy PG and Omar Beats live. My selector, I'm DDOOUUUBBBLLLEEELLMC. Yo, that's me. Letter, clarity. I'm dropping that verbal style. Yo, that's Rise above 9 PM each and every Friday. Then tune in, yo, my friend. Big up Sanchez UK. Big up Eye for an Eye and Pandy 33. Big up Master Lee, Master Free Frying Knee, Sensei. Focus, intent, focus, intent. Remember, selector, focus, intent. Remember, manifest, live inside the center. HQ, my selector. Focus your intent. Remember, execute. Fire is the system that we promote for you. I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Andy PG. Is everyone enjoying themselves on a Friday night? How many people we got tuned in? 132. Let's have one more. Let's have 133. Pick up Oma Beats. Yo, engineering new dimensions using psychotropic substance. The spirit molecule exists in great abundance. Harness the energy from the infinity around us then. Look inside to reveal a hidden purpose. Shapeshift polarity, next density. Reveal the nature of a hidden reality. Pull up! Oh my god. Pull up. What have you just done? You've just muted yourself. You're muted over here. You're muted over here. You're only coming out of the mic. Do you know what? Right, big up Clint. Can we say goodbye to Clint? Because we actually got to look on Skype, see if anyone else tried to call us, dude. Clint. Yeah.
Can I give a quick message to Master Lee? I've been saving this.
Well, it's still in the middle of Oma's. I tell you what, Oma will play 2 more tunes, then you can have your last words, and then we'll open up the phone lines again. Stick there, mate. Stick there. Don't watch me.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. Right, last one. And when I say last one, I actually did. Oma Beats, please can we have the last one? As long as everyone is enjoying Rise Above, that's the most important thing. And everyone loves Oma Beats tunes and his mixing. Bad boy DJ inside the place, believe me. Arthur Watson, we've got the balance right tonight. Thank you. All right, good. We've mastered something extra. We've got the Queef Master Pro in action. Trust me. Put on my radio voice. Rise Above Radio. Yeah. Oma Beats has attracted a lot of female attention tonight, you know.
He has, isn't he? He's been popular with the ladies tonight.
Very popular in the comment section, not just for his mixing, also for his sexy voice.
Yeah, they like his soothing Oma voice.
And please remember, if you want a limited edition 3D printed white rabbit, send a couple of quid to my PayPal and I will send you a rabbit with the proportionate size to the money you sent me, ranging from £3 to £10. Rise above. Rise Above, Friday Night Jazz Appreciation Club. Very nice, nice. Right, Sanchez UK. When the next t-shirts land, we get 100 t-shirts, original design, black and white. One is coming to you, Sanchez UK, trust me. Word Nerd singing along. Hello. Yeah.
Lockdown got me on a decline. We gotta find another way. Music is my freedom, so I let the rhythm play. Can't see on the roads, blinded by the street lights. Link my brother for a free fight. Light up a ticket, get high.
Big up Inner Guardians, we're coming back soon. Hold on, mate. Helena, the Skype is on the screen. It's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Andy PG will answer your calls.
I'm a product of the street side, been through some peak times. Bench on the incline, mind on a decline. Train on a beast vibe, eat and I sleep right. Always been streetwise since I was knee high. Now I'm on an older, heart feeling colder. Bars in a folder, top of the poster. Must be a soldier. Streets that my heart, it's not motor. It's just a start, it's not over. This is just a start now. Man, I'm moving smart now. Boy from a small town, hitting up the charts now. You can hear the pain that I carry in my heart now. You man are small-minded, man are thinking large now. Brucey from LE, vibes them are plenty. West Indies, used to kick back on Westy. Lord, can you bless me? Grandad, protect me. Pray for the kid, and I'll see you with the NG. They look down on me. Wanna put it down.
That doesn't sound like the last one. Oh, it's the same tune, is it? Yeah. You trying to blag me? Honestly. He's actually trying to tell me that's the same tune, like I would believe it. What a mug.
This one's for my family. They look down on me. I'm a product of the street side. Lockdown got me on a decline. We gotta find another way. Music is my freedom, so I let the rhythm play. Can't sleep on the roads.
Is this a VIP double remix with 6 different rhythms under one vocal? Home Beats, what a joker. Yeah, come on, we got Master Lee in the green room. Let's get back to business. Oh, Mustafa, bruv, you missed the Afghanistan part. Where is he? I heard it. Mustafa Kozad, you did miss the Afghanistan part, but you're more than welcome to call in. The Skype is going to be on the screen right now. But we've got to say goodbye to Clint, and he's got one more question for Inner Guardians. Let's get back Inner Guardians. And Clint.
Inner Guardians, okay.
Right, final question, Clint, and then we've got other people to call in, man.
Okay. So I'm just reviewing my material here, and
it's got extensive notes.
Sure. So Master Lee Hastel.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Permission to ask you a question?
Permission granted.
Thank you very much. So the question that I wanted to go over this day's podcast getting back to the computer programming is about this reference called sigils. So sigils has two references. One, in computer programming, a sigil is a symbol reference to a variable name, showing the variable's data type or scope. Sigil from the Latin sigilling means a little sign, meaning a sign or image supposedly having magical power. Signs can be used to see behaviors. Yes, sir.
Did you say sigil?
Yeah, sigil is different pronunciation.
Sigil, yeah. Pardon my, yeah.
Signs,
Pardon my
symbols,
pronunciation.
sigils. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, right. You know the saying, "Don't shoot the messenger." Well,
yes.
Now we must shoot the messenger, and what I mean by that is the messenger that is being inserted into into us potentially, if you so choose, which is all part of the transhuman agenda. Now, who is the messenger, and where the message is coming from?
Well, is that a rhetorical question, or are you putting that out to Clint?
I have a deep question to ask Master Lee. And the deep
we haven't finished the last one.
We haven't finished this one at a time, Clint.
Okay, pardon me. Yep. Sorry. Yep. Pardon me, gents.
Right. So the question is about sigils, yeah, in terms of digital sigils.
Yep. Yeah, because some of those digital computer programming looks like what was called sigils in the Middle Ages, and that was about conjuring demons, where you would make a sigil, but the programming went
So what you got to remember, anything digital is all they've done is just taken what is not necessarily naturally occurring, but something that already exists in 3D reality. Okay, so all they're doing is just digitizing phenomena. So sigils are everywhere in the 3D realm. All they're doing is using sigils in terms of the digital realm. Now, in the 3D realm, the sigil phenomena is basically something that you may observe with the conscious mind, but when in actual fact it's the subconscious that's being programmed. So it's like a sleight of hand.
Well done, sir. Yep.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is taking place right now, especially with the current Britney Spears, that could also be a sleight of hand. And this is what I was alluding to earlier, that there's actually other technologies that we need to be more concerned about. Now, while they're bombarding us with a sigil of Britney Spears, there's actually something else taking place behind the scenes. A far greater threat.
Right, so when you say that, Ida Guardians, let me zoom in on that a little bit. Are you saying that the Britney Spears mass experiment is a smokescreen for something else completely different, or is it a Trojan horse to hide something within it? Could you zoom in a little bit on that?
I would go with the latter. So it's like a Trojan horse.
Yeah. So we're told it's one thing, the procedure, the juice.
Yeah.
But what it actually is something completely different potentially, and we've talked about the varying degrees of this.
Right, it's more complex than that. So I would go for the third option. So as an example, you've got what the mainstream are telling us and what science is telling us. You've also got what the conspiracy scientists and doctors are telling us.
Yeah, the official conspiracy theory. We've talked about this before.
Yeah, but it's the third option. It's none of the two.
Yeah, it's actually something much worse. And I think what you might be elucidating to is that it's not actually necessarily what is in the procedure or the juice that's going in right now. It's actually more about the acquiescence to the consensual agreement in the inroad, saying, like, basically, if I consent to these 3 procedures from the Soviet Union this year, the inroad into my biotech is completely compromised. It's open. I basically signed the agreement.
Well, I would suggest that the Britney Spears is a form of a sigil. It's a sigil become matter. Now, so I'll give you 2 examples, and I'm not going to answer it, but I'll let you elucidate about it or give it some mentation. So you got subject A who volunteers and agrees to take the Britney Spears. Okay. Then you got subject B who doesn't volunteer and is held down and is given it. Do you think that there would be a different manifestation in subject A and subject B? Think about it.
Potentially. Well, it depends. It depends what the intent of the belief that's been projected into that individual, in my opinion. It's not, for me, like I've said this to you a couple of times, I think maybe like before the injection started, the Soviet Union might have actually been psychosomatic and it could have actually been induced by the media.
Yeah.
So psychophysical, yeah. So maybe the actual first physical injection of the pathogen was William Shakespeare in Coventry on December the 3rd when he had the first ever Pfizer Christmas gift in Cov Entry.
Yeah.
All the world's a stage. You know, we talked about this before.
No, you. I can't remember who asked me the question about do I know anybody, any occultist that is that. Do I personally know any occultist that has deliberately taken it to see if they can undo it? Okay, now what we're discussing now actually links very nicely to that.
Yeah.
Because potentially, and just think about it. I mean, it's hypothetical. So you got subject A who volunteers to take it and embraces it and goes with the narrative, and you got subject B who is pinned down and it's given to them against their will. Would the Britney Spears have the same effect?
Oh right, sorry, I didn't catch that bit.
And what is the difference?
May I add something?
Hold on. And if it's not the same, what would make the difference?
It's the amount of trauma. The amount of
May
coercion.
I add something to that statement?
It would be the consent.
It's the consent, yeah.
At what point does consent stop or start even?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Sorry. And what effect? What real effect does consent really have? Now, if consent didn't matter, then they would just pin us all down, and or they say, right, nobody's going to eat until you've had it, because they could easily stop the food.
Because people keep saying, yeah, you go on about consent, yeah, but they could do this if they wanted. But why aren't they? Why aren't they doing everything they've ever done in history every time before? They've kicked down the door and said, you take this right now, or we'll put the thing to your head. There's a reason that consent is so important now. Now, right, we've got two people lined up. Clint, we love you, mate. You've asked many questions.
Yep.
I've got to let you go, man, because I know you've got many more questions from Master Lee. Please call in next time. Right, Inner Guardians, I think you've answered that. It is about consent. Next up, we have Helena Phoenix, and we're going to call her on Skype because, we don't want to get bogged down with our lovely regular callers as much as we love them, right? We want to hear from some new voices. Helena Phoenix, we are going to call you on Skype right now. You can ask ourselves a question. Master Lee, please mute the stream in the background and treat this like a phone call. So mute the stream, whatever you're watching it on, and just treat it like a phone call on Skype. You're about to come to Rise Above Customer Services. I bet she's not going to answer the phone. If not, we've got Richard up next. Here she is. Helena Phoenix, welcome to Rise Above Customer Services. You're through to Andy PG Double L Inner Guardians. Please don't say the C or the V word. What would you like to join us with?
I won't. I'm just hoping there's not a price check in aisle 3.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, is there a price check in aisle 3?
Is there a price check in aisle 3? Yeah, it's €10 or Soviet shekels per swear word. If you walk down aisle 3 and you say the C or the V word, we'll take 10 credits out of your PayPal.
Just don't go down aisle 33.
Yeah, whatever you do.
Okay, I got it. No, I've got my code in check.
You got your code in check, yeah?
I've got my code in check. I'm very honoured to be on this call with you gentlemen.
Don't be silly. We're honoured to have you.
Yeah, thank you. I discovered you some months ago. I don't know how, but that's how synchronistic events work. So I'm in Australia, obviously. I'm actually Spanish. But I actually wanted to bring up a point, something to do with the Britney Spears.
Okay.
And because on both ends there's a lot of talk about what happens with if you take Britney Spears, what could happen. Do you think there could possibly be some sort of psychosomatic effect?
Oh,
like, for instance,
for people that haven't taken it?
Yeah, so for instance, the psychosomatic effect, someone that has to have it, they don't want to have it, but they consent to it. So they have, say, saline, and it's not actually the ingredients.
Oh.
And psychosomatically, we can actually manifest something happening in our bodies because we believe it so much.
I'm with you now. So what you were talking about is that imagine the scenario where someone actually took a placebo, not knowingly took a placebo, thinking that they've taken something that they're not totally on board with, they've been coerced into. They might have heard some people like us talking about it, but their friends, family, workplace, etc., etc. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Could it have the reverse placebo effect?
Yes, so some sort of psychosomatic effect, because there's no denying there's just this flood of intel about it. But even if you haven't had it done, like, it seems really frightening to have it done. So we could believe it so much that we get affected really very negatively.
That is a fantastic question.
Yeah. So that's the sort of stream of thought I've been in lately. And also what provoked that was when Master Lee spoke about transcending it as well. So there could be something very fluid about it. Again, it's a little bit abstract what I'm talking about, but let's face it, the whole thing is abstract. Pardon?
I said it's not. I don't think it's at all abstract what you're talking about, Helena. Please don't apologise for thinking you're sounding crazy. I think it's actually very on point. This is a very
valid,
salient and valid point. Kedawami Yassini said the nocebo effect. Inner Guardians, can you elucidate to this?
Well, this is what we've just been talking about. Remember, I didn't give an answer. I said, ask yourself the question. Subject A, subject B. You could add subject C. You can go on with many different controls in place. Now, the unifying factor is consent. So you could have somebody that for instance, you could have somebody that doesn't consent and doesn't take it, but could still be affected.
Right, but I think what Helena is zooming in on, if someone is actually not really consenting, being coerced, not wanting it, could...
Or maybe a partner or a family member or work
could the trauma of thinking they've actually taken the active juice, it could. I mean,
could induce it to actually...
Because, if what I said a minute ago is true, that before December the 3rd last year... exactly. We're talking about exactly the same thing.
So, for instance, we could actually be in a worse position by resisting it and then taking it with all the negative knowledge that we have. Whereas
in full knowledge of what it is.
Yeah, well, you've got some people that are totally oblivious to the whole thing. It might not actually affect them at all.
Oh, mate, but you've just opened up another door now. You've just compared someone that's totally oblivious to the truth, that's taken it, that might have the ignorance token to get some truth.
Transcend it.
But imagine if someone had taken it and then they learned the truth, we could actually be activating people's glorious cure. Is that a weird thing to say? Like by actually showing some.
Weird at all. This is the crux of the matter, because we've already established the first principle that consent is very important to them, because they could in effect force it upon us more directly, but they're leaving the door open so that free will and consent is applied.
That's just here though in the UK, isn't it? I mean, that's not in places like Israel, and that's just here.
Well, we can only really comment on the situation we're in. Yeah. What do we know? Sorry, Helena.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Just some of the intel I've gathered, because I'm kind of coming at all of this more of as an observer. And so I've got some friends who have been around people who have been Britney speared, and they're already complaining that their wrist is sore. Now, they haven't been speared, they've just been around people who have been speared. And, so they're complaining they feel like there's something wrong with their wrist, or they've got these headaches now. And I'm thinking, you haven't even been Britney speared, and you're already thinking that you've got these ailments just by being around people that have been Britney speared. It's like, now you're sounding a bit crazy, but I don't say that out loud.
No, this is already...
Hey, we've already got remedies because people in our circle have been worried about this. In my circle, there haven't been, obviously no one in my close circle has been Britney speared, that have had random bruises turning up. Thank God for Daisy Roots and Millie for sending us this
the anti-Ike protein.
The anti-Ike protein with the pine needles.
This has already been taking place.
All right.
Over many subjects, not just the current one. So, for instance, I have mentioned it before that deep occultists can consume more or less anything and convert it or transform it. This is why when this particular thing came along, that for the occultists, it wasn't necessarily seen as a major problem, because this isn't the first time this sort of thing has happened. If you think about it, we're literally having to convert all kinds of things all the time, from electromagnetic frequencies, fluoride, air quality, pesticides,
heavy metals.
So we're already having to transform pathogens and toxins already. Now, it's more a case of getting your power up and being able to override anything. Now, as an example, one of my teachers was very famous for drinking a lot and chain smoking.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that that would be the activity of an occultist. Well, I'm sat here drinking and chain smoking. I don't chain smoke tobacco, to be fair to myself. But
Are you aware of actually, her name's Helena.
Of course,
they say Blavatsky, but it's actually Blavatska.
Blavatska.
In Russian, Blavatsky doesn't make sense because it's kind of masculine.
She is the grandmother of Theosophy. Oh God, I can't say
Theosophy.
it. There you go.
Theosophy.
Yeah, Theosophy. In fact, if anyone noticed, I don't know if it might have been just me that noticed, but Madonna's last shenanigans with Madame X, I could see she was actually summoning or manifesting Helena Blavatsky. You could see it in her work. And I actually called her out on it. Said, I see you, Helena Blavatsky. I know what you're trying to do, Madonna. It just seems so obvious to me.
What's your view on Theosophy, though, Helena? Do you see it as something that's malevolent, or do you have a more neutral view towards it?
Oh, it's definitely neutral. It's definitely neutral.
I'm with you there.
Yeah, it's neutral.
Bit like, maybe not such a good example. People say that Aleister Crowley's teachings were neutral, but he was a bad practitioner of his own teachings. This is the argument in favour of Aleister Crowley. He just said, "Do as thou wilt." The law of one is whatever you do, you'll have that. You'll have the result of whatever you do. That's basically what it means. And Blavatsky or however you pronounce it, Blavatska, because some of the occultists in the fascist Reichs were looking into that teachings, it got a really bad label. You know about how we know about the Third Reich and the SS and how they were heavily into this stuff. Well, she was a siren. She was a figurehead of this teaching, and of course they looked into it, like they looked into Nietzsche. Yeah, Nietzsche, like, for these SJW types like that Novar Gimp person we talk about. You talk about Nietzsche, it's like, oh, you're a Nazi. Hitler read him. Well, Hitler was also a vegan. He was also an artist. What, you paint a picture and you don't eat meat? Are you going to be a fascist as well?
And he liked animals.
Yeah. So every animal rights activist, they've got something in common with Hitler, right? Same logic. Same logic.
With religion, how looking at any occulted knowledge was, sort of considered blasphemy. And I mean, even the book The Prince was written for the Medicis to show how to manipulate the masses, but the masses aren't to know the knowledge.
You just said who? And the Medicis, right? The Medici family?
Yeah.
Black nobility, yeah?
Yeah. So The Prince was written for the Medicis, and that book was banned up until, I don't know, maybe a couple of 100 years ago, The Prince. So we weren't supposed to have that occulted knowledge. So, but another thing too about the Britney Spears jab, if anyone's familiar with Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, the man healed himself from a broken back in a hospital bed when he was 21 years old. And we don't know what we don't know, and knowledge is power. And when I feed myself with that kind of knowledge, I'm thinking, okay, if you want to pin me down with Britney Spears, I'm going to transmute it. Try me. Just try me.
You think you could override it, Phoenix?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think their biotech's fucking pathetic compared to ours.
This is why I'm calling people to go to the first person method or first person principle, where instead of giving the power to them and worrying about what they're doing, you worry about what power you've got yourself. And a lot of the stuff that they're putting out is a distraction. It's to draw you out of your own atmosphere, out of your own power,
Yep.
out of your own strength.
And Master Lee, it's almost like they've got a net ready for people who are waking up in the 11th hour. So, yeah, cool, you've woken up, you know, Britney Spears isn't a good idea. You're hanging out with people that have got the spear, and now you've got bruises or whatever. They've got a net catching those people as well. And I see past it. They almost got me. I almost got hijacked months ago with my thinking, because the whole thing is really hijacking our thinking, because it's everywhere you go. And then I discovered you guys, and I'm like, okay, where's Rise Above at? Where are they at the level? And you know, you guys are at the level.
We're trying our best. We're trying our best, Helena.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get caught in any nets, and we've got to be very have a lot of discernment to see even people waking up in the 11th hour. It's a bit late to be waking up in the 11th hour if you've done no occulted knowledge research. You know, good luck to you. Good,
No,
you're awake now.
We've spoke about this a
11th
great
hour.
deal about the massive turmoil that people that are gonna, you know, we would like to think that every person that has a soul, that has essence, even if it's at 11:59 p.m. and 59 seconds, of course they're going to want to jump ship to the winning team, the team of good rather than evil. And it's really down to that. I don't care what anyone says. We're talking about the yin and the yang.
What
here.
it is, yeah.
We're talking about the difference between light and dark. No one wants to dwell in the darkness unless they've got a very powerful parasite controlling them, and most people haven't. So we have to have this balance of humility and of empathy towards these bandwagon jumpers at the 11th hour, because
For sure.
believe it or not, and I know people aren't going to like this, we need them. There aren't enough of us right now because it's not happening yet. We need these late comers to the party. And okay,
As long as they're not too emotional, Lance, because they're getting extremely emotional, and people need to find center. You know, this is all part of inner guardian work, as far as I'm concerned, is not being emotional with what we're experiencing, and people just waking up in the 11th hour are being extremely emotional, which is natural. I mean, you just.
I agree with you, but I think that's
Right.
our responsibility, Helena. I think it's our responsibility to provide them that guardianship,
I agree.
to welcome them to the party, to open the door, shake their hand as they come in, but give them a few digs with the elbow. You were late. Why weren't you here yesterday?
Can I read something out that I wrote? Now, this will mean nothing to some, but everything to others. Okay, so I'm going to read out. It's very, very short. It's just a paragraph. But what we have to remember is the king and the queen. Okay, you've heard me talk about the playing cards. The king being the intellect and the queen being the emotions. And the jack is the son of the two. It's the marriage of the two, the king and the queen. And the jack is the sun. The sun represents the body, the action. Okay, so I'll just read this out, and I'm just going to put it out there into the ether, and make of it what you will. Like I say, to some it will mean nothing, to others it will mean everything. Right, so thought is the idea. Feel it's already done. Allow it to enter the space of your personal field, then release or realize it into the larger reality or field. Both are actually a micro of the male and female principles, and both give birth to other.
Where's that from, Inner Guardians?
I wrote it.
That's from you original. You wrote that.
Yeah.
That's an Inner Guardians exclusive right there.
I've literally got a whole book of stuff that I've written over the years.
You need to produce that, mate. You need to publish that shit.
There's a reason why I haven't, right? I've alluded to this before, that the moment you write a book, it then gets corrupted. This is why I don't trust any books, and I always question anybody's knowledge and where they got it from. If they say they got it from a book, it doesn't guarantee its authenticity. Now, the other thing is as well, that once it's written, it crystallizes, but not necessarily crystallizes in the correct way. This is why the spoken word is always best. And traditionally, the way that the denying force is balanced out or suppressed is when the spoken word was used. Father to son, mother to daughter, grandfather to the children, so on and so forth. And this is something that they've removed. And if you look at how we get our information now, it's generally by books, peer-reviewed writings, the internet, and it's become almost like the mainstream media version of the word.
Sure.
The spoken word.
Diluted, corrupted, inverted, mate.
Yeah. So,
Inner Guardian, sorry to stop you. Have you got a fan on in the background? Because we've got like a humming in the background, and I've isolated it. It's not from our studio.
No, it's not from me.
Right, one sec.
It sounds like maybe a computer farm or something.
Okay, sorry. Carry on, mate. I thought it was from you.
No. I'm totally stealth. Is there anybody else?
Helena, Helena, have you got a fan in the background? Is she still there?
You muted her.
Yeah.
No, she's there. No, I've muted her. That's really weird.
I think the noise is coming from Lee's background. I think it's just his background noise.
Okay.
No,
Alright,
it's
just
not.
background.
It's not. I've got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That's
here.
really weird because I've muted everything here, and there's
There's
that
some interference there.
quite loud
Try
interference.
mute me.
All right, one sec. I'll try
There you
muting
go,
you. No, it doesn't. No. All right, you carry on, and I'll try and isolate it.
Try muting me.
Obviously, it was
There
Word.
it is.
There you go. Obviously, it was Word Nerd. Word Nerd, you'd had such a good record there of no interference. Hats off to you. Carry on, Inner Guardian. Sorry, mate. I had to sort that out. I had to sort that out because you going deep. We can't have that noise in the background when you're proper elucidating. Please try and pick up where you left off.
Well, I kind of finished, so I want some feedback maybe from what I said.
Okay, let's get the
I
comments.
can read it
section up on
again
the
if you
screen.
want.
Yeah,
If you
no,
feel-
please do, because we had a horrible noise in the background. I would love you to read that again in its full elucidations. I'll mute everybody. Go on.
Right, okay. Thought is the idea. Feel it's already done. Allow it to enter the space of your personal field, then release or realize it into the larger reality or field. Both are actually a micro of the male and female principles, and both give birth to other.
That's like
Boom.
The power of manifestation.
Can analyze it. I think I've got it.
Go for it, Helena.
May I try?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
Okay, so the authentic balance of the masculine and the feminine, once integrated authentically, properly, I don't know how you put it, is when it's almost, it creates like that's how you manifest. That's what you create, something through belief, something like that.
The triad is erected.
It's the appliance of the triad. The appliance of the triads.
It's the marriage of the king and the queen. So the thought is the idea. Feel, the purpose of see, this is something that people don't understand. Like, why do we have emotions? If you ask people why we have emotions, we can't really give a definite answer. Now, the true use of the emotions is that you project it, that it's already done.
Right.
Yeah. So the emotions is what gives birth. It's the feminine. It gives birth into action.
Francis Leader has just conceptualized it like this on the screen. She says, Inner Guardians is basically saying that the yin and the yang give birth to chi.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an Eastern philosophy way of basically conceptualizing what you're saying. Are we right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. I love that.
But that's more of a generic what.
That's really grinding it down to like the blunt nub. Yeah.
The way I'm describing it is almost an instruction. It's instructional. So you use the thinking or the intellect for the idea. Now, what you've also got to factor in, when I say that the intellect is masculine, it doesn't necessarily mean it's exclusively masculine, because you can actually break it down. Everything has masculine and feminine, even the intellect. So in actual fact, it's the feminine aspect of the intellect that gives birth to the idea. The idea is the masculine. And then with the idea, it then fuses with the feeling. But you have to feel as though it's already done. Having emotions doesn't necessarily create anything. Having emotions can actually be quite the opposite to creating something. You have to have the feelings, and the feelings have to be mature and fit enough to actually give birth as though it's already done. And this is where most people go wrong when it comes to manifesting. So for instance, they'll have an idea, yeah, I want to manifest this. They'll get the feelings that they want to manifest it, but because they get emotional about it, it doesn't actually happen because they don't have the maturity of the emotions to visualize or imagine it already taking place.
Yeah, so you have to feel it, use your emotions to actually experience having it already.
Sure.
And that takes some mastering. I've actually gotten to that point where I can actually experience. I mean, you guys, a couple of months ago, I'm like, I'll be talking on their show. I'll be calling into their show in a couple of months or soon. And here I am, like, because I already experienced it. And I do it with everything. And my masculine, my divine feminine, I feel are very, very balanced. It took me years to work it out. It's another reason why they've usurped and co-opted the whole masculine feminine thing in society at the moment. It's an absolute mess. They went straight for it because that's the key.
Yeah, and also, they're corrupting the male and the female, the masculine and the feminine. But it's even corrupted further back than that. So if I was to say electromagnetic, okay, this is what they're trying to hide from us. So the electric is the male, the magnetic is the feminine. And so, for instance, words like electric, elucidate, elevate, L in, you're Spanish. What's L in Spanish?
Yes, it's a feminine. It's a feminine. The and la, el, sorry, is the masculine.
Yeah,
la is the feminine. Yeah, they both mean the car, the shirt, the fall. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the magnet, the manifest, maintain, Mary, the mother of Christ. It's all MA. So it's all interwoven. It's all connected, and you can kind of go as deep into it as you can take. But it goes on and on and on and on. But this is all occulted knowledge. So even the word maintain is occulted. The word elevate, the word elucidate, electric. If you said somebody electric is a occulted word, because if you say to somebody what's electric, they'll probably say it's my my heater or something. When in actual fact, we are electromagnetic. That's what they're trying to hide from us. And
currency. It's another word for it. Current and currency.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like a secondary extension of it. But I'm just playing around with words. I mean, we could go on and on forever, but it's the fusion of the electric and the magnetic, electromagnetic. That is what we are.
Mm-hmm.
That's important to understand that.
That is a capability of us, isn't it? Definitely, we are electromagnetic beings.
Yeah, and this is why they're playing around with frequencies. This is why they're using pattern disruption, so that we.
So So could we agree that because we know that we can transcend it? Because we know, it's the ones that don't know wouldn't know how to transcend it. All this knowledge that we have has to count for something.
Well, it's a start. I mean, it's a starting point. Just because you have the knowledge doesn't necessarily mean you can use it. This is where action comes into play. This is where the body, the action, the right action comes into play. So you've got the brain, which is the masculine, intent, knowledge. You've got the heart, which is the feminine, to feel, wisdom. You've got the body, which is action, righteous, or right action. This is where the Buddhists talk about right action, because it's not what you say, it's not necessarily what you feel, it's also the actions. They have to be congruent. They have to match. And also, you know, you have to be careful what you think, because your thinking affects your emotions. So if you don't have the right thoughts, then you're not going to have the right feelings, and then you're going to manifest what you don't want. So all this is to bring us back to being creators.
And it's a test. It's a real test. I thought I had some. I was trained by some of the best. I can let you guys know a little bit of who I am before I get off the call. But
Sure.
I've been trained by some of the best, and I thought I can get through these times. It's been 18 months, and like I mentioned earlier, some months ago, I was really feeling hijacked, and I snapped out of it. It really is a mind war, and it is. That's why we're seeing the Divock everywhere. It's everywhere you go, because it's supposed to usurp our thoughts completely. And speaking of the word Divock, because I'm really into etymology and the use of words and how, words are so very important. There's spells, spelling, all that, you guys know. I started using the word backwards anytime I mention it on Facebook, just Divock. The other day I thought, I'm going to look up what Divock, the etymology of Divock, and go check it out, guys. It's Hebrew for demon
It's
possession.
a Jewish demon.
Yeah, that's right.
Same as jinn, sort of. But they believe Divoks could be trapped within physical inanimate objects, like a Divock box. I've seen videos on YouTube where people apparently buy Divock boxes off the dark web,
Right.
and they open them online, and obviously they're like these encrusted black boxes with like a stamp seal. They open them up, they smell of rotting flesh. Who knows if it's real or not? I mean, the concept is real, but yeah, it's a thing on YouTube. Anyone wants to have a look at it and have a bit of a hoot,
Divock box.
check out people buying Divock boxes on the dark web and opening them live on YouTube.
Can't believe that's become a thing.
Yeah, of
Wow.
course, mate. Anything you can think of has become a thing nowadays. But yeah, a Divock is well, Master Lee, you could probably elucidate more than me. Is it the same as a jinn, like a demon angel character, or is it more of a manifested parasite, a Divock?
It's more of what we would call an Orisha. So the Orisha is.
I wouldn't call it that. What's that?
An Orisha is kind of it's a spirit, but it can. In fact, everything has an Orisha. So a stone, crystal, concrete, oil, tobacco. So actually, everything contains something. By mere fact of existing, it contains a spirit. And I'm just using spirit as a generic term so that people can understand or understand. So everything has something. Now, whether it's good or bad is another thing. Now, what can make it good or bad is your intention. So we go back to what was just elucidating towards psychosomatic or psychophysical. Now, for instance, a dark occultist will use, so they could place a dark jinn in a stone and give you the stone. And if you consent to take it as a gift, then you could be plagued with problems that will manifest.
So it's all like a consensual hex, a contractual,
Yeah.
a coerced contractual hexing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why everything that comes into your atmosphere needs to be screened and scanned. And this is where we use the pendulum to ask the question. And when I say pendulum, I mean higher self.
The inner pendulum. You've talked about this before, haven't you, Inner Guardians?
Yeah, so if you imagine like the Pentagon in America, you know, do you think all the mail or boxes, everything gets screened? They wouldn't just let anything go in. We need our atmospheres to be like a fortress. And we need to filter. We need to screen everything that enters our atmosphere.
A powerful firewall is what you're talking about. A defensive, metaphysical barrier, right?
Yeah, yeah. But I'm not saying that you should be guarded and you should be closed up. Far from it. If you've got a good screening mechanism, it enables you to actually be more free.
because it provides you the security of knowing that these malevolent forces aren't going to sneak into your sort of inner atmosphere, whether it's physically, mentally, electromagnetically, whatever. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, even if they do, you just transform it. You just redirect it.
Recatalyzation. This is what we talked about 2 or 3 weeks ago in the midweek. Remember?
chat.
Recatalyzing the
Well, that's what
power of the
exercise
denying
is.
force.
The exercise that I taught about for anxiety, that was just one subject, but you can use it for many things. But as an example, all you're doing is balancing forces. Now, another important factor, and this is the tricky bit, right? And this is where most occultists will fail, and it's on the subject of dropping the importance. Because you can only do all this, you can only manifest once you drop the importance. For as long as there's too much importance placed on the transformation, it's going to create a hook.
Because that's like putting essence on the line, isn't it? When you really look at our situation and you look at the enormity of it and the actual consequences of what could happen if they fulfill their plans, you can actually be put yourself into a negative downward triad. Like you say, we'll put hooks.
Well,
am I in the right lines here?
Yeah, well, this is going to sound like a contradiction what I'm about to say, but there is an occultist, and he says that you should do all of this stuff as though you're going to the newsagents buying a newspaper. So you should have as much importance, as much worry about. Just imagine waking up in the morning and saying, "Oh, I'm going to pop to the newsagents and buy a newspaper." It's not life or death. It's not. You wouldn't place much anxiety on that.
So what you're saying is basically this play out manifestational realm of what we would conceptualize as the denying force. What it's bringing about. It's not something that we should really put too much importance into, because we could actually be feeding into it.
Well, it's better to put the importance in yourself rather than what you're observing.
Because at the end of the day, that's what the parasite wants. It wants to create a trap, a mind cul-de-sac, a net to capture your essence, your loosh, to harvest your energy, whatever. You know.
Right. Right. So, Lance, let's do a hypothetical thing, right?
Okay.
I'm your coach, right? And you've got a boxing match in 12 weeks, okay? And you know who your opponent is. What would you want to do to your opponent in the 12 weeks leading up to the match?
Well, first of all, after I'd learned everything about them, the second thing I would want to do is demoralize them and would try my best to either sabotage or weaken them.
Yeah. So you'd want them concentrating more on your game than their game.
Yeah. I want to give them a maximum amount of distractions. Whether I'd use trash talk, whether I'd go online and I'd start making false accusations about their trainer or their coach. Because you got to remember, I've got an outside view on the combat sports. I see all of this and I see all the tactics. I know all the tactics that these fighters do, and I've done it through boxing, BKB, bare knuckle. MMA, I've seen all of it on every different level, and there are so many different tactics they can use to break down the opponent way before I even announce their name or they get in the cage or the ring. Way before.
Yeah, and you might even put out videos of you doing particular training things, or you might say you're training southpaw now for this match. When in actual fact,
you might turn up to your opponent's gym and start making an online video with a big film crew. I've seen that happen. That really shakes them up. You turn up at your opponent's gym with all the paparazzi, like you're the big deal. It's demoralization.
Yeah, so the reason why I've mentioned this is we're in a fight, and this is what's taking place. So the denying force, they've got all of the power of the media, and they're giving us all this. They're giving us a runaround, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Making you stand in a queue, as an example, or whatever. So that's what's taking place. Now, once you understand what's taking place, the same way if you was a fighter, you would learn to either ignore or transform it, or actually, if they were doing it to you, how would you deal with it?
Well, if I was the best fighter,
counter,
if I was one of those MMA fighters that literally studied every martial art, including kung fu, what I would do is I'd actually watch and I'd study their strongest attack. I would look at the mechanics of it, the way it comes towards me, the direction, the velocity, the intensity. And what I try to do is I try to make a formula of a counterbalancing movement to take that energy and recatalyze it and use it for my advantage. And guess what? That's what the top kung fu master would do. That's the master that doesn't even strike you When you try to beat him up, he literally does the smallest maneuver. You flip over his back, you land on the floor, and he's done nothing. He recatalyzes your energy. That's what I would do.
Yeah, and also, so for instance, if I was your opponent and I was putting out videos slagging off your family, okay, you could take that in two ways, right? But it's your choice. It's your choice how you.
Well, the last thing you want to do is make a video where you're going mad, going you speak about my and you're going to get this, and when I get in the ring, I'm going to do this to you, because I've seen it all. I've seen that happen last week.
And it doesn't fare well for them.
I'm not going to say any names. I saw that happen last week with a veteran BKB fighter, and he got absolutely annihilated by a great British Olympic gold champion boxer who is not a bare knuckle fighter, and he used the technique, the cool and the calm, and he did exactly what we're talking about right now. There's a big lead up to the fight. He did all this social media stuff. He did a bit of trash talk, but very calm and collectively, and he made this guy go crazy. I'm going to fucking kill him. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And the guy stood for 7 rounds, and 7 rounds in BKB, that is something. 7 2-minute rounds. The guy stood. Sorry, Helena, go ahead.
I was just going to say he was coming from a place of honor.
Yeah,
a place of tactics. He was using the opponent's. Oh, sorry. Are you talking about the guy that had been insulted?
Yeah, the one that stayed calm. He came from what I'm hearing, he sounded honourable.
He sounded
to me,
honourable.
That would be the best tactic. To come from a place of honour. Don't say anything bad about your opponent. Let them come at you. Let them use every verbal tactic, every lie, whatever.
I've got to be fair.
The
accusation is that he did say something bad, but he said it very calmly online. Apparently, the guy that went mad said he made a comment about the family or something. I don't know if this is true. I haven't followed the whole trash talk, but I saw one person completely lose it in the ring and lose the fight, and one person stay completely calm and win the fight on points. And to win a fight on points in bare knuckle boxing, not just bare knuckle boxing. I work for the only legal bare knuckle boxing promotion.
There's a lot of stoppages and
some of the fights only last 5 seconds.
Yeah.
They last one punch, and one person is completely face split open. This lasted 7 rounds. That's 14 minutes of bare knuckle. It was holy shit. Anyone wants to watch it, it's on Virgin.
Yeah. So
sorry.
So what we're talking about is, for instance, if somebody's trash talking against you, you could get upset, or you transform it. I mean, my career, when everybody trash talked against me, I would have fleeting moments where I might be upset, but ultimately I could transform it into a positive, so it would work for me. And it was a mistake on their behalf, because all it did was inspire me to beat them, not get me down, but it actually elevated me. The denying force that they gave me actually elevated me. Some of my best matches were against those that trash talked against me.
Was it, in a way, did you see it as a way of, well, I'm the guy that's been called as a cucumber. This guy's been throwing his fists around saying all this stuff. If he loses, he's going to look much stupider than I am.
Well, what you got to remember, you can drop the importance. Now, this is what I'm kind of trying to communicate this to those that haven't had the Britney Spears process, that you're in the position of power, not the position of weakness. There's 2 ways you can look at this. You're actually in the position of power because you've got what they want. We're not asking for this. They're asking us to do it.
Yeah, we've got the prize. The prize is inside us. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah. It's a seller's market.
Hey, and in the future, in 5 or 10 years' time, if what we've been researching is true, when it comes to things like sperm donation, blood, or organs, we'll have literally the most expensive. Right. Imagine how much 1 milliliter of un-Britneyed blood could be worth in 10 or 20 years' time. If you know, like for me, right, I've just got married, and my wife is never going to get Britneyed, so I know that I'm never going to have a genetic piece of David Icke protein put inside me. Imagine how much my blood could be worth.
Well,
I charge 1,000 Soviet shekels per milliliter, comrade.
The last few weeks, and it seems to be quickening and accelerating, like one by one, people around me are taking the process, the Britney Spears. And this includes family, close family, direct family, people that I work with, work colleagues, people that Yeah, people that I've known for a long time.
Are these some people that previously have been averse to it, mate?
Some, yeah, but some have just been on the fence. Some are just for personal reasons they haven't done, not because of what it is. It's just that I don't know. Maybe they've got a phobia to needles or something like that. But what I'm noticing is slowly, one by one, they're collapsing, and they're not collapsing physically. They're giving in one by one. So for some person it could be soccer, for another person it could be holiday, for another person it could be they've just had a baby.
I hear a lot about holiday is the one I hear.
Well, the new one now is if you've had a baby, the rest of the family are giving you a hard time because you're going to kill the baby.
To protect
the general advice, actually,
that's got to be the ultimate level of ignorance to think you have to protect a baby.
Yeah,
I mean, I've heard family men saying that I need to get the Britney juice because I have a family. I've got 2.5 kids and a wife to look after. If I get COVID and I'm out of action, and I get long COVID and I'm out of action 4 to 6 weeks, who's going to look after my family? And and at some level, we have to empathise with that man. I have to.
Of course,
I have to. This is the thing. Okay, as much as I know that it's a badly informed decision, I have to empathise with that man because he thinks he's doing good.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can I bring something up to about you were talking, Lance, about our blood being like gold and years to come, and it reminded me of our RH negative research that I've done. There's actually medical journals that are stating that RH negative blooded people, which I'm A negative, which I'm rhesus negative. If anyone knows, only 15% of the world's population are rhesus negative. The rest
as much as 15?
Are RH positive.
I think it's less than
15.
I thought it was less than 15. I thought it was about
I was looking.
5 or
I've
less.
been looking recently, funny enough, because I've been looking into blood types, and O negative, which is my blood type, is it's looking like you can't get ill really from things like.
From what I know,
things
if
like
you,
the
RH negative is totally immune to COVID.
Yeah,
Well,
don't ever say what blood type you are.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm a beats. Don't say that. I don't know. I have no idea what type of blood
But I
type
mean,
I am.
yeah, this is what I've been looking into the blood types recently. It's interesting the differences between them, and RH negative is very rare.
Guess who's got RH negative? The black nobility, the Phoenicians.
Well, all of them.
Yeah, and most
Highest
American presidents as well. I mean, I don't mind saying that I'm A negative because I've been pretty much targeted my whole life, but I'm immune now, so they leave me alone. But I tell you what, anyone listening, you should go check out blood types and find out what you are, because they're saying that 15% of the population are going to be awake to what's going on. And ironically, RH negatives make up 15% of the population. Also, something that's very, very relevant from a medical point of view, me being a negative blood type mother, I'm not even supposed to breed with positive men because it can kill the baby. Yeah, so they've got a jab for that. They've got a special jab. I can't remember the name of it that they give to negative blooded women. But without that technology, I'm not supposed to. I wouldn't have been able to breed with a positive male. Now the positive comes from the RH, meaning the rhesus monkey. So 85% of population come from monkeys, and they don't know where the rest of us came from. We don't have monkey blood. It's that simple. It's not even woo-woo. It's medical.
Yeah,
medical.
I've looked into this a
information.
great deal, and what you're saying is absolutely true.
It's a scientific fact.
Yeah, and I've always said, people talk about white supremacy and Jewish supremacy, and I'm not calling out anyone that has this blood, but the only real supremacy in this world actually comes down to blood type, and the people, the self-appointed guardians of this realm, they all have that blood type. And believe me, I'm not saying that everyone has this blood type is an evil dark occultist or a supremacist or a bloodline, because
these people happen to have that.
These people happen to have it, but guess what? The regular people that have this blood type get persecuted. Do you know who has it? The Basque people, the Yazidis in the Middle East that were wiped out by ISIS. So you have this this group of olive-skinned, dark-skinned, sometimes people with blue eyes, sometimes called white people, sometimes dark-skinned people that have this blood. It's not about your skin color. But this is the real supremacy in the world, and the black nobility, the Phoenicians, they have you're talking 80-90% RH negative in their population.
Where are they most concentrated?
Well, they come from. They're most concentrated right now. They live in Macau in China. They
Yeah.
live in Switzerland. They live in the Vatican City, and in various different underground installations all over the world. I don't know where they're from
So they're
originally.
nicely spread out.
But what you're saying about RH negative is true. As far as I know, they're immune to Coviot. Coviot was whatever this thing is. It was engineered that it takes out A and B blood types, and guess who they are? Everyone else, apart from
And I'm at the point, guys, that I can guess someone's blood type just by the way they act or how they think. And I'm pretty much 90% correct. Like, it's really strange. Like, I'll go, hey, do you know what your blood type is? They're like, are you a vampire or something? It's like, no, it's just really interesting. I'm just researching. And I did a test on Facebook a couple of months ago. And being a smart ass, I'm like, I bet I can guess your, your blood type. And someone will go, all right, smart ass, guess it. And 90% of the time I was right because I know what they're like.
Helen, was it you that put in the YouTube comments a little while ago in one of our shows?
That was me.
It was you.
That was me,
You said,
Lance.
I bet you guys are mostly RH negative, or like our
Yep.
team.
That was me.
I have no idea what my blood type is. My Roman nose probably comes from Romany blood rather than anything anything else. Everyone thinks I'm mixed race or something, but I'm actually white.
You get called Farang a lot. Then.
Yeah, I'm from Afghanistan, the land of Western man. It's like, what was it? Sheep Farm Boys last week were jibing each other about their nostrils. I was getting piss taken out of me because my nose and my curly hair is like, you look Jewish. I'm not.
You're a Chosenite.
I'm not a Chosenite, and I'm not Roman.
Could be Turkish.
Hey, my surname is Gaelic. Murdoch. House Clan Murdoch. Come on. That's from the Highlands. That's not...
I got a bit suspicious when I saw your last name, Lance.
I would class myself as an Indo-European Tartarian Aryan. That's what I am.
Wow, that is a
Why not?
mouthful.
Why
Yeah.
not? Yeah, why not? I don't like the term Caucasian. I don't really. I can't. I
From the
can't.
Caucasus Mountains,
I can't trace myself to the Caucasus Mountains or Asia. Who does that apply to? Doesn't that apply to the Chosenites?
Some of those 1%ers.
Yeah,
some would say,
I think this Caucasian idea is a big red herring.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is.
You see where I'm going with this,
supposed to
Master Lee?
describe a
Well, the thing is-
particular group from the Caucasus Mountains who were banished to.
But in
other
official
areas.
history, all people come from the Caucasus Mountains.
It depends
That's
on
the
who you
crazy-
ask. If you ask
After
people,
the flood, yeah.
Lots of
If you ask
schools of
people
thought
in-
in the history of man.
if you ask people in Russia what Caucasian is, it means something different to what Caucasian means here.
What does it mean in Russia?
It means you're from the Caucasus region, so you'd be kind of Armenian.
And that's the steppe mountains of the nomadic people that ride horses very well, isn't it? That's who comes from the Caucasus region.
Asian.
Caucasian, right? Yeah.
So it's like the Caucasus Asians. It's the very north of
But what is it
Asians.
about the Caucasus Mountains? When we go back to biblical prophecy and to these deluge stories, a lot of people think that's where the Ark might have landed in the Caucasus Mountains. That's where people actually came from.
After the flood.
But then some people think that the Ark might have landed in the Tibetan mountains where Hitler went to find the tall people. Hey, that's a whole other rabbit hole. So
Where are the rabbit hole jingles?
no rabbit holes. Only whole.
Where are the rabbit hole jingles anyway?
It could be the Hindu Kush as well.
Yeah. So
I'll be leaving the call soon. I just want to say a big thanks for letting me on. The drum and bass is completely off the show. It's just mind blowing what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
I'm in Australia, but my war political refugee is from Spain, and we came to Australia. I've got an interesting background, but I've also got a YouTube channel. And I was a talk show host on Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, an American radio station for 6 years. So
please put some links in the comment section so people can get hold of your material, Helen, please.
Sure. So it's Helena Phoenix. So you see my name there. Just go to my YouTube channel. And I wrote a song called The Revolution years ago. There's a lot of stuff. Like I'm a musician as well. I wrote a couple of drum and bass tracks, not like you guys. It was just a really dim attempt. And I produce everything as well, so it's not great. The production on my work isn't great. I've done it all by myself. It's all me. Nice. I don't collab with anybody.
We'd love to hear it. We'd love to hear some of your music, you know.
And yeah, my work gets played on was getting played on a lot of other channels as well when they'd go live. So people were kind of getting the gist of who I am and what I do and stuff like that. So, I've been a conscious writer for a long time now. So yeah, my channel you'll see there's a picture of me with a guitar. A lot of my work's on there. But I hope to be able to join you guys again in a month or
Yeah,
2
for
months
sure.
when you have
Please do
Yeah.
listen. Next time we have a call in, next time we
Right.
open customer services, Helena,
Yeah.
please do call in. You've been really insightful,
For sure.
and we really appreciate you joining the table. It's great. Thank you.
Thanks very much, guys. You enjoy the rest of your night. It's the morning here. We're going to go to the park. Apparently, there's a lot of protesting happening at the moment, so I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on there.
Keep an eye and look
thanks
after
much,
yourself.
love. Yeah, I will. Congrats on the marriage, and Master Lee, you resonate on many levels. And what's the DJ's name? How could I forget?
Oma Beats.
Oma Beats.
Oma Beats, of course. Oma Beats. You're off the show, mate. Off the show. Okay, thanks very much, gentlemen. I'll hang up now. Thank you.
Helena Phoenix, thank you so much for calling in. Awesome
you.
calling. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Chat to you next time we open customer services. Awesome. Wow, that was lovely. So what we've heard from a couple of our regular people like Clint and Mateus.
Yeah.
We've heard from Jules, who had like dropping bombs about 9/11.
With a sick New York accent, man.
Yeah,
His Brooklyn accent.
Yeah,
I
dope
want
New York
to
accent.
sample him.
JD Guerilla, dope. Inner Guardians, what are you thinking?
What am I thinking? I'm wondering what Clint's final question was.
Clint always has one more question, and we love Clint because his questions are always good.
He's like Omar with music.
He is. Last one, Clint. Last one. But is it Master Lee? Permission for one more question? Can I ask one more question in the middle of this question that I haven't even finished asking? That you definitely. I love Clint, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, big up Mateus, big up Clint. Right,
I
guys.
like the fact he loads his questions up with layers, right? And they're all different questions, but he manages to merge them into one.
You'd have to write a proper dissertation.
So then Lee's got to write. I was going to say Lee's got to write an essay back to him.
We need a Clint show.
Yeah, I think we should just have like a customer services Clint show. Yeah, you could make many videos just answering one of Clint's questions. So, right, guys, how long have we been going?
5.5 hours.
Right, 28 minutes left. If anyone was to call in to the customer services line, well, we're all here because remember it's 2:30 here, 2:33. Funny I should say that.
Oh, look at that.
Jesus
it is
Christ.
as well. I don't believe it.
Oh, sweet Buddha. Right, call
Is
in.
Word Nerd still muted?
Yeah, because Word Nerd. I'm really
He's got
sorry,
that
mate. Every time we
noise. I
unmute
think
him.
it's his computer fan.
Oh no, you're back, but we've got the fan.
Yeah, we've got the fan
It's
noise
the
again.
computer fan, I think. It's just over here.
Right, Word Nerd.
5.5 hours.
We can't hear you. All we can hear is an industrial fan.
I think the computer's overheated. I'm trying to get
No, right, Word Nerd. Right, I know what's happened. Your mic is not working. Right, Richard Alvis is calling. You need to reselect your microphone. You've selected the mic on the laptop. I can hear it, mate. Go to the
so we
settings.
can hear the laptop fan.
Right, Richard Alvis. You are through to
Can you
Rise
hear me?
Above. You are through to Rise Above Customer Services. Welcome.
Richard.
Please don't say the C or the V word. What is your gripe, your complaint, or your feedback today?
So I'm going to share a motivational message, and it's called Truth Arising.
Awesome.
It says this: rising upon the planet, I see the moving truths that warms our hearts and delights us, so let us light up the world like a fire burning in our hearts. Like no fear, we carry on like soldiers with strong, courageous peers. My, we fly, and arise above. We lift up with wings like eagles, reach out for destiny. Let us dream, let us go there. We are unbreakable. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop me. Oh, the truth is arising above, rising up. Victorious, and destiny is arriving, entering the kingdom of the light.
Mate, powerful.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very inspirational. Are you, mate? Are you into poetry? Are you a writer? Is this your first? Is this your first elucidation? Tell us how you came to write that.
I wrote that a few days ago. I've been writing some messages like this for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
I've been sharing it on my platform. I share on younow.com.
Okay.
I stream sometimes on there.
Mate, we love it. It's very inspirational. It's very positive. You're here to raise the vibration, basically.
So yeah, my name is Richard Alvis Man. I'm empowered on YouNow as well as YouTube. I also want to share a few more poems.
I'm just
This
sharing.
one's
I'm
called-
just sharing your thing on the screen. This is you.
Oh, can you see me or?
No. We're just sharing your YouTube moniker there, so people can actually check out your stuff and have a click. Richard Alvis Man Empowered. Please share some more, bro.
Okay, this one it's time to discover this one. The journey of life is an adventure, bringing us to great new distances. It may seem a great distance, but it's closer than you think. It's time to discover your own potential, to discover the pure energy and love, the truth and a new work and understanding, or inner standing. Discover a good place of joy and peace, bringing a smile to your faces with happiness, creating an exciting atmosphere full of energy, full of the wonderful spirit around us. Power is coming to us all. With the powers that come to us all, we discover new experiences, talents, skills, and ideas. Awesome things forward. Sharing with others, influence and inspire. Passion and confidence.
Like the positive messages you've put into your words there.
It's almost like a mantra. It's almost like a very positive mantra, a positive assertion of intent. I like it, man.
Yeah, it's
I like
about,
it.
yeah, I think
I'll tell you what came
exactly
to my
the
mind. I'll tell you what came to my mind listening. It kind of reminds me of the last 19 months now, that there's been zero positive input towards people.
Very good point.
Think about it. There's not been any real sort of empowering messages. Well, not that there is normally, but there's been zero. In fact, it's minus.
Well, because what they've been putting out is quite negative, so it's very difficult to remain positive if
It's all part of the operation.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I think by writing that, by writing it for yourself, by speaking it to others, by elucidating it to everyone here on Rise Above, mate, that's gone out into the ether.
Yeah.
That's increased the vibration, and I'm sure Richard Elvis, like when you wrote that was your intention. I'm absolutely sure.
Yeah, man.
Mate.
This one's called Guidance of Answer. The place, the thought takes over. Your questions remain unheard. Where are the answers when you're lost? Listen and I will guide you back from where it hurts. And where are the answers? So when you fall, your heart is open. You cannot be still. But the answers come to you. And the sound is too much to bear. I wonder if you will. Ask me anything. I could be yours. Give you everything. Give your knowledge and wisdom. You're not alone. We're all awake. No one's taken the needle craft. No one's taken that juice. I will never take it. Will never comply. Always stay strong. Love is all around. Love will conquer. Love will make the truth arise. Arise above.
Very nice.
Was that a freestyle?
Yeah, that's for you.
Mate, I clocked it. I clocked that wasn't off the page. Listen, I clocked that was a freestyle. Big up your chest, mate. I love that. Would you class yourself as a spoken word artist? Is that what that's really what we're talking about here? Spoken word, isn't it?
Spoken word artist, yeah.
Yeah, spoken word. It's like spoken word nerd. Maybe you can. Oh,
this is his bag. You know
I know. Why haven't we got a spoken word nerd here? His microphone had obviously turned off. That's why we had the humming. Mate, that's beautiful. It's very uplifting, and thank you very, very much for sharing that with us. Everyone in the comment section is loving it. They're getting the gist. Sam Kano a minute ago was like, Sasha English, powerful. That's amazing, Richard. Some awesome comments here. Any new Arthur Watson? Any new vagification?
No, he's taking a break at the moment.
Oh yeah. I had an email. Yeah, thank you again, Rich. I had an email from Godvag, and he was like, "Yeah." I know he's a comment. He's like, "Last week's show was probably one of your better shows." I was like, "Mate, we're all just waiting."
Yeah, 100%.
You're just waiting for the 1st of October. Yeah. Richard, have you watched Godvag? This guy we keep going on about. Richard,
he might have gone.
He might have gone. Okay. Is he still there?
He's still on the line.
All right, cool.
Well,
reconnecting. Poor network connection.
Oh, he's got a poor network connection. I've seen Richard Alvis in the comment section for many, many weeks. I'd be very surprised if he hasn't caught up on Godvag already.
Oh, for sure.
Most people have been watching Rise Above for at least like 2 or 3 weeks. When we talk about Godvag roughly every 2 or 3 hours. You've seen a period of 2 or 3 hours. Godvag hasn't been
easily.
Yeah, you've been watching the show, you know about it. Okay.
I was thinking about watching it from the start again.
Do you know what? Here's a good story, right? So, Sheep Farm Boys, hope they're watching. We've been chatting with the email this week. They dropped a new awesome podcast, which I recommend everyone checks out. Word Nerd's back.
So I was backstage.
Has he got rid of his humming sound? He has. Word Nerd. Did you check out the spoken word?
That was awesome, Rich. Thanks for sharing that.
He's back. There you go. Word Nerd's back.
Let me just turn you off in the background here. Hang on.
No, you sound perfect now, mate. Basically, your microphone had obviously turned off. You've gone back to the built-in webcam mic on your old tech. Now you've got the new RA hashtag tech.
No, that's it. You sound
Right,
good, man.
thanks for that, Reg. That was awesome. I was listening back there. I was just getting reconnected.
Very uplifting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's important.
Yeah. So, customer services isn't all about complaints or people just saying, "Oh, the COVID union's a bunch of."
No, we
wankers."
like to hear from everyone.
Yeah,
mate.
we want to hear from everyone. We want some positive messages, some poetry, some music, anything. So, thank you very much to Rich for calling in. Let me just put this back up here again. We are approaching 6 hours. So, last chance for anyone to call in, and then Oma Beats is going to play us out because it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I've seen you've been closing your eyes.
Yeah, I'm tired, man. I've been keeping an eye on this. We've got someone else, Sanchez UK.
Oh,
here.
it's Sanchez. Yeah, we need to
Go
get
on, get
Sanchez.
Sanchez on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sanchez is dope, mate.
Can you
This was some
take a
time
look
ago.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, Inner Guardians, go for it.
It was it was
That's
over
okay,
45
go.
minutes ago. Don't think.
Hang on, man.
Well,
No, go in the guys, go.
Because he actually said he's got a question for Inner Guardians.
No, I was looking at the comments.
Right.
Because I'm using a laptop tonight, not my phone, so I can actually read the comments.
Ah, extra tech.
Bosh.
Yeah.
Bosh.
And Andy Pandy 33 is mentioning about 18 months. Can you go back on some of the comments?
What you want me to scroll back up and see what Andy Pandy 33 is saying? Here we go.
It's only about a minute ago.
Yeah, here it goes. That's why
what
everyone's saying
everyone's
18 months.
But he did one before that, about 9/11.
Let me go back up. I'll see some more Andy Pandy 33. This is where we get proper
Yeah,
interactive.
Andy
Here we
Pandy
are.
comes out with some good stuff on there. I've been reading his
He's a
comments.
veteran since day
Right.
one. I'm sure he's been there
For
since the
sure.
start.
Can we have a look
Right.
at this?
Here we go. Andy Pandy 33. It's 18 months on 9/11/21, bruv. From when the Wuhan Holocaust Organization declared lockdown. 6 plus 6 equals 18.
6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18.
Oh, what? Wait a minute. So are we trying to say that 9/11 is exactly 18 months?
From when they first declared the pandemic.
Well, we need to count the days because was it not on the 21st of March?
No, that was the UK lockdown.
When the WHO. What day did the WHO announce it?
Wait, well,
Was it-
18 months from the 21st,
Right,
from
okay.
the 9/11.
Listen, right, Rise Above team, get yourselves to action. Someone count exactly.
When the very first announcement was.
So what, we talking 6 calendar months? Or literally
Oh no,
half a
when the
year?
WHO declared lockdown. Yeah, but the WHO
Yeah, but
didn't
how long
declare
is
in
18
which
months?
country?
Okay.
Because each country went into lockdown differently, didn't they?
So what Andy's saying is exactly 18 months from WHO declaring COVID to 9/11. If that's true, that's dirty. Please, someone look into this. Magics, come on, fact checkers. Great comment. What do you think, Inner Guardians? Would you be surprised if it was actually to the day?
Well, this is one of the reasons why I've been alluding to September being.
You have, haven't you?
interesting. Yeah.
Because haven't the Sage reports been talking about September the 15th? I know that September the 15th keeps coming out of my mouth, and we've already talked about this before. We work on intuition, right? I can't remember sometimes why I have ideas of what's going to happen because I've taken so much information, it actually fries my brain. It's all gone in. It's been processed. And for me, September 15th keeps coming back.
Well, here's
'Cause that's-
something else to consider, right? Would it be fair to say that Britain plays an important role in this realm?
Massively. Like, I don't think anyone really appreciates how important this geographically the stupid little island is. And I've told many people on the stream many times before why I believe this island is very important because of the ley lines and the vortices of the ley lines.
Yeah. So
what
would it be fair to say that not we, but Britain is playing an important part in this in the last 18 months?
Pivotal, absolutely pivotal.
Well, it's all the
literally-
Commonwealth countries that are getting fucked, isn't it?
Yeah, but I would say I'm within the Guardians. There is something very particular about this little rock. It's the crucible.
And Parliament comes back in September.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. People say, Rome, Washington, D.C., Israel. But what it really comes down to is what's going on in the city of London where the Crown Corporation is seated.
Yeah, I mean, you exposed that last year.
Yeah. That's why I'm still trying to get my audio-visual equipment back off the police.
Yeah, exactly.
Still haven't got my really nice little camera back yet.
Maybe they're using it, just having a laugh with it.
But they didn't use it in the court case to get me because
Well, no,
they
that's what I
lost.
mean.
Parasite lost. Unlucky. I had the best evidence ever on that camera. Me and Word Nerd, we were stealthing it, Jason Statheming it right up to the...
Statham.
Statham. I was Statheming it with Word Nerd. We were giving the whole commentary. I was giving the whole Rise Above commentary for this in-depth video of what we're doing. They had all the evidence. Everything. I don't even think they worked out how to turn it on.
I'll have to do an edit of that mission now that the
Well, hey, mate, when we get it back, that's going to be some seriously dope footage. Because it includes right until I was inside their van. And I was chatting to them. And they didn't realise I was still recording. I was still completely wired up. They're like, why have you got wires going? Like, are you wired? Are you wearing a wire? Yeah, I was wearing multiple wires. Rise Above.
Reporting. Rise Above report, yo.
Yeah, rogue reporter, Rise Above. Trust me. So, yeah,
Grant,
please,
Grant,
anyone
can I
call...
ask you a question?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, in your life, looking back, when would you say was a defining moment when you first realised something wasn't quite right with this realm? Was there one, or was there a particular age?
It's two. I mean, before my proper awakening 20 years ago, I mean, all throughout my childhood, I always knew that there was something not quite right, and my perception of what was going on, I knew that I was perceiving something different to everyone else because I was just looking at what they were saying. I was like, really? And that was, I'm talking when I was like under 6 years old.
Yeah.
All through middle school, my parents saw I was called in because I was very intelligent but very disruptive and super weird, and they were worried about some of the things that I was drawing. So I'd draw these very detailed murals, and I'd draw them in 3D.
Of rabbits.
They weren't.
They
Trust me, they didn't have rabbits. But when the other kids were drawing these stick drawings, I was drawing full 3D murals, and some of them were graphic. Like they were telling me about things in history, in the Victorian times when there would be horse and carriage, and if you didn't clean up the shit would be knee deep. Well, I drew a Victorian scene of people wading through shit, and they were all like choking on shit. And parents called into school. I've always known that was wrong.
You know, I
never told anyone that before online. That's true. That's a true story. If mum's watching, you remember that.
You know, I go with this theory of self-knowledge where it's kind of like ultimately we already know everything. It's just a case that we've forgotten.
I've told you about my first ever memory, Master Lee, haven't I? The recurring dream. Because my first ever memory is not actually a waking moment. It's actually an unconscious moment. It's a recurring dream. Have I told you about this?
I don't think so, no.
Well, okay. I've said it before. I'll condense it. Before any waking memory I ever had it was a recurring dream all throughout my very early childhood of a situation where there's loads of characters there, different scenes, different characters, and there was some impending huge event, some huge impending doom that was going to happen, and no one knew about it. You know, like a B movie, a horror movie, and I was the protagonist, and I knew that there was some impending. I didn't know the details, I didn't know anything about it, but I was always trying to warn people. And this would happen like 3-4 nights a week, and I'm talking when I was 4 or 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So I'd go to school some mornings, like the first time I was going to school, like terrorised by this like Steven Spielberg level cinematic film that I've been witnessing in my dreams the night before, of me going to these big groups of people, and it's like it's dark in the sky, and I'm trying to explain what's coming, and I don't know what's going, but it was always the same thing, and it went on for years. It went on until I was about 12 or 13, until I shook it off.
Yeah.
And then, then 9/11 happened when I was 17. Just got my first car, and as soon as I saw that on TV, then I knew. Whether I knew it was a movie, simulate, whatever, I don't know.
So you've had a sense that something's coming.
That is my first, Master Lee, my first memory. My memory before sucking my mum's teat, before tasting porridge, bready bread. My first memory is a recurring dream of something impending is coming, and although I don't know the details, it is my responsibility to tell people it's coming, because I know it's coming and no one else knows, and that's all I ever knew throughout my whole early childhood.
Yeah. That's weird, man.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Nice.
Imagine what people thought of me.
Yeah.
Well, now they know.
That's what they do think about.
I should imagine that most of us have had this. Maybe some it's been more clear than others. For myself, from a young age, I had a feeling that something was coming. And when there was actually a few of us, maybe 5 of us, when we were about 16, we actually formed a little gang, and we called ourselves ATB. which stood for after the bomb. Now, yeah, but we were totally kind of oblivious to what we were actually thinking at the time. But the ideology of our gang was that we were going to be the only ones to survive, like after the bomb. Now, I think back then it was all to do with like nuclear war. That was kind of the fear porn that was given to us. In that,
Are you talking about the 80s or the 70s here?
It would have been the 80s, yeah.
So are we talking the back end of the Cold War, yeah?
Yeah.
With the Soviets.
Yeah. But anyway, this week I was sort of contemplating it, and it occurred to me that what's taking place right now, I kind of already knew when I was 16. I kind of knew, but I sensed it, but I didn't know it. Probably that's a better way. So if you'd have asked me to describe it, I wouldn't have been able to, but it was a sensation or a feeling of something major is going to happen in my lifetime. Like, for instance, let's say with my parents' generation, not a lot happened to them because it was in between, because like they were born after World War II.
Yeah, same as my parents, just after.
Yeah, so we've had like a window where not a lot happened. Not this sort of part of the crater.
Yeah, it lured into a false sense of security. Now this resonates with me so deeply, mate, because like I say, my first waking memory is of this recurring dream of warning of an impending doom. And you know, I was 17 when the Twin Towers fell, and within I think 6 months of that, I read the first King David book, which was Tales from the Time Loop, synchronistically enough, which was all about the illusion of what was going on in the Middle East and all the mechanics of that. And then it started to go metaphysical. And 3 or 4 King David books later, I was like, my mind was blown. And this was in like a 1-year period. I literally rinsed them day and night, every day reading them. And then I sort of reversed engineered everything in that over a long period of time. And I honestly thought that what we're witnessing now was something that was planned. I knew it was planned. Do you know why I knew? Because I read the fucking plans. I made it my business to read every single one of the plans. Project for a New American Century, The Road to Iran, the Greater Israel Project, UN Agenda 2030, UN Agenda 21, ID 22, etc., etc. I read every single one of them, so I knew what all the plans were. But I thought, how are they ever going to accomplish this? I knew how they could. I thought, what could it possibly be?
What's the catalyst?
And then, yeah, everyone that watches Rise Above knows this story. And then in 2019, I had the heads up financially, like you did in the Guardians. You said in early 2019, you knew from your circles and your influences that the event, the eschaton, the final event for this empire or this this density was coming.
Yeah. Something else that kind of gave me a big clue, right? You may or may not agree. Over, say, from the 90s, there was a massive growth in extreme activities where people were artificially creating adrenaline.
Extreme sport, I'm probably of the best age to remember the explosion of extreme sports. I reckon it probably happened when I was 13 or 14. I remember when you literally had rollerblading and skateboarding, and then you had this explosion, bungee jumping, surfboards, wakeboards jumping out of planes, as if when you jump out of a plane with a parachute, a little surfboard trapped at your feet is a sport. It was anything to get that adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
So I definitely know what you're saying.
Yeah. Now, if you imagine, say, during World War I, World War II, communism in Russia, do you think people participated in extreme sports? They probably didn't.
No, because day-to-day life was more extreme.
Exactly. Yeah.
Extreme sports are a symptom of an inactivated biotech.
It's the symptom that we're coming to an end of a peaceful era. And when I say peaceful, I mean I don't necessarily mean war. It just mean like, I think this is World War III. It's a psychological war.
I think we're in a transition, aren't we? Which is where when all the violence and all the bad things happen, all the negative energies
Strong
fester.
men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men
part
create
of the
bad
cycle.
times. Bad times create strong men, and the cycle goes on. And we've said this many times before, but it looks like we're in the cycle of weak men have created bad times. And hopefully, bad times are about to create strong men or good men again, or virtuous or righteous men.
I think you can see that that's already started. There's a lot. There was a lot of strong individuals.
Hey, look how many people have been activated.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Look at I've been watching this scene, the truther scene, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call this thing on the internet of people talking about what we're talking about now, producing videos, doing lectures, whatever you want to call it. I've been watching this for 20 years, and I remember for a good period of over a decade when you had learned all that you could get your hands on. To find something new was very difficult, and I've said this before to you.
Yeah. Before the days of the internet, research was
mate,
difficult.
even with
It was conversational
even
based.
with the internet, I started researching with the internet. Okay, with books. My first research was with physical books, 10, 20 different physical books, and then I turned to the internet. But when I'd run out of things, you would have to really wait till you've gone and met some physical people. You've gone to a group, you've gone to a David Icke speech, you've gone to a Richard D. Hall seminar, and you've learned about some new researchers. Then you can look at them on the internet. Right now, it's like you can hardly keep up with how many new
it's just flooded.
freedom fighters, truthers, video makers,
What
all the
a good
people on
little
TikTok.
tactic, though, to get rid of all the people, to flood the market with information. So then the people who are really sort of spreading some good knowledge get lost in that big wave.
We have a caller, Sanchez UK. Get him on the show, bro. Sanchez UK, welcome to Rise Above Customer Services. Please don't say fuck or bugger, or the C or the V word. Welcome.
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course we can hear you. Just turn the stream off in the background and treat it like a phone call. You are live on Rise Above, mate. We've chatted before briefly. Good to hear from you, mate.
Come on. Just a question about the Britney Spears.
Sure.
You know, in China, right? They don't have the same Britney Spears as what we've got.
Nope.
They've got a different type. What's not got the MNRA thing in it?
So is it a live one like AZ?
No, it's an old-fashioned type.
Just an old school dangerous Britney.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't know, but I think they're still having some fatalities. But I'm just a bit. I'm just thinking a bit deeply about why doesn't China have the same Britney Spears as everyone else?
Same reason they don't have the same internet, because they control their environment and the Westerns control their environment. So they're going to want to dominate for the opportunity from their people, not from other people.
It's a very good question. I appreciate what you're saying. Here's what I would say. From my observations, right, every country in the world that has already been through communism is being treated differently by the Soviet Union.
Yep.
Right? Now, I know my experience of communist countries come from Southeast Asia. I've never been to Russia, and I've been to Croatia, which were I don't know Soviet bloc countries, but I know Southeast Asia, and in places like Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia, they haven't really had any cases. They do some sort of lockdowns. They don't really play the ball. Thailand seems to be under attack. It's like if you already know about communism, it's like they don't care about you because you've already been broken, so you'll sort of accept it. Because I'm not saying those people won't accept it. They will. In Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos.
Protesting to have a procedure.
Yeah, that's the thing, mate. That's what I was about to say. I know people that are living in Thailand and Laos, and my friends in Laos are saying they're watching the media, and in Thailand, because they've only had 900 deaths and very low Britney levels, right? They're getting demonized in the other Asian media for not complying with the Soviet Union, and they're getting called dangerous and like stuff like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's bonkers. I'm just worried that maybe the China spearing operation might be something what won't eliminate a lot of them, whereas our one could eliminate like 40% of us might get eliminated. All these people who's having the procedure might get eliminated.
Maybe China are already tired of eliminating their own people.
Can I just chime in?
Sure.
Right. Everybody knows the word bioweapon or biological warfare. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right. Now, I've often pondered this because when I was in the military, we did a lot of training with regards to this. But there was never really an explanation as to how it would be, what would be the delivery mechanism of biowarfare. Would it be through the water supply? Would it be droplets? Would it be missiles? You know, what would actually be the delivery mechanism of biological warfare? Now, I'm not saying it is, but this could be it. Think about it.
Yeah, it could.
Now, whatever people are taking, they're completely putting their trust in the same authorities that are at war.
Yeah.
Not only at war with each other, but they could be at war against the people. Now, when we talk about the New World Order or the One World Government or whatever descriptors you want to give it, maybe they're not all in agreement, and there could be a lot of they could be actually at war with each other. Now, not only that, there could be collusion between different countries or different types of people or different ideologies. And they could actually insert false leaders that could actually be subjecting, for money or ransom or blackmail. They could actually be subjecting their people to a bioweapon. Now, some people have alluded to that I'm trying to think of the word. What's the code word for the not for the spear, but the
Adrian?
No, the sickness.
The people's pandemic.
Yeah. So people are saying that the people's pandemic is bioweapons. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's the spears that is the bioweapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is what I've elucidated to. I actually am coming to the conclusion that the first person that ever had the bioweapon could have been built in Coventry. Because, according to the media, he was the first person to consensually have Pfizer's Christmas miracle, right? And after that happened, before that happened, we had no variants. We literally just had COVID. After that happened, we've now had a whole Greek alphabet. Wuhan Holocaust Organization are talking about now using star constellations when the Greek alphabet runs out. I haven't even shared that meme. That's been running for 3 weeks. I've had it ready. That was from the WHO. When the Greek alphabet runs out of variants, we're going to start using star constellations. Wow. Just think about that. I mean, apart from there's going to be 27 variants before they move on to the next source, they're actually going to start using star constellations. We have like Venus, Saturn. Come on.
Oh, the Saturn variant.
It's good. It's a good way of implanting that into our brains because it gives us a name, not just a variant.
How many variants have there been since the first person had the alleged pathogen? Because, look, listen, people actually have the opinion, and they will argue that there is no virus. There is no such thing as COVID, anything. There's nothing. But what are the peer-reviewed papers of those Chinese scientists that were making SARS-CoV-2? What is, is all of that completely fabricated? Is that all of that a cover story? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
But why would you have a level 4 biolab if you don't have pathogens? What, you think they don't make bad pathogens?
Why register patents of the
I think it's like the UFO argument. To say that everyone is real is as dumb to say as they're all fake, right?
Yeah.
Do you see where I'm going with
this?
That's
what's about being flooded. About the information flooded. There's so much out there. It's very difficult to pick it apart. You have to be dedicated to that. What's an easier way of controlling the narrative?
Is America Chinese or American?
Exactly, yeah. Biden's probably owned by CCP, really. I mean, look at his son. He's not properly owned. I mean,
what's taking place in Afghanistan, it could be the connection to China.
Yeah, well, we're going to do an Afghanistan special because remember, my slideshow tonight was only taking the piss out of the mainstream media.
Just touching on it.
I haven't commented on Afghanistan at all, about my knowledge of the history of the Mujahideen, about the formation of the Taliban, the difference between Taliban, Al-Qaeda and the Mujahideen and what all those words actually mean, right? I know about stuff. None of that has been covered tonight. I think we're doing that in 2 weeks, right? September the 10th?
Yeah.
Friday, September the 10th. I've called it right now. Yeah, And Jules, that was on earlier on,
he
will be
in,
back, believe me, for our September the 10th special. So, yeah, it's a lot more than meets the eye.
It just seems to me like there's there's a war against the Anglosphere. Especially, there's a lot of pressure in the Anglosphere. You know, America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and Britain.
Well, they want to try and turn it into China, don't they?
I'd actually call it the Eurosphere because if you think about it, even in South America, the more prosperous country, especially, well, I'm talking about Brazil, obviously. I feel like they have been in the firing line because remember Bolsonaro, whatever you want to say about him, he started off trumping it. Oh, Soviet's a lie. I'm not getting down with the WHO. I'm not taking their poison shot. Then he got seriously battered by the MSN.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him? He seems a bit more compliant now. Remember all those things that was happening in Brazil? You know, bad things are happening there. It's like there's a war going on. There's a siege. The world is at siege from the greatest mafia.
In Australia and New Zealand, it's so weird. It's bizarre. I mean, they must be under some kind of pressure, what we don't know, what we're not aware about. You know, for them to be doing what they're doing, and for those police to be following those orders. I can't see it. They must know that they're under imminent threat, I think.
Well, they're very close to China, aren't they?
It was a British Royal Navy ship. Everybody's been speared up, double speared, and they've had all these. They've all got COVID. They've all got the illness now, haven't they? On one of our Royal Navy ships.
So that's happening on the Royal Navy ship, Sanchez. It's also happened on 2 cruise ships. Where the precursor for coming on is you have to have double Brittany, right? You've got a double CD directly from Britney Spears' management team to come on this cruise or this Royal Navy ship. How the fuck, if you have everyone double Brittany on there, can you have COVID outbreaks? How does that work?
I mean, a few weeks ago, I was really thinking this is all about just a Brittany passport. But now I'm thinking it's more about, it's either a Brittany passport or it could be eliminating a large percentage of our population could get eliminated, and then it'd be an easy walk-in for the Chinese super soldiers to just walk in and just they'll be saviours. Everybody will welcome them as saviours. Or the CCP's here to help us and feed us, you know.
Because like all the men have died like after World War One or World War Two, so you need someone to step in to take in all the roles.
You won't even have to fire a bullet. But enough blackpilling for you anyway. I mean, you don't get. I think everybody needs to not get too down in the dumps about it, yeah. Because if that is happening, not much we can really do about it. Just have to try and live as happy as we can and prepare as much as we can, you know.
Yeah.
So I've got bow and arrows. I've got all kinds of things going on now. You know, I've got like.
You've got plenty of dried food, pasta, rice, tin food.
Living happy, right? Living happy is the biggest weapon we have got against the Soviet force.
For sure.
Right? Maintaining positive energy. Remembering that how we receive it is when it turns to be good or bad. So if you don't want to live in a life of negativity, then you have to turn it into a positive. Like what Lee was saying before, you have to receive it with a positive vibe, and then your intentions can remain positive as well. You know?
Yeah.
And certainly,
I want to be downbeat, you know. Got to try and keep our spirits up and listen to some uplifting music like what you guys play. So that's
what we're going to finish it off with tonight. Yeah, we've already breached 6 hours. Hey, Sanchez, thank you very much for calling us up, mate. You and me have chatted before on Facebook Messenger. We message each other. It's good to hear from you, mate.
All right then. Nice one, guys. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, thank you very much, bro. Rise above. Call in next time. Next time customer service is open, you're welcome back, mate.
All right, bro. I'll think of a good question for IG.
Anytime, mate. Anytime. Right, guys. My eyes are hurting. I'm starting to get a migraine looking from all this ludicrous amount of screens. It's been an awesome show. Big up JD Guerilla earlier on. Everyone that's called in, thank you very much. Inner Guardians, any final thoughts?
No, just what we alluded to earlier on, that you got to, I won't say take back the power. You've already got the power.
Yeah, recognise your power.
Yeah.
And become at one with it.
You got to understand in your power.
For sure.
That probably says it all.
If you've been watching our shows, you know how to activate the third force, okay? If you don't know what we're talking about, go back, check it out. It's all there. This is Rise Above, guys.
I want to hear a rabbit meme. Not a rabbit.
Okay, right.
I've got one more thing. I actually made a comment on somebody's thread. I can't remember whose it was. And I actually said that the Britney Spears is the truth seeker's best weapon. Now, a lot of people get confused by that, but take it how you will.
I can see that. Maybe it is our best weapon. It's a weapon of mass destruction and mass distraction, and maybe a WME, a weapon of mass elucidation. Because at the end of the day, when the bomb drops and everyone's eyes is open,
There's no going back.
There's no going back. Everyone, thank you very much. Last jingle.
Mr. Wabbit.
Just quickly, I just want to answer to John. So John Horn, yeah, he's saying, where can I talk to like-minded people like what we are?
Oh, John Horn. Okay, this is what you need to do. Get on the Telegram.
Our community is constant, 24/7 all the time. Telegram is where it's at.
Right. Anyone that wants to interact with our community all week, every day, hundreds of messages a day, sharing information. Rise Above Official. Here it is. Rise Above Official on Telegram. Join the subscribe to the other Rise Above channel where I put the edited videos up. Soon we're going to be broadcasting 3 times a week. When the lockdown comes, I've told you what we're going to do. We're going to stream the old videos. We're going to do watch parties. So there'll be Rise Above 3 times a week. If that's not enough for you, get onto Telegram. We have 500 people so far, and it's a proper rabbit hole assault course every day. Chat, videos, music, sharing, research.
If you're a musician or some form of artist and you want us to play your stuff here, contact us through the Telegram.
Right now, at the bottom of the screen, this is how you get a hold of us. Riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Instagram.
Send us some music and I'll play it. Or one of us will anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. Omar Beats, you going to play us out?
Yeah, man.
Don't know. All right. Right, anyone that didn't get to call in tonight, in 4 weeks, 5 weeks' time, customer service is back. Catch me and Master Lee on Wednesday for our midweek chat at 9 p.m. Omar Beats, right on the blood clot track.
Alright, now see the tune there. Request to all the man of the house who knows how to rate to themselves as an old gallus. So all the gallus in the house, show them some lighter now.
So this is the base where the players left. So this is the base where the players left.
laughers. Also a quarter tequila, quarter rum, case of beer, pint of raw ether, 2 dozen evenings. Once you get locked into a serious drug collection, the tendency is to push it as far as you can.
18-inch ball seating and rattle. Slow motion, new slogan, shit on up. Red light speaking, things burn up. Alright, my losing, keep the grooving. Could have made so fast to get a bruising. It's right there, making sure you choose it. Right out, things I'm on the music. You stop my phone with the abusing. Sneak up from the front ceiling. On the main body, got the one to breathe in. Why don't do it? Me like me baseline, like me like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz spot to me. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz spot to me again. DJ run that again, bass weighty. Climate change in place, getting hazy, no phasing. We raving so wavy. Mental police can't change me. Alright, this girl got perfect timing. With a bad like that, need analyzing. Trinity man, door, I'm galling for private. To the end, so long, she want to ride it. To the beat, she needs to vibe it. Big noise in the room, this slow to mind it. Hips and hips, they colliding. This year win. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz spot to me again. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz spot to me again. Give me that 40 hertz spot to me again.
Shutters manufacture, hiding from a police state, make it hard to capture. Slightly past the briefcase, drowning out the laughter. I usually improvise, I've never been an actor. Bullet word and flicking through a chapter. These streets are getting colder than Alaska. It's only feelings that we're after. Eyes closing, heading for disaster. Mos Eisley, Han Solo, on the table blaster. Unstable inflation, shutters manufacture, hiding from a police state, make it hard to capture. Slightly past the briefcase, drowning out the laughter. I usually improvise, I've never been an actor.
You can't make this up. Oh my love, the streets are cold and changing us. Can't believe you're dangerous. Oh my love, the streets are cold and changing us.
Big up everyone. We're going to call it a night. I've got a mad migraine after this show. Go on, Omar. Big up Omar Beast, big up Inner Guardians, JD, all the callers. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone that's taking part in Rise Above. We'll see you back on Wednesday night. Don't forget, 9 p.m.